The tyranny of KPIs and the hustle culture. Everywhere we look, from the glossy covers of business magazines to the motivational posters in cubicles, we're told the same story. Success means hitting your key performance indicators, or KPIs, and embracing the relentless grind of hustle culture. This mantra has become so ingrained in our workplaces that questioning it often feels like career suicide. We're taught that measuring everything in sight, from sales numbers to email response times, is the only way to truly understand performance and drive growth. It sounds logical on the surface, doesn't it? After all, how can you improve what you don't measure? Yet, beneath this seemingly sensible approach, a far more insidious truth often hides, quietly eroding the very foundations of genuine achievement. Think about it. KPIs are supposed to be clear, measurable targets that track progress towards a goal. In theory, they provide a roadmap, showing us if we're on the right track or veering off course. However, in practice, these numbers frequently morph into tyrannical overlords, dictating every move and turning human beings into mere cogs in a statistical machine. Suddenly, your worth isn't about your creativity, your problem-solving skills, or your ability to collaborate. It's reduced to a percentage point or a ticking counter. This narrow focus can blind us to the bigger picture, making us chase arbitrary targets instead of focusing on true value creation. It's like judging a chef solely by how many carrots they chop per minute, rather than the deliciousness of the meal they create. Leaders, too, often fall prey to the illusion of control that KPIs offer. They see a dashboard full of green lights and assume everything is running smoothly, even when the underlying human engine is sputtering. This data-driven approach promises objectivity, a way to cut through the messy emotions of human interaction and get down to brass tacks. But this reliance on numbers can create a dangerous disconnect, making it easier to overlook the real human cost of constantly chasing metrics. When the focus shifts entirely to what gets measured gets done, people learn to game the system, prioritizing the numbers over the actual quality or purpose of their work. They become experts at looking busy rather than truly being productive. Hand in hand with the tyranny of KPIs comes the suffocating grip of hustle culture, a relentless drumbeat that tells us we must always be working, always optimizing, always striving for more. This isn't just about working hard. It's about making work your entire identity, sacrificing sleep, relationships, and personal well-being on the altar of perpetual productivity. Social media feeds are flooded with images of entrepreneurs waking at 4 a.m., fueled by coffee and sheer willpower, glorifying an unsustainable lifestyle. We're told that if we're not constantly pushing, constantly exhausted, then we simply aren't dedicated enough to succeed. It creates a perverse competition where visible exhaustion becomes a badge of honor rather than a warning sign. This constant pressure to perform, to be on 24/7, isn't just mentally draining, it's physically damaging. Our bodies are not designed for this kind of sustained, high-stress output. The pervasive message of hustle culture implies that any moment not spent working is a wasted moment, fostering a deep-seated guilt for taking breaks or engaging in activities purely for enjoyment. It's a never-ending race where the finish line keeps moving further away, leaving people feeling perpetually inadequate and burnt out. The irony is that this relentless pursuit of maximum output often leads to diminishing returns as creativity, critical thinking, and genuine engagement suffer under the weight of exhaustion. What these metrics and this culture truly create are cortisol factories, environments where fear, stress, and anxiety become the dominant forces. Cortisol, often called the stress hormone, is released in our bodies when we perceive a threat, preparing us for fight or flight. In a workplace dominated by impossible KPIs and the pressure to constantly hustle, our bodies are tricked into believing they are under constant attack. This isn't a healthy, motivating challenge. It's a chronic state of emergency. Imagine trying to innovate or collaborate effectively when your internal alarm system is blaring nonstop, telling you to protect yourself. In these cortisol factories, energy that should be directed towards innovation, problem-solving, and helping colleagues is instead siphoned off into self-preservation. People become wary, constantly looking over their shoulders, not at the competition, but at their own teammates and managers. They worry about meeting targets, about being seen as slacking, about making a mistake that could cost them their job or promotion. This internal focus on survival makes genuine collaboration incredibly difficult, as trust, the very bedrock of high-performing teams, is systematically eroded. How can you truly commit to a shared vision when you're constantly bracing for impact? When the primary focus is individual metrics, people naturally prioritize their own numbers, sometimes at the expense of the team or the company's broader mission. This isn't because they're bad people. It's a rational response to an irrational system. If your bonus depends on hitting a specific sales target, you'll chase that target, even if it means neglecting other important tasks or not fully supporting a colleague's initiative. This creates silos, fosters unhealthy competition, and ultimately fragments the collective effort. The organization becomes a collection of individuals vying for personal wins, rather than a cohesive unit working towards a common goal. We've been conditioned to believe that more hours, more data, and more pressure automatically equate to better results. Yet countless studies and real-world examples show this simply isn't true. The hidden costs of this approach are immense: sky-high employee turnover, rampant burnout, declining mental health, and a severe lack of innovation. When people are constantly stressed and fear-driven, their capacity for creative thought, strategic planning, and genuine engagement plummets. They become reactive rather than proactive, focused on meeting minimum requirements rather than exceeding expectations or thinking outside the box. It's a short-sighted strategy that bleeds an organization dry of its most valuable resource, its people's potential. This book argues that the traditional metrics and the hustle mindset are not just inefficient, they are fundamentally misaligned with our human biology. They ignore the very essence of what makes teams truly thrive. Instead of fostering environments rich in oxytocin and serotonin, the feel-good chemicals that build trust and cooperation, they pump us full of cortisol. True success, sustainable success, doesn't come from pushing people to their breaking point with arbitrary numbers. It comes from creating a circle of safety where people feel secure enough to take risks, share ideas, and genuinely connect with their colleagues. The circle of safety, a core concept we'll explore further, is diametrically opposed to the tyranny of KPIs and hustle culture. When leaders prioritize trust and psychological safety, people stop wasting energy on self-protection and start channeling it towards external challenges. They no longer need to look over their shoulders, worrying about internal politics or missing a minor metric. Instead, their gaze shifts towards the horizon, towards innovation, towards solving real problems for customers and the organization. It's a fundamental shift from a defensive posture to an offensive one, where collective strength is unleashed rather than suppressed. It's almost comical, if it weren't so tragic, how many leaders genuinely believe they are driving performance by creating these cortisol-inducing environments. They see employees working long hours, hitting their numbers, and mistake this outward display of busyness for true productivity and engagement. They become so fixated on the visible metrics that they completely miss the invisible, biological undercurrents that are actually determining their team's long-term health and success. This isn't just a management oversight, it's a profound misunderstanding of human nature and the very chemistry that makes us thrive. So, as we peel back the layers of conventional wisdom, prepare to challenge everything you thought you knew about workplace success. We're going to move past the superficial obsession with numbers and the exhausting glorification of hustle. Instead, we'll dive into the fascinating world of human biology, revealing why trust isn't just a soft skill or a nice-to-have, but a biological imperative. Understanding this fundamental chemistry is the key to transforming your team from a fear-driven cortisol factory into an unstoppable force, truly ready to commit and innovate. Why biology is your workplace's secret sauce. We've all seen workplaces that feel like a constant uphill battle, where everyone's pushing hard but going nowhere fast. Perhaps you've even experienced the relentless pressure of chasing numbers, feeling like a cog in a giant impersonal machine. It's easy to blame bad management or a flawed business plan when things go wrong. But what if the real problem runs much deeper than quarterly reports or strategic memos? What if the answers to workplace success aren't found in spreadsheets, but actually inside each and every one of us, operating on a level we rarely consider. It turns out, our ancient biology holds the key to understanding why some teams flourish while others fall apart, revealing a secret sauce far more potent than any corporate strategy could ever be. Think about it. Long before we had cubicles, deadlines, or even the concept of a job, humans were navigating complex social dynamics in tribes and communities. Our brains evolved to keep us safe, to help us connect, and to motivate us towards survival and cooperation within our groups. These primal instincts, hardwired into our very DNA, didn't magically disappear when we clocked in for our first shift. Instead, they continue to influence how we interact, how we feel, and ultimately how we perform in any modern workplace setting, whether we realize it or not. Ignoring this fundamental truth is like trying to build a skyscraper without understanding gravity. It's simply going to collapse under its own weight. So, what exactly happens when these ancient biological systems encounter the demands of a typical modern office? Often, it's a clash of epic proportions, leading to widespread frustration and burnout. Many workplaces, perhaps unintentionally, trigger our most basic survival responses, making us feel constantly under threat. When we're afraid of making a mistake, worried about job security, or feeling judged by our bosses, our bodies don't differentiate between a saber-toothed tiger and a critical email. Both scenarios can flood our systems with cortisol, the ultimate stress hormone, preparing us for fight or flight, not for creative problem solving or collaborative teamwork. This constant state of low-grade stress transforms organizations into what we playfully call cortisol factories. Imagine an environment where everyone is subtly, or not so subtly, on edge, always looking over their shoulder. Energy that should be directed towards innovation and achieving shared goals is instead siphoned off for self-protection. Employees become wary, hesitant to share ideas, and quick to defend themselves because their biological wiring is telling them, danger, protect yourself first. This isn't just an emotional state. It's a physiological reaction that actively hinders productivity and trust, turning potential collaborators into wary competitors. When people are stuck in this self-preservation mode, their true potential remains locked away, hidden behind a wall of caution. They might show up, do the bare minimum, and avoid risks, but they won't truly commit their hearts and minds to the collective mission. The human brain is incredibly efficient, and if it perceives a threat, it will prioritize personal safety above all else, even if that means holding back valuable insights or avoiding crucial conversations. This biological imperative explains why simply telling people to work harder or be more innovative often falls flat. You're asking them to override their most fundamental survival instincts without addressing the underlying fear. But what if we could flip that switch? What if we could create environments where our biology works for us, not against us, unlocking unprecedented levels of engagement and performance? The good news is, we absolutely can. And the key lies in understanding a different set of chemical messengers within our bodies. Instead of focusing on the stress-inducing cortisol, we need to cultivate the hormones that foster connection, safety, and well-being. These are the unsung heroes of human collaboration, the true drivers of sustained success and genuine team cohesion. They are the biological building blocks of what we call the circle of safety, a concept we'll dive into more deeply very soon. Enter oxytocin and serotonin, the dynamic duo of trust and happiness, ready to revolutionize your workplace. Oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, is released when we feel connected, safe, and part of a group we care about. It's the feeling you get when you share a laugh with a friend, receive genuine appreciation, or work together successfully towards a common goal. Serotonin, on the other hand, contributes to feelings of well-being, contentment, and a sense of belonging. When these chemicals are flowing freely, our brains signal that we are safe, valued, and among allies, disarming the primal fear response and opening us up to collaboration and creativity. Imagine a workplace where these positive neurochemicals are abundant, creating an atmosphere of genuine support and innovation. People aren't just tolerating each other, they're genuinely engaged and supportive, eager to contribute. They feel comfortable taking calculated risks, sharing half-formed ideas, and even admitting mistakes because they know their team has their back. This isn't just about feeling good. It's about optimizing brain function for peak performance and sustained creativity. When the threat system is quiet, the parts of our brain responsible for creativity, problem solving, and empathy can finally kick into high gear, unleashing a torrent of untapped potential that no amount of top down pressure could ever achieve. This, my friends, is the secret sauce we're talking about, the biological foundation upon which truly high performing teams are built. When leaders understand how to tap into these natural human drives for connection and safety, they stop managing by fear and start leading by chemistry, fostering an environment of trust. They create an environment where people instinctively feel secure enough to stop looking over their shoulders, constantly protecting their own interests, and instead begin looking toward the horizon, focusing their energy on the collective challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. This shift is profound, transforming individual contributors into a unified, unstoppable force. It's a fundamental misunderstanding to label trust as a soft skill or a fluffy, optional extra in the workplace, something nice to have but not essential. From a biological perspective, trust is a hardwired necessity, as vital to our social survival as food and water. Our brains are designed to seek out and thrive in environments where trust is present because it reduces cognitive load, minimizes perceived threats, and frees up mental resources for more productive endeavors. When trust is abundant, people don't just work, they commit, they innovate, and they bring their whole selves to the table, driven by an innate desire to contribute to a safe and valued group. Consider the immense energy wasted in a low-trust environment, the hidden costs that never show up on a balance sheet. Think of the office politics, the gossip, the endless meetings that achieve little, all stemming from a primal need for self-preservation in the face of perceived threat. Now, picture that same energy redirected towards productive ends. When trust is the default, people are more willing to delegate, to share information openly, and to collaborate across departments without fear of being undermined or blamed. This isn't just about morale. It's about operational efficiency and unlocking exponential growth that traditional metrics often miss entirely, impacting the bottom line in powerful ways. This biological lens offers a powerful new way to view leadership, shifting the paradigm entirely. It moves us beyond simply dictating tasks or setting aggressive targets, and instead challenges us to become architects of an environment where positive neurochemistry can flourish. A leader who understands biology recognizes that their primary role is to create a circle of safety, a space where team members feel protected from internal and external threats, allowing their natural inclination towards cooperation to take over. This isn't about being nice, it's about being strategically smart and biologically informed, leading to tangible results. The shift from a command and control mentality to one of support and protect isn't just a philosophical change, it's a biological imperative for success. When leaders actively work to reduce stress and foster connection, they are literally changing the brain chemistry of their team members, often without even realizing it. They are replacing cortisol with oxytocin, fear with trust, and self-preservation with collective commitment. This isn't some abstract HR initiative. It's a tangible, measurable impact on how people think, feel, and ultimately perform every single day, driving real-world outcomes. So, if you've ever wondered why some teams just click, while others constantly struggle despite having incredibly talented individuals, the answer often lies in their unseen biological currents. It's not necessarily about who has the highest IQ or the most impressive resume. It's about whose brains are operating in a state of safety and connection, allowing them to truly shine. The genius of a team isn't just the sum of its individual parts. It's the synergistic magic that happens when those parts are biologically aligned and feel secure enough to trust each other completely, creating something far greater. Understanding this biological secret sauce empowers us to build workplaces that are not only productive, but also profoundly human, nurturing the very essence of what makes us thrive. It challenges us to look beyond superficial indicators and delve into the fundamental needs that drive all human behavior, bringing a new perspective to management. This isn't just about making people happy. It's about creating conditions where peak performance becomes a natural byproduct of a healthy, trust-filled environment. When the chemistry is right, everything else falls into place, almost effortlessly, transforming the entire organization. As we move forward, we'll explore exactly how to cultivate this powerful biological advantage within your own team or organization, providing actionable insights. We'll uncover practical strategies for shifting from a fear-based culture to one rooted in trust, leveraging these ancient biological principles for modern success. Get ready to discover the specific ingredients of the chemistry of success and learn how to mix them just right, turning your workplace into a thriving ecosystem where everyone feels safe enough to commit fully and achieve extraordinary results, creating a legacy of trust and accomplishment. Introducing the chemistry of success. We've spent enough time dissecting why the old ways of doing business, the endless chase for key performance indicators, the grind of hustle culture, are simply not cutting it. It's clear that something fundamental is missing from our understanding of what makes a team truly exceptional. We've been looking at the surface-level symptoms, trying to fix them with more spreadsheets and stricter deadlines, but the real levers for change lie much deeper. Our previous discussions hinted at a biological undercurrent, a hidden force shaping our daily work lives, often without us even realizing it. Now, it's time to pull back the curtain and introduce the true game changer, the chemistry of success. This isn't just a catchy phrase, it's the very foundation upon which high-performing teams are built, a biological blueprint for collective achievement. So what exactly is this chemistry of success we speak of? Imagine your workplace not as a sterile office building, but as a living, breathing ecosystem, constantly reacting and evolving. Within this ecosystem, powerful chemical messengers are coursing through everyone's veins, silently dictating moods, decisions, and overall team dynamics. These aren't abstract concepts. They are tangible, measurable substances like hormones and neurotransmitters, hardwired into our ancient human biology. Understanding these internal signals and learning how to intentionally cultivate the right ones is the secret weapon that transforms ordinary groups into extraordinary forces. It's about moving beyond superficial motivation tactics and tapping into the very essence of human connection and drive. This isn't some new age philosophy or a vague notion of good vibes. It's a practical, scientifically grounded approach to leadership and team building. The chemistry of success posits that our bodies are constantly producing chemicals that either foster collaboration and trust or breed anxiety and isolation. The challenge is that most modern workplaces, with their relentless pressure and fear-driven incentives, are inadvertently creating environments that trigger the wrong kind of chemistry. We're talking about a paradigm shift, where leaders stop viewing their teams as cogs in a machine and start recognizing them as complex biological organisms, each capable of incredible feats when nurtured correctly. This perspective illuminates why some teams naturally flourish, while others remain perpetually stuck in a cycle of mediocrity and burnout. Think about it. Have you ever walked into an office and immediately felt the tension in the air? Or conversely, been struck by a palpable sense of camaraderie and shared purpose? That feeling isn't just a coincidence. It's a direct result of the prevailing chemical environment. The chemistry of success argues that these invisible forces are far more influential than any mission statement or quarterly report. They determine whether people feel safe enough to innovate, to take risks, and to truly invest themselves in their work. This understanding allows us to move past the superficial symptoms of workplace dysfunction and address the root biological causes. It's an invitation to become an alchemist of your team's potential, transforming fear into fearlessness and doubt into unwavering dedication. For too long, we've been fixated on external metrics, sales figures, project deadlines, individual output. These numbers, while seemingly objective, often tell only a fraction of the story and can even mislead us. They are the visible tip of an iceberg, while the vast, powerful bulk beneath the surface, the actual chemistry of human interaction, remains largely ignored. The chemistry of success demands that we shift our gaze inward, recognizing that true, sustainable success originates from within each individual and the collective biological bonds they share. It's a call to or stand the invisible threads that weave a team together, threads spun from powerful biological compounds. This internal focus reveals why even teams with seemingly perfect credentials can falter, while others, less outwardly impressive, soar to unimaginable heights. Consider the pervasive cortisol factories that have become the norm in so many organizations. Cortisol, often called the stress hormone, is our body's ancient alarm system designed to help us flee from saber-toothed tigers. In today's office, however, it's triggered by looming deadlines, micromanaging bosses, and the constant fear of failure or redundancy. When cortisol levels are chronically high, our brains prioritize self-preservation above all else. This isn't conducive to creativity, collaboration, or genuine trust. Instead, it fosters a culture where people look over their shoulders, guard their ideas, and expend valuable energy on internal politics rather than external challenges. It's a biological trap that stifles growth and innovation at every turn. In these fear-driven environments, the natural human inclination to connect and cooperate is suppressed. Staff become wary, seeing colleagues as competitors rather than allies, and managers as overseers rather than protectors. The energy that could be channeled into groundbreaking projects or innovative solutions is instead diverted into navigating office politics and protecting one's own territory. This isn't a moral failing, it's a biological imperative. When our bodies perceive a constant threat, even a psychological one, they prepare for battle or flight. The chemistry of success exposes this destructive cycle and offers a way out, a path to re-engineer the workplace environment from a source of chronic stress to a wellspring of engagement. But what if we could flip that script? What if we could design workplaces that actively encourage the release of chemicals that promote bonding, safety, and peak performance? This is where the true power of the chemistry of success comes into play. It's about intentionally cultivating an environment where the right biological signals are sent, where the brain is flooded with positive neurochemicals rather than stress hormones. Imagine a place where people feel genuinely safe, not just physically, but emotionally and psychologically. In such an environment, the ancient parts of our brain that scream danger can finally quiet down, allowing the higher-level functions, creativity, empathy, problem-solving, to flourish without hindrance. This shift isn't just beneficial, it's transformative. Enter oxytocin and serotonin, the unsung heroes of collaborative success. Oxytocin, often dubbed the bonding hormone, is released when we feel trust, connection, and empathy. It's what makes us feel safe with others, encouraging us to lower our guard and invest emotionally. Serotonin, on the other hand, contributes to feelings of well-being, confidence, and belonging. Together, these two chemicals are the biological bedrock of what we call trust. They are the internal signals that tell our bodies and minds, it's safe here. You can relax, connect, and contribute fully. When these chemicals are flowing freely, teams don't just work together. They truly coalesce into a unified force, driven by shared purpose and mutual respect. When a team's chemistry is rich in oxytocin and serotonin, something magical happens. Individuals stop hoarding information, fearing that sharing it might diminish their own standing. Instead, they openly exchange ideas, knowing that collective success benefits everyone. The fear of making mistakes diminishes, replaced by a willingness to experiment and learn. Innovation ceases to be a buzzword and becomes a natural byproduct of an environment where psychological safety reigns supreme. This isn't about forced positivity. It's about creating the biological conditions for genuine human flourishing. It's about building a foundation so strong that even when challenges arise, the team's inherent resilience and collaborative spirit remain unbroken, ready to tackle anything. This ideal environment, where oxytocin and serotonin are abundant, is what we call the circle of safety. Within this circle, people feel protected from both external threats and internal backstabbing. They know their leaders have their backs, and that their colleagues are allies, not adversaries. The energy that would normally be wasted on self-protection and internal politics can now be fully directed outwards towards solving customer problems, innovating new products, or achieving ambitious goals. The circle of safety isn't a physical place. It's a psychological and biological state, a shared understanding that we are in this together, forged by consistent, trust-building behaviors. It's the ultimate incubator for high performance and genuine commitment. When the circle of safety is strong, teams become incredibly adaptive and resilient. They can weather storms, pivot quickly, and recover from setbacks with remarkable speed. Why? Because their internal chemistry supports cohesion and problem solving rather than triggering panic and fragmentation. People don't just show up to do their job, they show up to contribute to something bigger than themselves, fueled by a deep sense of belonging and purpose. This isn't about being soft or avoiding tough conversations. It's about ensuring those conversations happen within a framework of mutual respect and psychological safety, leading to constructive outcomes rather than defensive reactions. The benefits ripple through every aspect of the organization, from employee retention to market leadership. Ultimately, the chemistry of success reveals that trust isn't merely a soft skill to be listed on a corporate values poster. It is a fundamental biological necessity for human beings to thrive, both individually and collectively. Without trust, our bodies default to a state of defensiveness, making true collaboration impossible. With trust, we unlock dormant potentials, allowing individuals to operate at their highest capacity and teams to achieve synergy. This book will equip you with the understanding and tools to consciously cultivate this trust, transforming your workplace from a potential stress factory into a vibrant ecosystem where everyone feels safe enough to contribute their best. It's about recognizing that our biology holds the key to unlocking unparalleled organizational success. So let's stop chasing arbitrary numbers and start leading by chemistry. Let's move beyond the superficial metrics that only measure output and instead focus on the deeper biological drivers of true success. The chemistry of success is an invitation to redefine leadership, to understand that your primary role as a leader is to be a guardian of your team's biological well-being, fostering an environment where trust can flourish. When you get the chemistry right, everything else falls into place naturally. Your team won't just meet targets, they will exceed expectations, driven by an intrinsic motivation that no bonus scheme could ever replicate. This isn't just good for business, it's good for the soul. This book is your guide to understanding these powerful biological forces and harnessing them to build teams that are not just productive, but truly unstoppable. We will explore the delicate balance between selfish dopamine and selfless oxytocin, delve into the true cost of cynicism, and discover the profound impact of the sacrifice play, where true authority is earned by putting the tribe first. Prepare to see your workplace through a new lens, one that reveals the hidden biological currents shaping every interaction. It's time to stop fighting against human nature and start working with it, using the profound insights of biology to create a legacy of trust and unparalleled success. Welcome to a new way of leading, a way rooted in the very essence of what makes us human. The journey ahead will challenge conventional wisdom and offer a fresh perspective on what it truly means to lead effectively in the 21st century. By understanding the chemistry of success, you'll gain the power to transform not just your team's performance, but their entire experience of work. This isn't about quick fixes or superficial changes. It's about a deep, fundamental shift in how we approach leadership and human interaction. Get ready to unlock the biological secrets that will empower you to build a circle of safety so strong, your team will become an unstoppable force, ready to conquer any challenge that comes their way. The future of success is not in the numbers, it's in the chemistry. The satirical lens, unmasking workplace myths. We've spent enough time accepting workplace wisdom at face value, haven't we? It's time to pull back the curtain and take a good, hard look at the supposed truths that govern our cubicles and conference rooms. Many of the ideas we cling to about productivity, success, and leadership are, frankly, a bit ridiculous when you shine a light on them. This section isn't about tearing down everything you believe, but rather about inviting you to a slightly skewed perspective, a playful jab at the emperor's new clothes of corporate culture. We'll use a satirical lens, a kind of funhouse mirror, to distort these accepted norms just enough to reveal their underlying flaws. Think of it as a friendly but firm nudge to question the unquestionable, to chuckle at the ridiculous, and to finally see what's really going on. It's about unmasking the myths that keep us stressed and disconnected, paving the way for something genuinely better. We will explore how these common beliefs often work against our very biology instead of with it. Let's kick things off with the grand myth of key performance indicators, or KPIs, as the supreme arbiters of success. We're told that if it can't be measured, it doesn't exist, right? So we find ourselves drowning in spreadsheets, obsessively tracking every click, every call, every arbitrary metric designed to prove our worth. Managers often parade these numbers around like trophies, convinced that a higher tally automatically means a more effective team. It's almost comical how much energy is poured into this numerical priesthood, as if the sheer volume of data will magically reveal the secret to a thriving business. The unspoken belief is that if we just measure enough things, we'll eventually stumble upon the holy grail of efficiency. This relentless focus on numbers often overshadows the actual human effort and creativity involved. But what does all this frantic measurement actually do to us, biologically speaking? When your entire existence feels reduced to a fluctuating digit, your brain doesn't exactly sing with joy and collaboration. Instead, the constant pressure to hit targets, often arbitrary and disconnected from real human effort, floods your system with cortisol. This stress hormone, the body's natural alarm bell, keeps everyone on edge, perpetually looking over their shoulders instead of towards a shared goal. It transforms the workplace into a high-stakes game where self-preservation trumps genuine teamwork every single time. We become so focused on not failing the metric that we forget how to truly succeed as a collective, creating a culture of fear. Next up, let's address the pervasive and utterly exhausting myth of hustle culture. This one tells us that the only path to glory is through relentless, round-the-clock grinding, sacrificing sleep, sanity, and personal life at the altar of productivity. We're fed stories of CEOs who wake up at 4 a.m. and work 18-hour days, as if exhaustion itself is a badge of honor, a testament to one's dedication. There's a strange pride in being perpetually busy, in responding to emails at midnight, and in boasting about how little sleep you got last night. It's as if working yourself into the ground is the ultimate proof of your commitment, the secret handshake into the club of high achievers, despite the obvious detrimental effects. However, our biology has a very different take on this supposed virtue. Your body isn't a machine designed for endless output. It's a complex, delicate system that requires rest, recovery, and connection. Constant hustling, far from boosting performance, systematically depletes your precious reserves of serotonin and oxytocin, the very chemicals that foster well-being and social bonding. When these crucial neurotransmitters are low, anxiety creeps in, creativity plummets, and your ability to connect meaningfully with colleagues evaporates. You might be hustling, but you're also inadvertently building a formidable wall between yourself and true, sustainable success. This approach ultimately leads to burnout, not breakthrough. Now, let's turn our satirical gaze to the enduring myth of the command and control leader. This is the archetype of the stern, all-knowing figure who dictates every move, expects unquestioning obedience, and believes that authority flows solely from the top down. They often view their role as that of a drill sergeant, barking orders and demanding flawless execution, convinced that this iron fist approach is the only way to maintain discipline and drive results. Any deviation from their prescribed path is seen as a challenge, and every decision must pass through their singular, infallible judgment. This leadership style often comes wrapped in a cloak of toughness, implying that any other approach is simply too soft or ineffective. But what happens inside the brains of those being commanded and controlled? Fear, pure and simple. This style of leadership, no matter how well-intentioned, triggers a primal stress response, activating the fight or flight mechanism. When employees constantly feel scrutinized and micromanaged, their cortisol levels spike, making them hypervigilant and defensive. They waste precious mental energy on self-protection, on appearing busy, and on avoiding mistakes, rather than on innovative problem-solving or collaborative efforts. This environment effectively shuts down the very parts of the brain responsible for creativity, trust, and proactive engagement, turning potential innovators into anxious order takers, stifling true potential. Then there's the persistent myth that soft skills, things like empathy, communication, and emotional intelligence, are somehow secondary, a mere garnish to the real hard skills of strategy and execution. Many workplaces still operate under the assumption that these human elements are nice to have, but ultimately expendable when the going gets tough. You often hear them dismissed as fluffy or touchy-feely, relegated to optional workshops or eye-rolling HR initiatives. The focus remains squarely on technical prowess and quantifiable output, implying that genuine human connection is a distraction from the serious business of making money. This perspective dangerously undervalues the very fabric of human interaction. Yet, our biology screams a different story. Empathy, communication, and the ability to connect are not soft at all. They are the bedrock of our social species, hardwired into our very DNA. These are the behaviors that trigger the release of oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which is absolutely essential for building trust and fostering loyalty within a group. Without these so-called soft skills, teams become fractured, individuals feel isolated, and collaboration becomes an uphill battle. Ignoring them is like trying to build a skyscraper without a foundation, expecting it to stand strong on sheer willpower alone. They are the essential glue that holds any successful team together. Let's also dismantle the myth that all conflict is inherently bad and must be avoided at all costs. Many organizations cultivate a culture where disagreeing, challenging ideas, or expressing dissenting opinions is subtly, or not so subtly, discouraged. There's a pervasive desire for harmony that often translates into a superficial peace, where real issues fester beneath the surface. People learn to bite their tongues, nod politely, and suppress their true thoughts, fearing negative repercussions or being labeled difficult. This myth suggests that a truly cohesive team never argues, never pushes back, and always presents a unified, unblemished front, which is an unrealistic expectation for any group of diverse individuals. Biologically, a healthy dose of constructive conflict within a safe environment is actually a sign of trust and engagement. When people feel secure within the circle of safety, they know that challenging an idea isn't a personal attack, but an attempt to make things better. This kind of open dialogue, even when it involves disagreement, can actually stimulate serotonin and oxytocin, as individuals feel heard and respected. Suppressing conflict, on the other hand, leads to resentment, passive aggression, and a buildup of cortisol, as unresolved issues create constant internal stress. True harmony isn't the absence of conflict, but the ability to navigate it constructively and respectfully, leading to stronger bonds and better solutions. So when we blindly adhere to these myths, the KPI obsession, the hustle culture, command and control leadership, the dismissal of soft skills, and the fear of conflict, what are we really creating? We're inadvertently constructing what we call cortisol factories. These are workplaces where fear, stress, and self-preservation are the dominant forces, constantly pumping out the very hormone that inhibits trust, creativity, and genuine connection. Employees spend more energy protecting themselves from internal threats than they do tackling external challenges or collaborating with their peers. It's a self-defeating cycle, draining both individual well-being and organizational potential, all while managers scratch their heads wondering why engagement surveys are always so dismal, failing to see the obvious cause. But the good news is that recognizing these myths through our satirical lens is the first step towards something far more powerful, the circle of safety. Imagine a workplace where these old, damaging ideas are replaced by an understanding of our fundamental human needs. Instead of fear and individual competition, you'd find an environment rich in oxytocin and serotonin, fostering genuine connection and shared purpose. This isn't some utopian fantasy. It's a biologically grounded reality where people feel secure enough to take risks, admit mistakes, and truly commit to the collective mission. It's a place where energy is channeled outward towards innovation and growth rather than inward towards self-preservation and anxiety. This shift from cortisol factory to circle of safety is precisely where the EDSO framework comes into play. It's about understanding the delicate balance between our selfish drives, often linked to dopamine, and our selfless pro-social instincts, powered by oxytocin. The myths we just unmasked lean heavily into unchecked dopamine, the chase for individual metrics, the thrill of the grind, the power of command. The EDSO Framework offers a roadmap to consciously cultivate the oxytocin side, ensuring that while individual achievement is valued, it's always balanced with the deep human need for belonging and mutual support. It's about designing systems that reward both personal drive and collective well-being, creating a more holistic approach to success. Seeing these workplace myths through a satirical lens isn't just about having a chuckle. It's about a fundamental shift in perspective. Once you recognize the absurdity and biological harm these traditional approaches inflict, it becomes impossible to unsee them. You start to question every best practice that relies on fear or individualistic competition, and you begin to appreciate the profound power of trust. This new viewpoint allows you to move beyond the superficial metrics and the exhausting grind, revealing the deeper, more human truths about what truly makes teams and individuals thrive. It's an awakening to the real chemistry of success, waiting to be unlocked. So as you go back to your own workplace, try on this satirical lens for size. Observe the frantic pursuit of KPIs, the glorification of burnout, or the subtle fear in people's eyes under a micromanaging leader. Ask yourself if these practices are truly serving your team's long-term health and innovation, or if they're simply reinforcing outdated, biologically detrimental myths. This isn't about cynicism, but about critical awareness and a gentle yet firm refusal to accept the status quo. It's an invitation to look for the opportunities to inject more trust, more oxytocin, and more genuine human connection into your daily interactions, building a better future. Ultimately, the purpose of this satirical journey isn't to mock for the sake of it, but to illuminate a path forward. By shining a humorous yet incisive light on these deeply ingrained workplace myths, we hope to disarm their power and free you from their grip. It's a call to dismantle the cortisol factories and instead build environments where trust isn't a soft skill, but the very engine of collective genius. The real chemistry of success isn't found in a spreadsheet. It's found in the safe, connected, and thriving human beings who show up every day, ready to commit and contribute fully. Understanding cortisol, the stress hormone's reign. Imagine for a moment that your body has a built-in emergency system, a highly evolved alarm that springs into action whenever a threat appears. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a very real biological process, and at its heart lies a powerful chemical called cortisol. Often dubbed the stress hormone, cortisol is your body's primary responder when faced with pressure, whether it's a physical danger or a looming deadline. When your brain perceives a challenge, it signals your adrenal glands to release this hormone, flooding your system with energy. It's designed to give you that crucial burst of focus and strength needed to either confront the problem head-on or make a swift escape. This ancient mechanism has kept us alive through countless dangers, sharpening our senses and preparing us for immediate action. In the short term, cortisol is incredibly useful, even vital. Think about that sudden jolt of adrenaline and focus you get when you narrowly avoid an accident or have to perform under pressure. That's cortisol doing its job, mobilizing glucose for energy, increasing heart rate, and temporarily shutting down non-essential bodily functions to concentrate resources where they're most needed. It's a finely tuned survival tool, perfect for those acute, fleeting moments of crisis. Our ancestors relied on it to outrun predators or navigate treacherous terrains, and we still tap into its power for quick reactions or intense bursts of effort. However, our modern lives often trigger this alarm system far too frequently, and for reasons that aren't life-threatening, but are consistently demanding. The problem isn't cortisol itself, it's the constant, unyielding flow of it. Our bodies aren't designed to have this stress hormone circulating at high levels, day in and day out. Unlike a brief sprint, modern stress often feels like a marathon without a finish line, and the continuous presence of cortisol begins to wear down our systems. This chronic activation is where the real trouble starts, turning a helpful biological response into a detrimental force. When cortisol becomes a permanent resident in our bloodstream, its beneficial effects start to reverse, leading to a cascade of negative outcomes. Instead of sharpening focus, prolonged cortisol can impair cognitive function, making it harder to concentrate, remember details, or make sound decisions. It can disrupt sleep patterns, leaving us feeling perpetually tired and irritable, even after a full night's rest. Physically, chronic cortisol exposure can suppress the immune system, making us more susceptible to illness, and contribute to inflammation throughout the body. The very system designed to protect us begins to undermine our well-being. In the workplace, the reign of cortisol is particularly insidious, often transforming vibrant teams into anxious, self-protective units. Constant pressure to meet unrealistic KPIs, fear of layoffs, toxic management styles, or a culture of blame all act as perpetual triggers for this stress hormone. Employees aren't facing saber-toothed tigers, but the biological response is remarkably similar. Their bodies react as if in constant danger, diverting energy away from creative thinking and collaboration towards self-preservation. This creates an environment where people are always looking over their shoulders rather than towards the shared horizon. Consider the daily grind in a cortisol factory, a term we use to describe organizations where stress is the default setting. Here, every email can feel like a potential threat, every meeting a performance review, and every interaction a chance to be judged. The constant low hum of anxiety keeps everyone on edge, making genuine connection and open communication nearly impossible. People become guarded, reluctant to share ideas that might be criticized, or to admit mistakes that could lead to punishment. They expend immense energy not on productive work, but on navigating the internal political landscape and protecting their own fragile positions. This pervasive atmosphere of fear and stress systematically erodes the very foundations of trust. When individuals are locked in a cortisol-driven survival mode, their capacity for empathy, generosity, and collaboration significantly diminishes. They instinctively prioritize their own safety and self-interest, viewing colleagues as potential competitors rather than allies. The natural inclination to help others, to share knowledge, or to take calculated risks for the greater good fades away. Instead, energy is consumed by internal battles and anxieties, leaving little room for the kind of innovative thinking and collective effort that truly drives success. The sustained release of cortisol also directly impacts our ability to access the feel-good hormones like oxytocin and serotonin, which are crucial for building trust and fostering positive relationships. It's a chemical seesaw. When cortisol levels are high, oxytocin and serotonin struggle to gain a foothold. This means that even if a leader attempts to create a positive environment, the underlying biological stress response can actively work against those efforts. It's like trying to grow delicate flowers in a chemical spill. The environment simply isn't conducive to their flourishing. Organizations operating under the constant shadow of cortisol are not just less pleasant places to work, they are fundamentally less effective and less resilient. Innovation stagnates because no one feels safe enough to experiment or challenge the status quo. Morale plummets as burnout becomes widespread, leading to high turnover and disengagement. The collective intelligence of the team remains untapped because individuals are too busy protecting themselves to contribute their best. This isn't just a soft skill problem, it's a biological barrier to peak performance. Understanding the pervasive influence of cortisol is the crucial first step toward dismantling these cortisol factories and rebuilding workplaces on a foundation of trust. It means recognizing that the feeling of stress isn't just in our heads. It's a tangible chemical reaction with profound effects on our bodies and our collective behavior. By acknowledging cortisol's reign, we can begin to identify the specific stressors within our organizations that trigger this detrimental response. Only then can we intentionally shift our environments to foster a different kind of chemistry, one that promotes safety, connection, and true success. Identifying organizational stressors. After understanding how cortisol, our body's emergency alert system, works to protect us from immediate threats, it's time to shine a light on the less obvious but equally damaging triggers within our workplaces. Many organizations, despite their best intentions, have become unwitting cortisol factories, constantly churning out this stress hormone in their employees. These aren't always dramatic, obvious crises. Often they are subtle, everyday pressures that, when combined, create a relentless internal alarm. Think about it. Our bodies are wired for survival, But in a modern office, survival often means navigating a maze of abstract demands. We need to learn how to spot these hidden dangers, the ones that keep our teams on edge and prevent true success. Identifying these stressors is the crucial first step toward dismantling the cortisol factories and building something better. One of the most insidious stressors is a persistent lack of clarity, leaving employees feeling lost in a fog. Imagine being told to drive to a destination without a map or even a clear address. That's how many people feel at work every day. Goals shift constantly, priorities are vague, and the why behind tasks remains a mystery. This constant state of uncertainty forces the brain into overdrive, trying to predict and prepare for unknown challenges, which is a classic cortisol trigger. When people don't know what's expected or where the company is headed, their energy drains away, replaced by a low-level hum of anxiety. This isn't just inefficient, it's biologically exhausting, turning every workday into a stressful guessing game. Then there's the shadow of micromanagement, a powerful stressor that chokes autonomy and crushes morale. When leaders hover, scrutinizing every tiny detail and dictating every move, it sends a clear message: I don't trust you. This constant oversight strips away an individual's sense of control and competence, making them feel like a mere cog in a machine rather than a valuable contributor. It's like having someone breathe down your neck during a test, making it impossible to focus and perform your best. The brain interprets this lack of control and perceived incompetence as a threat, triggering a fresh wave of cortisol. Employees become less engaged, more fearful of making mistakes, and ultimately less productive. The relentless drumbeat of excessive workloads and unrealistic deadlines is another major culprit, a hallmark of the dreaded hustle culture. We're often pushed to do more with less, celebrated for burning the midnight oil, and sacrificing personal well-being for the sake of the company. This constant pressure to perform at an unsustainable pace, day in and day out, keeps the body in a perpetual state of fight or flight. There's no time for recovery, no chance for the nervous system to calm down and reset. Over time, this chronic overexertion leads to burnout, exhaustion, and a deep sense of cynicism, all while flooding the system with cortisol, eroding both physical and mental health. Poor communication acts like a silent toxin, slowly poisoning the organizational atmosphere. When information is hoarded, distorted, or simply non-existent, rumors flourish, misunderstandings multiply, and trust erodes. Employees are left to fill in the blanks, often imagining the worst-case scenarios, which naturally ramps up their stress levels. It creates a feeling of being out of the loop, undervalued, and even suspicious of leadership's motives. Clear, open, and honest communication, on the other hand, is like a soothing balm, reducing uncertainty and fostering a sense of psychological safety. Without it, the workplace becomes a breeding ground for anxiety, where every unanswered email or vague announcement becomes a potential threat. A lack of recognition and appreciation also deals a significant blow to employee well-being, making people feel invisible and undervalued. Humans are wired to seek validation and a sense of belonging. When their hard work goes unnoticed or unpraised, it can feel incredibly demotivating. It's like pouring all your effort into building something beautiful, only for no one to ever see or acknowledge it. This absence of positive feedback can lead to feelings of resentment, apathy, and a decline in self-worth, all of which contribute to chronic stress. When people feel their contributions don't matter, they stop putting in their best effort, and their bodies respond by releasing cortisol, signaling a threat to their value and place within the tribe. Unfairness and favoritism are like corrosive acids, eating away at the very foundations of trust and equity within an organization. When employees witness preferential treatment, arbitrary decisions, or a clear lack of meritocracy, it triggers a primal sense of injustice. The brain is wired to detect fairness, and when it perceives an imbalance, it immediately signals danger. This perception of unfairness breeds resentment, fuels gossip, and fosters a deep sense of anger and helplessness. It creates an environment where people feel like they can't win, no matter how hard they try, leading to a constant state of vigilance and elevated cortisol levels. Such an environment quickly becomes a cortisol factory, where cynicism thrives. Toxic interpersonal dynamics, including bullying, passive aggression, or constant backbiting are perhaps the most direct routes to a cortisol-soaked workplace. When colleagues are constantly at odds, or when a few individuals create a hostile environment, the office transforms into a psychological battlefield. People spend an enormous amount of energy on self-protection, navigating social minefields rather than focusing on their work. The fear of confrontation, the anxiety of being targeted, or the exhaustion of mediating conflicts keeps the nervous system on high alert. This chronic social stress directly triggers the release of cortisol, making every interaction a potential source of anxiety and dread. It's impossible to feel safe when your own team members are the source of threat. The looming specter of job insecurity, whether from constant layoffs, restructurings, or economic downturns, creates a pervasive sense of anxiety that blankets an entire organization. When employees constantly fear for their livelihoods, their brains are in a perpetual state of threat assessment, trying to anticipate the next shoe to drop. This uncertainty about the future is a powerful and sustained stressor, draining mental resources and making it difficult to focus on anything else. It strips away the feeling of stability and belonging, replacing it with a gnawing worry about personal survival. The constant low hum of this fear ensures a steady, unhealthy drip of cortisol throughout the workforce, undermining any sense of loyalty or commitment. A pervasive lack of control over one's work or environment is another significant stressor that can lead to feelings of helplessness and frustration. When employees have no say in how their tasks are performed, when decisions are made without their input, or when they feel powerless to change problematic situations, it erodes their sense of agency. This feeling of being trapped or having no influence over their circumstances directly triggers the stress response. The human brain craves a sense of control, even a small one, to feel secure. When that control is absent, cortisol surges, signaling that the individual is vulnerable and at the mercy of external forces, leading to disengagement and emotional exhaustion. Ultimately, all these organizational stressors, the lack of clarity, micromanagement, overwhelming workloads, poor communication, unacknowledged efforts, unfair practices, toxic relationships, and job insecurity, converge to create the very cortisol factories we discussed. They are the systemic issues that keep employees trapped in a perpetual state of low-grade threat, constantly activating their stress responses. This isn't about individual weakness or a lack of resilience. It's about environments that are fundamentally hostile to human well-being and peak performance. When people are constantly looking over their shoulders, trying to protect themselves from internal threats, their energy is diverted from innovation and collaboration. These are not just soft HR issues. They are biological realities with tangible costs. Each of these stressors, when present, actively works against the creation of a circle of safety, the very environment where oxytocin and serotonin can flourish, leading to trust and high performance. When the organization inadvertently becomes a source of threat, it triggers the primal survival instincts that make cooperation and creativity almost impossible. Employees become isolated, focused on self-preservation, and deeply suspicious of management's intentions. The cost of ignoring these stressors isn't just a dip in morale, it's a direct hit to the company's biological engine for success. By identifying these organizational stressors, we begin to see the true landscape of our workplaces, not just the spreadsheets and KPIs. We start to understand why teams might be struggling, why innovation stalls, and why employee turnover becomes a revolving door. It's not always about individual failings, but about the environment we've collectively, often and unintentionally created. This awareness is the first crucial step towards transforming these cortisol factories into thriving ecosystems where trust is the currency and people feel safe enough to commit their full selves to the shared mission. Recognizing the problem is the only way to genuinely begin to fix it. Once we acknowledge these pervasive sources of stress, the next logical question arises: what are the actual, measurable consequences of living and working in such cortisol-rich environments? It's not just about feeling a bit stressed. The chronic activation of our body's emergency system has profound and far-reaching effects on individuals and the entire organization. We must delve deeper into the tangible price we pay for perpetuating these conditions. exploring how chronic stress doesn't just make us uncomfortable, but actively stifles innovation and crushes the very spirit of a team. The implications are far more severe than most leaders realize, impacting everything from creativity to the very desire to contribute. The cost of chronic stress, innovation, and morale. We've spent time uncovering the shadowy figures of organizational stressors, those invisible pressures that gnaw at our peace of mind. Now, it's time to pull back the curtain and truly understand the devastating consequences of letting cortisol run wild in your corporate ecosystem. This isn't just about a few grumpy employees or a bad week. We're talking about a systemic drain on your most precious resources, human ingenuity, and the very spirit of your team. Chronic stress doesn't just make people feel bad. It actively dismantles the biological machinery required for success, turning thriving workplaces into barren landscapes of apathy. It's a silent, insidious enemy, eroding the foundations of what makes any organization truly great. This constant state of alarm has a direct, measurable impact on the lifeblood of progress. Imagine your brain is a high-performance sports car, designed for speed, agility, and precise maneuvers. When chronic stress kicks in, it's like someone's constantly slamming on the brakes while simultaneously flooring the gas pedal. Your body is flooded with cortisol, triggering that ancient fight-or-flight response, even when the only danger is an overflowing inbox or a looming deadline. This survival mode hijacks your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex thought, problem-solving, and creative leaps. Suddenly, thinking outside the box becomes an impossible task when your brain is convinced a saber-toothed tiger is lurking behind the water cooler. It's a biological imperative to focus on immediate threats, not future innovations. This biological shift has a direct and chilling effect on innovation. Creativity thrives in spaces of psychological safety, where minds feel free to wander, connect disparate ideas, and take calculated risks without fear of immediate judgment or failure. A stressed brain, however, is a fearful brain. It clings to the familiar, the safe, and the proven, because venturing into the unknown feels like a perilous gamble. Why would anyone risk a bold, new idea if the potential fallout adds another layer of stress to an already overwhelming workload? The very act of brainstorming, which should be a joyous exploration, becomes another chore to endure, leaving groundbreaking solutions undiscovered. Think about the last time you felt truly overwhelmed. Did you feel like proposing a radical new strategy or challenging an existing process? Probably not. Instead, you likely defaulted to the path of least resistance, focused solely on getting through the day. This is the widespread reality in a cortisol factory. Employees become risk-averse automatons, diligently following established procedures, even if those procedures are outdated or inefficient. The innovative spirit, the spark that ignites progress, is extinguished not by lack of talent, but by the relentless drip of stress hormone. Companies then wonder why they're not innovating, failing to see the biological barrier they've unwittingly constructed. The irony is profound. Many organizations demand innovation, while simultaneously fostering environments that make it biologically impossible. They invest in innovation labs and design sprints, yet fail to address the underlying stress that prevents employees from genuinely engaging with these initiatives. It's like buying a fancy new engine for a car that has no fuel. The potential is there, but the conditions for it to function are entirely absent. This constant pressure to perform under duress doesn't breed brilliance, it breeds compliance and exhaustion, leaving a vast reservoir of untapped potential just sitting idle. Beyond the chilling effect on innovation, chronic stress also acts as a corrosive agent on team morale. Happy, engaged employees are the lifeblood of any successful enterprise, but sustained stress systematically drains that vitality. What begins as minor irritation can quickly escalate into widespread apathy, where individuals feel disconnected from their work, their colleagues, and the organization's mission. The joy of collaboration fades, replaced by a sense of isolation and a desperate need to protect one's own limited energy reserves. This isn't just about a bad mood. It's a fundamental breakdown of the emotional bonds that hold teams together. When morale plummets, so does commitment. Employees start to view their job as merely a transaction, trading time for a paycheck, rather than a meaningful contribution. They stop going the extra mile, stop advocating for the company, and start counting down the minutes until quitting time. This disengagement manifests as increased absenteeism, higher turnover rates, and a palpable lack of enthusiasm in daily interactions. The vibrant energy that once propelled the team forward is replaced by a heavy, palpable inertia, making every task feel like an uphill battle. It creates a domino effect, where one stressed person can quickly spread their weariness throughout the entire group. The impact on inter-team dynamics is equally devastating. When individuals are under immense personal stress, their capacity for empathy and patience shrinks dramatically. Minor disagreements can quickly escalate into full-blown conflicts, as everyone operates with a shorter fuse and less emotional resilience. Collaboration, which requires open communication and mutual support, becomes strained and difficult. Instead of pulling together, team members might unconsciously retreat into self-preservation mode, seeing colleagues as competitors for limited resources or even as additional sources of stress. This breakdown in social cohesion is a direct consequence of a cortisol-rich environment. Leadership often misinterprets these symptoms, viewing declining morale as a character flaw or a lack of dedication among staff, rather than a biological response to an unsustainable environment. They might double down on performance metrics or introduce team building, exercises that feel forced and inauthentic, further alienating their stressed workforce. What they fail to realize is that the very fabric of trust, the biological glue that binds a team, is being dissolved by the constant pressure. Employees stop trusting that their leaders have their best interests at heart, seeing them instead as architects of their daily anxieties. Ultimately, the cost of chronic stress isn't just measured in lost innovation or plummeting morale. It's measured in the erosion of human potential and the destruction of the very trust that defines a high-performing team. When people are constantly looking over their shoulders, bracing for the next wave of pressure, they cannot possibly look towards the horizon with vision and hope. This isn't a soft problem that can be ignored. It's a fundamental biological crisis that impacts every single aspect of an organization's health and its long-term viable. ED. Addressing it isn't a luxury. It's an absolute necessity for survival and growth. Leadership as an unintentional cortisol dealer. It's a tough pill to swallow, but many leaders with the best intentions often become unwitting purveyors of cortisol in their workplaces. They aren't trying to make anyone miserable. In fact, they usually believe they are driving performance or upholding standards. Yet, the very methods they employ, often learned from outdated management playbooks or inherited from previous bosses, inadvertently flood their team members' systems with the very stress hormone we've been discussing. This isn't about malice. It's about a lack of awareness regarding the profound biological impact of leadership choices. Understanding this crucial link is the first step toward building a healthier, more productive environment for everyone involved. One of the most common ways leaders unknowingly pump up cortisol levels is through a lack of clarity. When goals are vague, expectations are shifting targets, or roles aren't clearly defined, people naturally feel a deep sense of unease. Their brains, designed for survival, interpret this uncertainty as a potential threat, triggering a low-grade but constant stress response. Imagine trying to navigate a dense fog without a map. Every step feels precarious, and the constant vigilance required is exhausting. This mental strain isn't just frustrating. It's a biological signal that danger might be lurking, keeping the body in a perpetual state of alert. Micromanagement is another classic cortisol trigger, often disguised as attention to detail or ensuring quality. When a leader hovers over every task, questioning every decision, or demanding excessive updates, they send a clear, albeit unspoken message: I don't trust you. This erodes autonomy and makes employees feel like incapable children rather than competent adults. The constant feeling of being watched and judged activates the sympathetic nervous system, releasing a steady drip of cortisol, which makes it nearly impossible for individuals to relax, focus, or innovate freely. Then there's the relentless pursuit of more, faster, better, without adequate resources or realistic timelines. The hustle culture. We've all become so familiar with pushes teams to their breaking point, setting unrealistic deadlines and celebrating burnout as a badge of honor. Leaders who champion this approach, even if they're just echoing corporate mandates, effectively become distributors of chronic stress. Their teams live under the constant pressure of impending failure, feeling perpetually behind, which keeps cortisol levels elevated and mental exhaustion just around the corner, stifling any genuine creativity or joy in the work. A lack of recognition or meaningful feedback can also turn a leader into an accidental cortisol dealer. Humans have a deep-seated need to feel valued and seen. It's part of our social wiring. When efforts go unnoticed or mistakes are highlighted without any acknowledgement of successes, people start to feel invisible or inadequate. This emotional neglect can be just as stressful as direct criticism, leading to feelings of insecurity and a constant worry about their standing within the tribe. The brain interprets this lack of affirmation as a sign of low social status, a primal threat to well-being. Inconsistent communication or a lack of transparency creates a breeding ground for anxiety. When information is hoarded, shared selectively, or constantly changing without clear explanations, rumors fill the void, and trust quickly erodes. Employees spend valuable mental energy trying to read between the lines or anticipate the next unexpected announcement. This constant state of vigilance, trying to decipher hidden meanings or prepare for unforeseen shifts, keeps the stress response active. It's like walking on thin ice, never quite sure when it will crack, making genuine focus on work tasks nearly impossible. F. Favoritism or perceived unfairness acts like a corrosive agent, dissolving the psychological safety of a team and spiking cortisol. When some individuals seem to receive special treatment, easier assignments, or quicker promotions without clear merit, it sends a powerful message that the playing field isn't level. This can breed resentment, distrust, and a sense of betrayal among those who feel overlooked or unfairly judged. The emotional turmoil and injustice experienced trigger a significant stress response, as the brain perceives a threat to its sense of fairness and belonging within the group. Leaders who ignore employee input or dismiss concerns inadvertently signal that their team members are not valued contributors. When suggestions are consistently shot down or genuine issues raised by staff are brushed aside, it strips individuals of their sense of agency and importance. Feeling unheard and powerless is a profoundly disheartening experience, leading to feelings of frustration and disengagement. This lack of influence over one's work environment can activate the stress response, as the individual feels a loss of control, a fundamental human need that, when unmet, causes distress. Promoting a fear-based motivation strategy is perhaps the most direct route to becoming a cortisol dealer. This approach relies on threats, warnings, or the constant implication that jobs are precarious, rather than inspiring through vision and support. While fear might elicit short-term compliance, it comes at a tremendous cost to long-term engagement and well-being. People operating under the shadow of fear are not thinking creatively. They are simply trying to survive, with their bodies constantly flooded with cortisol. This environment crushes innovation and fosters a culture of self-preservation over collaboration. The always-on culture, where leaders expect immediate responses outside of working hours, blurs the lines between professional and personal life, becoming another significant source of stress. When there's no clear boundary, the mind never truly switches off, and the body remains in a state of readiness, anticipating the next email or message. This constant state of alert prevents genuine rest and recovery, leading to chronic fatigue and elevated cortisol levels. Leaders who model or encourage this behavior, even subtly, contribute to an environment where their team members are perpetually exhausted and stressed. A lack of autonomy, where employees have little to no say in how they approach their tasks or manage their time, strips away a crucial element of job satisfaction and personal well-being. When every step is dictated and there's no room for individual judgment or problem-solving, work can feel like drudgery rather than an opportunity for growth. This feeling of being a cog in a machine rather than an active participant can be incredibly demotivating and stressful. The brain craves a sense of control, and its absence can trigger a stress response as it struggles to adapt to a perceived lack of agency. Poor conflict resolution skills in leadership can also unintentionally spread cortisol throughout a team. When disagreements or interpersonal tensions are ignored, mishandled, or allowed to fester, the entire team feels the ripple effect. An unresolved conflict creates an undercurrent of discomfort and anxiety, making people wary and less willing to collaborate openly. Leaders who shy away from difficult conversations or fail to mediate fairly allow stress to build up, turning the workplace into a volatile environment where everyone is on edge, anticipating the next flare-up, keeping cortisol levels high. Even a leader's own stress can be contagious, making them an unintentional cortisol dealer. If a leader is constantly overwhelmed, irritable, or visibly stressed, their team members will pick up on those cues. Humans are wired to empathize and mirror the emotions of those around them, especially authority figures. This phenomenon, known as emotional contagion, means that a stressed leader can inadvertently transmit their anxiety to their team, creating a domino effect of heightened stress throughout the organization. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the leader's stress begets more stress. Ultimately, these leadership behaviors, often unintentional and sometimes even well-meaning, create what we call cortisol factories within organizations. They establish environments where the biological imperative for self-protection overrides the capacity for collaboration, creativity, and trust. The continuous release of cortisol, triggered by these everyday workplace stressors, doesn't just make people unhappy. It actively undermines their health, their performance, and the very foundation of a thriving team. Recognizing these patterns is the vital first step toward dismantling these factories and building something far more resilient and human. The good news is that recognizing these patterns is the first, most critical step toward change. It's not about blaming leaders, but about empowering them with the knowledge of how their actions, both big and small, impact the biological and psychological well-being of their teams. Once a leader understands how their approach can inadvertently deal cortisol, they can begin to consciously shift toward behaviors that foster safety, trust, and the release of those positive neurochemicals we'll explore. This awareness transforms leadership from an accidental stressor into a deliberate catalyst for success. Oxytocin, the hormone of bonding and trust. Imagine a tiny chemical in your brain that acts like a superglue, bonding people together and making them feel safe with one another. This remarkable substance is called oxytocin, and it's often nicknamed the love hormone or cuddle chemical for good reason. While it plays a crucial role in childbirth and parent-child bonding, its influence stretches far beyond romantic or familial connections. Oxytocin is a powerful player in building trust and fostering collaboration, making it incredibly relevant to how teams succeed or fail in the workplace. Understanding this hormone is key to unlocking a deeper level of human connection and effectiveness. Humans are fundamentally social creatures. We thrive on connection and belonging. From the earliest days of our ancestors gathering in tribes, survival depended on our ability to cooperate and trust those around us. Oxytocin is the biological mechanism that facilitated this essential human trait, helping us form strong social bonds that extend from close friendships to larger community groups. It's not just a warm, fuzzy feeling. It's a deeply ingrained biological drive that shapes our interactions and our sense of security within any group. Think of oxytocin as a chemical messenger, a tiny signal that travels through your brain and body, influencing how you perceive and interact with others. When this neurochemical is released, it helps to quiet the parts of your brain associated with fear and anxiety. Instead, it promotes feelings of calmness, contentment, and a willingness to connect. This biological shift is incredibly important because it allows us to drop our guard, making us more open to positive social engagement rather than constantly being on high alert. One of oxytocin's most powerful effects is its ability to boost empathy, which is our capacity to understand and share the feelings of another person. When your oxytocin levels are healthy, you're more likely to read social cues accurately and genuinely care about what others are experiencing. This heightened empathy is absolutely vital for effective teamwork, as it helps team members anticipate needs, offer support, and resolve conflicts with a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives. Without empathy, true collaboration becomes incredibly difficult, if not impossible. Beyond just understanding, oxytocin actively encourages cooperation and generosity. It makes us more inclined to trust, even when dealing with people we don't know intimately. This means that in environments rich with oxytocin, individuals are more willing to take risks, share resources, and work together toward a common goal without fear of being exploited. It builds bridges between people, tearing down the invisible walls that often exist when trust is low and self-preservation is the primary driver. This is where the concept of the circle of safety truly comes into play. Oxytocin is the chemical bedrock of this protective circle, the invisible force that binds a team together and makes them feel safe enough to be vulnerable. When team members feel secure within this circle, they stop wasting energy on internal politics or self-protection. Instead, their focus shifts outward, allowing them to channel all their energy into overcoming external challenges and achieving shared objectives. In workplaces that foster oxytocin, the constant undercurrent of fear and anxiety, often produced by cortisol, begins to subside. People aren't worried about making mistakes, being judged, or facing unfair consequences for trying something new. This reduction in stress means that creative thinking can flourish, problem solving becomes more innovative, and employees feel empowered to contribute their best ideas without holding back. It transforms a cortisol factory into a place of psychological safety and growth. The impact of oxytocin isn't limited to individual feelings. It profoundly shapes the entire group dynamic. Shared experiences that release oxytocin, like celebrating team successes, offering genuine support during tough times, or engaging in meaningful collaborative projects, strengthen the collective bond. These moments create a powerful sense of belonging and mutual commitment, making the team feel less like a collection of individuals and more like a cohesive unit with a shared destiny. Leaders play a critical role in cultivating environments that naturally encourage oxytocin release. Simple acts of appreciation, genuine concern for employee well-being, and transparent communication can work wonders. It's not about trying to manipulate emotions, but rather about creating an authentic culture where people feel seen, heard, and valued. When leaders model these behaviors, they set a powerful example that ripples throughout the entire organization, encouraging similar interactions. Think about the seemingly small gestures that make a big difference. A leader taking the time to listen, a manager recognizing effort publicly, or team members celebrating each other's achievements. These aren't just nice things to do, they are potent triggers for oxytocin production. These moments build social capital and reinforce the idea that everyone is part of a supportive community, fostering deeper trust and loyalty among colleagues. This understanding shifts our perspective on trust from a soft skill to a biological necessity, a foundational element for any thriving enterprise. Teams rich in oxytocin-driven trust are not just happier, they are demonstrably more resilient, innovative, and productive. They are more willing to take calculated risks, learn from failures, and push boundaries because they know their teammates have their back. Trust, therefore, becomes a powerful strategic advantage. Many organizations get caught up in the relentless pursuit of key performance indicators, KPIs, and the demanding hustle culture, often overlooking the human element. This approach frequently creates cortisol factories, where stress and competition are king. However, by focusing on the underlying chemistry of human connection, we can build workplaces where trust, fueled by oxytocin, becomes the primary metric, leading to more sustainable and meaningful success. Conversely, when a team environment lacks the conditions for oxytocin release, the consequences can be detrimental. Suspicion, isolation, and a breakdown in communication become commonplace. People might hoard information, avoid collaboration, and prioritize individual gain over team success. This deficiency creates a fragmented, fearful workplace where energy is diverted to self-protection instead of collective achievement, ultimately stifling innovation and growth. Moreover, oxytocin is deeply connected to a shared sense of purpose. When team members feel they are contributing to something larger than themselves and their efforts are genuinely valued, it triggers a powerful release of this bonding hormone. This collective commitment to a meaningful mission strengthens social ties, making individuals feel an integral part of a larger, impactful endeavor. It transforms work from a mere task into a shared journey. The beauty of trust, once cultivated through oxytocin-rich interactions, is its powerful ripple effect. A single team operating within a strong circle of safety can inspire others, demonstrating the tangible benefits of collaboration and psychological security. This positive cultural shift can spread throughout an entire organization, creating a self-reinforcing cycle where trust begets more trust, leading to widespread loyalty and commitment. Ultimately, building a successful workplace isn't just about strategies and spreadsheets. It's about understanding and leveraging our fundamental human chemistry. Leaders who grasp the profound impact of oxytocin and actively cultivate environments that foster its release hold the key to truly unlocking their team's full potential. By prioritizing trust and connection, they create not just high-performing teams, but truly unstoppable forces of nature. Serotonin, the foundation of well-being and stability. While oxytocin binds us together through connection and trust, another vital player works quietly behind the scenes, ensuring our individual well-being and emotional balance: serotonin. Think of serotonin as the steady hum beneath the surface, the chemical that keeps our mood even, our thoughts clear, and our spirits generally uplifted. It's not about the rush of a reward or the warmth of a hug, but rather the quiet confidence that everything is generally okay. Without enough serotonin, our emotional foundation can feel shaky, making us more prone to anxiety and less resilient in the face of daily stressors. This crucial neurochemical helps regulate our sleep, appetite, and most importantly, for our discussion, our mood. It's truly the backbone of our emotional stability, allowing us to navigate the world with a sense of calm and perspective. Imagine trying to build a complex structure on shifting sands. That's what it feels like to operate a team when its members lack a strong serotonin foundation. When individual team members feel stable and content, they bring that positive energy into every interaction. They are less likely to snap at colleagues, less prone to dramatic mood swings, and generally more pleasant to be around. This internal sense of peace translates directly into a more harmonious and productive external environment. A team where everyone feels a baseline level of well-being is a team that can actually focus on its goals rather than getting bogged down by internal friction. This steady state allows for a much more reliable and predictable flow of work and communication. Consider the opposite scenario, a workplace where people are constantly stressed, irritable, and on edge, what we've called a cortisol factory. In such environments, serotonin levels often plummet, leaving individuals feeling anxious, overwhelmed, and defensive. When you're constantly fighting an internal battle against your own stress hormones, it's impossible to fully engage with your team or trust those around you. Your energy is diverted to self-preservation, not collaboration. This creates a vicious cycle where low serotonin fuels fear, and fear further depletes serotonin, trapping everyone in a state of unease. Breaking this cycle requires a conscious effort to rebuild the conditions that foster serotonin production. A healthy supply of serotonin is like having a strong emotional immune system. It helps us bounce back from setbacks and minor frustrations without spiraling into negativity. When a project hits a snag or a deadline looms large, those with stable serotonin levels can approach the challenge with a problem-solving mindset rather than panic. They see difficulties as temporary hurdles, not insurmountable walls. This resilience is absolutely critical for any team aiming for long-term success. It means fewer meltdowns, less gossip, and more collective energy directed towards finding solutions. The ability to recover quickly from minor bumps is a superpower in any demanding environment. Furthermore, serotonin plays a huge role in how we make decisions and interact with others. When our serotonin levels are balanced, we tend to be more patient, thoughtful, and less impulsive. We're better able to consider different perspectives and react calmly to unexpected information. This clarity of mind is a significant asset in team dynamics, where clear communication and rational decision-making are paramount. Imagine a meeting where everyone is calm and receptive, rather than reactive and defensive. That's the power of a serotonin-rich environment. It fosters an atmosphere where ideas can be freely exchanged without fear of an overly emotional backlash. This internal stability directly underpins the external trust we've been discussing. How can you truly trust someone whose odds swing wildly or who seems perpetually on edge? A person with stable serotonin levels projects reliability and consistency, making them a more dependable colleague and leader. Their actions are predictable, their reactions measured, and their presence calming. This predictability builds confidence among team members, reinforcing the circle of safety. When you know you can count on someone to be emotionally steady, you're far more likely to open up, share ideas, and take risks together. It's a quiet, yet powerful ingredient in the recipe for team cohesion. Leaders play a surprisingly significant role in either supporting or undermining their team's serotonin levels. Environments that promote fairness, transparency, and a sense of belonging naturally foster greater individual well-being and, by extension, serotonin production. Conversely, workplaces characterized by favoritism, unclear expectations, or constant criticism can be huge serotonin drains. When people feel seen, valued, and treated justly, their internal sense of security grows, allowing serotonin to flourish. It's not just about what leaders say, but the overall atmosphere they cultivate through their actions and policies. So, how can we encourage this vital neurochemical within ourselves and our teams? While a full exploration comes later, some simple practices can make a big difference. Exposure to natural light, regular physical activity, and a balanced diet are all known to support serotonin production. For teams, this translates into fostering a culture that encourages breaks, outdoor activities, and healthy eating choices. Small adjustments to daily routines can have a profound impact on individual and collective well-being. These aren't just nice-to-haves. They are fundamental building blocks for a resilient and focused team. Beyond individual habits, the workplace itself can either be a serotonin booster or a drain. When team members feel a genuine sense of purpose, when their contributions are recognized, and when they feel a sense of control over their work, serotonin levels tend to rise. Conversely, micromanagement, a lack of recognition, and arbitrary changes can quickly deplete this precious resource. Leaders who empower their teams, provide clear goals, and offer constructive feedback create an environment where everyone feels more secure and valued. This sense of psychological safety directly contributes to a stable and content workforce. Serotonin acts as a crucial buffer against the countless small stresses and daily irritations that can chip away at team morale. It helps prevent minor disagreements from escalating into major conflicts and keeps individual anxieties from infecting the entire group. This chemical literally gives us the capacity to let things go and maintain perspective, rather than getting caught up in every minor drama. A team with a strong collective serotonin foundation is far more likely to weather storms together and emerge stronger, rather than collapsing under pressure. It's the unsung hero that keeps the peace and maintains the equilibrium. Ultimately, the goal isn't just fleeting happiness, but sustained well-being and stability, the kind that allows individuals and teams to perform at their best consistently. Serotonin doesn't provide the thrilling highs of dopamine, nor the intense bonding of oxytocin, but it provides the essential bedrock upon which both can safely exist. It's the quiet strength that allows us to show up consistently, engage meaningfully, and contribute reliably over the long haul. Without this steadying force, even the most brilliant teams can crumble under the weight of internal stress and instability. It truly is the unsung hero of sustained success. Therefore, as we move beyond the superficial metrics of hustle culture, we must recognize serotonin for its fundamental role. It's not just about feeling good. It's about creating the biological conditions for focused, resilient, and collaborative work. Understanding how to foster serotonin within ourselves and our teams is not a soft skill, but a strategic imperative for any organization aiming for genuine, lasting success. This recognition shifts our focus from simply demanding performance to nurturing the very chemistry that makes high performance possible. It prepares us to explore practical ways to cultivate these crucial neurochemicals in our daily work lives, cultivating an environment rich in positive neurochemicals. Moving beyond simply understanding oxytocin and serotonin, the real challenge lies in actively shaping our workplaces to foster these beneficial neurochemicals. It is not enough to just know what makes us feel good. We must intentionally design environments that encourage their natural release, transforming our teams from stressed out individuals into a connected, high performing unit. Think of it as becoming a sort of neurochemical architect, where every decision, every policy, and every interaction is weighed for its biological impact on your staff. This isn't some abstract management theory. It's about tapping into the very core of what makes humans thrive when they feel safe and valued. We're talking about a deliberate shift from accidental cortisol factories to intentional oxytocin oases, where trust is the ultimate currency. The goal is to make positive chemistry the default, not the exception, in every corner of your organization. The first crucial step in cultivating such a rich environment is to dismantle the fear that often permeates traditional workplaces, effectively shutting down the cortisol factory that drains energy and trust. When people constantly worry about making mistakes, being judged, or facing unfair repercussions, their brains flood with cortisol, the stress hormone, which makes collaboration and creative thinking nearly impossible. This constant state of alert diverts mental resources from productive work towards self-preservation, causing staff to look over their shoulders instead of towards shared goals. Leaders must consciously work to create psychological safety, making it clear that errors are learning opportunities and that honest feedback is welcomed, not punished. Only when this baseline of safety is established can the brain relax enough to begin producing the more cooperative and positive neurochemicals. Building this foundation of psychological safety requires more than just words. It demands consistent, transparent actions from leadership. It means admitting when you've made a mistake, showing vulnerability, and actively seeking input from all levels of the team, not just the loudest voices. Leaders who demonstrate humility and a willingness to learn from everyone signal that the environment is safe for others to do the same, fostering an open dialogue where ideas can flourish without fear of ridicule. This approach helps to lower the collective stress response, allowing people to feel seen, heard, and respected for their contributions, rather than just their output. When fear is replaced by a sense of security, the stage is set for genuine connection and growth to take root. Once the fear is dialed down, we can actively invite oxytocin into the workplace, leveraging its power as the hormone of bonding and social connection. Oxytocin is released through acts of service, mutual support, and shared experiences, which naturally draw people closer and build stronger relationships. Imagine a team where colleagues genuinely look out for each other, offering help without being asked or celebrating successes as a collective achievement. This isn't just about being nice, it's about creating a biological imperative for cooperation, where individuals feel a deep sense of belonging and responsibility to their peers. Encouraging these selfless acts is key to transforming a group of individuals into a cohesive, unstoppable tribe. To practically encourage oxytocin, leaders can implement small, consistent changes that promote genuine human interaction and collective effort. This might involve structuring projects to require true collaboration rather than parallel work, or creating opportunities for informal social gatherings where people can connect on a personal level. Mentorship programs, peer recognition initiatives, and even simple team-building exercises that focus on shared problem-solving can all be powerful oxytocin boosters. When staff feel a strong sense of camaraderie and mutual dependence, they are far more likely to invest their energy in the team's success, knowing that their efforts are supported and reciprocated. These seemingly soft initiatives are, in fact, hardwired biological necessities for a thriving team. Alongside oxytocin, serotonin plays a crucial role in stabilizing mood, fostering a sense of well-being, and reinforcing feelings of worth and respect within the team. Serotonin levels rise when individuals feel a sense of belonging, purpose, and earned status within their group, not necessarily through hierarchical power, but through genuine contribution and recognition. When people feel valued for who they are and what they bring to the table, their brains produce more serotonin, leading to greater confidence, resilience, and overall contentment. This positive state of mind makes individuals more engaged, less prone to anxiety, and more likely to contribute positively to the collective atmosphere, creating a virtuous cycle of well-being. Leaders can intentionally cultivate serotonin by ensuring that every team member feels their work is meaningful and that their contributions are genuinely recognized and appreciated. This means moving beyond generic praise and offering specific, thoughtful feedback that highlights their impact on the team and the organization. Providing opportunities for autonomy and mastery, where individuals can take ownership of their work and develop new skills, also significantly boosts serotonin. When people feel competent and in control of their professional journey, their sense of self-worth is reinforced, leading to a more stable and positive emotional state. It's about empowering individuals to find purpose and pride in their daily tasks. The most potent way to elevate both oxytocin and serotonin simultaneously is by uniting the team under a compelling, shared purpose that transcends individual tasks and aims. When everyone understands the why behind their work and feels like they are contributing to something larger than themselves, a powerful sense of collective identity and meaning emerges. This shared vision acts as a powerful catalyst, encouraging selfless acts of collaboration, oxytocin, while providing a deep sense of accomplishment and belonging, serotonin. A clear, inspiring purpose transforms routine work into a collective mission, fostering an environment where individuals feel connected to their peers and deeply invested in the group's success. This neurochemical approach stands in stark contrast to the often toxic hustle culture that prioritizes individual metrics and relentless competition, inadvertently creating cortisol factories. Such environments, while sometimes driving short-term results through fear, ultimately deplete positive neurochemicals, leading to burnout, cynicism, and high turnover. When the focus is solely on individual performance measured by numbers, people become isolated, viewing colleagues as rivals rather than allies. This erodes trust and makes it impossible for oxytocin and serotonin to flow freely, leaving teams fragmented and perpetually stressed. True, sustainable success comes not from relentless pressure, but from fostering a biologically harmonious environment. Understanding and applying these neurochemical principles means recognizing that trust isn't merely a soft skill or a nice-to-have. It's a fundamental biological necessity for human flourishing and organizational success. We are, at our core, social creatures whose brains are wired for connection, safety, and belonging. Ignoring these biological realities in the workplace is like trying to run a car without fuel. It simply won't go, or if it does, it will break down quickly. By intentionally designing for positive neurochemistry, leaders are not just improving morale, they are literally engineering a more resilient, innovative, and productive workforce from the inside out. It's about optimizing the human operating system. Consider the tangible difference between a leader who dictates tasks from on high versus one who genuinely listens to concerns and collaborates on solutions. The former might get compliance through fear, cortisol, but the latter builds genuine commitment and loyalty, oxytocin and serotonin. When a leader demonstrates empathy and vulnerability, admitting they don't have all the answers, and inviting collective problem-solving, they activate the brain's reward systems in their team members. This creates a feedback loop of positive neurochemical release, reinforcing trust and making people feel more invested in the shared outcome. It's a subtle but profound shift in how authority is perceived and exercised. The long-term benefits of cultivating such a neurochemically rich environment are profound and far-reaching, extending well beyond immediate productivity gains. Teams operating within a strong circle of safety, bathed in oxytocin and serotonin, exhibit significantly lower turnover rates as people feel deeply connected and valued. They are more innovative, willing to take calculated risks because they trust their colleagues will support them, even if an idea doesn't pan out perfectly. Moreover, these teams demonstrate remarkable resilience in the face of challenges, drawing strength from their collective bonds and a shared sense of purpose. This isn't just about feeling good, it's about building an enduring, adaptable organization. The circle of safety concept, which we've explored, is fundamentally a neurochemical phenomenon, where the absence of internal threats allows the brain to focus its energy outward. When team members feel protected from within the organization, from backstabbing, unfair treatment, or undue stress, their neurochemistry shifts dramatically. This allows them to commit fully to external challenges, dedicating their cognitive and emotional resources to innovation and problem solving. It's a powerful feedback loop. Trust reduces cortisol, which allows oxytocin and serotonin to flow, which in turn strengthens trust, creating an ever-expanding circle of positive engagement and performance. This biological framework makes the circle of safety more than just a metaphor. Ultimately, the leader's role transforms from a traditional commander to a neurochemical architect, someone who understands the profound impact of their actions on their team's internal chemistry. This means being mindful of every interaction, every policy, and every cultural norm, considering how each element either enhances or detracts from the desired neurochemical environment. It's a continuous process of observation, adjustment, and intentional design, always striving to optimize the conditions for trust, collaboration, and well-being. This shift in perspective is what truly distinguishes modern, effective leadership from outdated, fear-based management styles, leading to more human-centric and successful organizations. Even small, consistent actions can lead to significant neurochemical shifts over time, much like a steady drip can eventually fill a bucket. A simple act of genuine appreciation, a moment of shared vulnerability, or a clear explanation of why a task matters can all contribute to the daily dose of oxytocin and serotonin within your team. These aren't grand, expensive initiatives. They are deliberate choices in how we interact and manage, designed to foster connection and reduce stress. It's about building a culture where positive neurochemical release is a natural, very-day occurrence, rather than a rare event tied to a quarterly bonus. Consistency, not intensity, is the key here. By diligently cultivating an environment rich in these positive neurochemicals, oxytocin for bonding and serotonin for well-being, leaders are not just making their employees happier, they are laying the biological bedrock for unwavering loyalty and unstoppable collaboration. This isn't a fluffy HR initiative. It's a strategic imperative rooted in our very biology. When people feel safe, connected, and valued, they don't just work. They commit their hearts and minds, transforming a mere collection of individuals into a powerful, unified force. This is the true chemistry of success, where trust becomes the only metric that genuinely matters, driving performance and fulfillment in equal measure. The biological bedrock of loyalty and collaboration. We've explored the individual superpowers of oxytocin and serotonin, those incredible internal messengers that shape our moods and connections. Think of oxytocin as the social glue, making us feel bonded and trusting, while serotonin provides that steady hum of well-being and confidence. These aren't just fleeting feelings, they are the fundamental building blocks, the very biological bedrock, upon which true loyalty and collaboration are constructed within any group. Without this stable foundation, any team, no matter how talented, will struggle to achieve its full potential, constantly undermined by internal friction and a lack of genuine commitment. Understanding how these chemicals work together isn't just fascinating science. It's the ultimate cheat sheet for unlocking peak team performance. It helps us see why some groups naturally click, while others, despite all efforts, just can't seem to get out of their own way. Imagine a workplace where everyone genuinely feels safe, valued, and connected to their colleagues, not just as coworkers, but as part of a shared tribe. This isn't a utopian fantasy. It's the direct result of a brain bathed in healthy levels of oxytocin. When this hormone is flowing, people naturally extend trust, feel empathy, and are more willing to make sacrifices for the greater good of the team. This isn't forced loyalty. It's an organic, deeply ingrained sense of belonging that makes individuals want to protect and support one another. They stop looking over their shoulders, worried about who might take credit or stab them in the back, and instead turn their gaze outward, ready to tackle challenges together. This sense of collective ownership is incredibly powerful, transforming a group of individuals into a unified force. Oxytocin is the reason you feel a surge of protectiveness for your friends or family, and it plays a remarkably similar role in the workplace, albeit perhaps in a more professional context. When a leader creates an environment where people feel seen and cared for, where their contributions are genuinely appreciated, oxytocin levels rise. This makes team members less likely to abandon ship when things get tough, and more inclined to stay and fight for the shared vision. They become invested not just in their own success, but in the success of every person around them, forming an unbreakable bond. This isn't just about liking your colleagues, it's about a deeper, biological imperative to care for those within your circle of safety. Now layer in the steady influence of serotonin, and you have the perfect recipe for sustained collaboration. Serotonin is our internal thermostat for mood, happiness, and overall stability. When people feel emotionally stable, confident in their roles, and free from excessive anxiety, their brains are primed for productive interaction. A team member with healthy serotonin levels isn't constantly battling self-doubt or insecurity, which often manifests as defensiveness or an inability to listen. Instead, they approach discussions with an open mind, ready to contribute constructively and receive feedback without feeling personally attacked. This emotional equilibrium is absolutely essential for any group dynamic that aims for true teamwork. Think about it. How can you truly collaborate if you're constantly worried about your standing, or if every suggestion feels like a judgment? Serotonin acts as a buffer against these internal anxieties, allowing individuals to show up as their best selves. It fosters a sense of inner peace that translates directly into smoother interpersonal relationships and more effective group problem solving. When people feel good about themselves and their place in the team, they are far more likely to share ideas freely, engage in respectful debate, and work through disagreements without letting egos get in the way. This creates a fertile ground where diverse perspectives can genuinely merge into innovative solutions, rather than clashing. It's the difference between a harmonious orchestra and a cacophony of individual instruments. The magic truly happens when oxytocin and serotonin work in concert, creating a powerful synergy that elevates a team beyond the sum of its parts. Oxytocin builds the initial bridges of trust and empathy, encouraging people to connect on a deeper level. Serotonin then solidifies those connections, providing the emotional resilience and stability needed to sustain collaboration through challenges and setbacks. Together, they create a circle of safety where individuals feel both deeply connected and internally secure, knowing they are part of a stable, supportive unit. This combination transforms a simple collection of individuals into a cohesive, high-functioning organism, capable of incredible feats. This neurochemical dance is what allows a team to operate with a shared sense of purpose and psychological safety. When team members trust each other, thanks oxytocin, and feel stable and confident within themselves, cheers serotonin, they stop expending precious mental energy on self-protection. They aren't constantly scanning for threats, hoarding information, or trying to one-up their colleagues. Instead, all that energy can be redirected outward, focusing on the actual work, solving complex problems, and innovating. This conserved energy becomes a powerful resource, fueling creativity and efficiency that would otherwise be squandered on internal politics and fear. It's a profound shift from a cortisol factory to an oxytocin incubator. Consider the stark contrast with a workplace dominated by cortisol, the stress hormone. In such an environment, fear becomes the primary motivator, driving individuals to protect themselves at all costs. This naturally erodes both loyalty and collaboration. Why would you be loyal to a team that constantly makes you feel anxious and insecure? Why would you collaborate freely when you fear your ideas might be stolen or used against you? The answer is simple. You wouldn't, or at least not authentically. Cortisol factories breed cynicism and isolation, turning potential allies into perceived competitors and ultimately stifling any chance of true collective success. Leaders, therefore, have a biological imperative to cultivate environments rich in these positive neurochemicals. It's not about being soft or nice, it's about being strategically smart and understanding the fundamental drivers of human behavior. Actions like genuinely listening, showing empathy, celebrating small wins, providing clear direction, and fostering a sense of shared purpose all contribute to boosting oxytocin and serotonin. These aren't just good management practices. They are direct chemical interventions that rewire the team's collective brain for success. It means shifting from a mindset of command and control to one of support and protect, recognizing your role as the guardian of the circle of safety. When this biological bedrock is strong, loyalty manifests in tangible ways that go far beyond a simple job description. Team members will I put in extra effort, not because they are forced, but because they feel a deep personal investment in the team's success. They will cover for a colleague who is struggling, offer help without being asked, and openly share knowledge and resources. This isn't about transactional exchanges. It's about a profound sense of mutual responsibility and care that stems directly from those powerful neurochemical connections. They become advocates for the team, both internally and externally, strengthening its reputation and resilience. Collaboration, too, flourishes in this neurochemically optimized environment. Brainstorming sessions become vibrant and productive, with ideas flowing freely without fear of judgment or ridicule. Conflicts, when they inevitably arise, are approached as opportunities for growth and understanding, rather than personal attacks. People feel empowered to speak up, challenge assumptions constructively, and contribute their unique perspectives, knowing their voice is valued. This open exchange of ideas, fueled by a sense of safety and mutual respect, is the engine of innovation and problem-solving, allowing the team to adapt and thrive in an ever-changing world. It's a truly synergistic dynamic. Ultimately, recognizing trust as a biological necessity is the core message here. It's not a soft skill to be layered on top of other metrics. It is the foundational operating system for any high-performing human collective. By understanding and intentionally nurturing the neurochemical environment, leaders can move beyond superficial performance indicators and tap into the deep-seated human need for connection and security. This isn't about manipulating people. It's about aligning leadership practices with our innate biology to create workplaces where people naturally thrive. It's about building a truly sustainable and resilient team from the inside out, leveraging the very chemistry that makes us human. The chemistry of success isn't some abstract concept. It's a living, breathing reality within every individual and every team. When oxytocin and serotonin flow freely, they transform a group of disparate individuals into an unstoppable force, bound by genuine loyalty and propelled by seamless collaboration. This is why the traditional metrics of hustle culture often fall short. They ignore the fundamental biological truths that govern human engagement. We are not machines to be optimized by spreadsheets. We are complex biological beings whose performance is intimately tied to our emotional and social chemistry. Leaders who grasp this fundamental truth will not just manage teams, they will cultivate thriving communities. So as you reflect on your own team or organization, ask yourself, are you inadvertently running a cortisol factory, or are you consciously cultivating an environment rich in oxytocin and serotonin? The answer lies not just in your policies, but in the everyday interactions, the unspoken assumptions, and the underlying feeling of safety that permeates your culture. The biological bedrock of loyalty and collaboration is waiting to be strengthened, offering a pathway to success that is not only more effective, but also far more human and fulfilling. When the chemistry is right, your team doesn't just work. It commits, it innovates, and it truly soars together. Dopamine, the selfish drive for reward. All right, let's talk about dopamine, that sneaky little chemical buzzing around in your brain. Think of it as your brain's personal hype man, constantly cheering you on, pushing you towards the next big win. It's the neurochemical responsible for feelings of pleasure, motivation, and reward, essentially making you want to do things again and again because they felt good the first time. This isn't just about feeling happy, it's a powerful drive, a biological imperative that keeps us moving, achieving, and striving for more. Understanding dopamine is key to grasping why we often fall into the traps of hustle culture and endless metric chasing. It's the engine behind our individual ambition, a potent force shaping our daily choices and long-term goals. You know that rush you get when you finally nail a difficult task, score a goal, or even just get a bunch of likes on your latest social media post. That's dopamine doing its thing. It's the I did it feeling, the surge of satisfaction that tells your brain, hey, that was good, let's repeat that experience. This chemical reward system is incredibly effective at teaching us what to pursue and what to avoid. From the earliest days of human survival, it pushed us to seek food, shelter, and mates, ensuring our individual survival and propagation. In our modern world, it translates into a relentless pursuit of personal achievements and instant gratification, always chasing that next hit of success. Now, imagine this powerful individualistic drive playing out in the workplace. Suddenly, the pursuit of a promotion, a bigger bonus, or simply public recognition from your boss becomes the ultimate prize. Each completed project, each sales target hit, each positive performance review delivers a satisfying squirt of dopamine, reinforcing the behavior. This isn't inherently bad, it's what drives individual effort and innovation in many contexts. We are, by nature, wired to seek personal advancement and the sweet taste of victory, and dopamine ensures we feel great when we get it. It's why some people can work grueling hours, fueled by the promise of future rewards. This is where we start seeing the roots of hustle culture and the obsession with key performance indicators, or KPIs. Businesses often design systems that tap directly into this dopamine feedback loop, setting aggressive targets and offering tantalizing rewards for hitting them. The idea is simple. If you want people to work harder, give them a clear goal and a shiny prize at the end. Employees become like highly motivated lab rats, constantly pressing the lever for the next pellet of success. The problem isn't the motivation itself, but what happens when that's the only motivation and when the pellets are designed to only benefit the individual at the expense of the collective. Let's be clear, dopamine is a fundamentally selfish drive. It's about my reward, my recognition, my climb up the ladder. When you achieve something, your brain doesn't release dopamine to celebrate the team's victory. It releases it for your contribution, your effort, your personal win. This individualistic focus can be a fantastic engine for personal achievement, pushing you to excel and outperform. It's the internal voice that says, "What's in it for me?" and then provides the energy to go get it. While this self-interest is a natural part of human behavior, it can create some serious friction when we're trying to build cohesive, trusting teams. Think about it. If everyone in a group project is solely focused on getting the best grade for themselves, what happens to collaboration? Each person might hoard information, avoid helping others, or even subtly sabotage a teammate to stand out. In the corporate world, this translates to departments competing rather than cooperating, individuals taking credit for collective work, and a general atmosphere of every person for themselves. This isn't a moral failing. It's a biological consequence of a system that overemphasizes individual, dopamine-driven rewards. We're simply following our brain's natural programming when presented with such incentives. This relentless pursuit of individual dopamine hits can turn a workplace into what we've called a cortisol factory. Instead of feeling a sense of shared purpose and safety, people become hyper-aware of competition. They're constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering who's going to get the next bonus, who's going to be praised, and who might be left behind. This fear and insecurity trigger cortisol, the stress hormone, creating an environment where energy is wasted on self-protection rather than on innovative work. The very drive that pushes us to achieve can, ironically, make us less effective as a collective. The tricky part is that these dopamine-fueled rewards feel good, really good. They offer immediate satisfaction, a clear sense of accomplishment, and a tangible measure of success. This makes them incredibly addictive and hard to resist, both for individuals and for organizations that rely on them. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing that more individual rewards automatically lead to a better, more productive team. We chase higher numbers, bigger titles, and fatter paychecks, always expecting that next hit to bring lasting satisfaction, only to find ourselves quickly looking for the next thing. However, this constant chasing often creates a hamster wheel effect. The satisfaction from a dopamine hit is usually fleeting. Once you achieve that goal, your brain quickly adapts, and you need an even bigger, better reward to get the same buzz. This explains why people can climb the corporate ladder, achieve great wealth, and still feel unfulfilled. The selfish drive for reward is powerful for getting things done, but it's not designed for long-term contentment or deep, meaningful connection. It's a sprint, not a marathon, and relying on it exclusively can leave everyone feeling exhausted and isolated. So, while dopamine is an essential part of what makes us ambitious and driven, it's crucial to understand its limitations, especially in a team setting. When leadership focuses primarily on individual metrics and competitive rewards, they inadvertently amplify the selfish aspects of human nature. This can tear at the fabric of trust, making people view their colleagues as rivals rather than allies. We start to see a breakdown in collaboration, a reluctance to share knowledge, and a pervasive sense of insecurity. The very tools meant to motivate can end up creating a deeply dysfunctional environment. Recognizing dopamine's powerful, yet inherently self-focused role is the first step in building a different kind of success. We're not saying dopamine is evil. It's a vital part of our biological toolkit. But like any powerful tool, it needs to be used wisely and in balance with other forces. If we want truly high-performing teams, ones that innovate and thrive, we need to move beyond simply triggering individual reward systems. We need to cultivate something more profound, something that taps into our equally fundamental need for connection and belonging. This requires understanding another key player in our brain's chemistry set, one that champions the we over the me: oxytocin, the selfless drive for connection. After we've chased those individual thrills and rewards fueled by dopamine, our bodies are actually hardwired for something equally powerful, yet entirely different. This is where oxytocin steps onto the stage, often called the cuddle hormone or the love drug, but its impact stretches far beyond romantic affection. Think of it as the brain's natural glue, the chemical messenger that tells us we're safe with others, that we belong, and that we can trust the people around us. It's what makes us feel connected to our friends, our family, and yes, even our teammates, creating a profound NSE of shared experience. This incredible hormone essentially whispers, "You're not alone, we're in this together," dissolving the walls that individual ambition might build. Oxytocin is the biological bedrock of empathy, making us more likely to understand and share the feelings of others. When it flows, we become more compassionate, more willing to help, and less likely to see others as competition. Imagine a group project where everyone genuinely cares about each other's success, not just their own grade. That's oxytocin at work, fostering a collective spirit. It shifts our focus from me to we, driving us to protect and support our tribe, whether that's a sports team, a study group, or a workplace department. This powerful chemical ensures that cooperation isn't just a nice idea, but a deeply ingrained biological imperative for survival and thriving. From an evolutionary standpoint, this makes perfect sense. Early humans who banded together, sharing resources and protecting each other, were far more likely to survive harsh environments than those who went it alone. Oxytocin was the chemical reward for these cooperative behaviors, reinforcing the bonds that kept the tribe strong and safe. It literally made us feel good to be part of something bigger than ourselves, encouraging us to look out for our fellow humans. This ancient wiring still influences our behavior today, making us crave connection and a sense of belonging in every aspect of our lives, including our professional ones. In the context of our work lives, oxytocin is the secret ingredient that transforms a collection of individuals into a high-performing team. When team members feel this sense of connection and trust, they stop looking over their shoulders, worrying about who might steal their idea or take credit for their work. Instead, they start looking towards the horizon, focusing their energy outwards on common goals and shared challenges. This shift is monumental, turning potential cortisol factories, workplaces riddled with stress and fear, into vibrant hubs of collaboration and innovation. A strong oxytocin flow means energy is spent on creation, not self-preservation. Think about a time you felt truly safe and supported in a group, perhaps a close-knit friend circle or a family gathering where you could be completely yourself. That feeling of ease, of knowing you wouldn't be judged or undermined, is the hallmark of an oxytocin-rich environment. In such spaces, people are more willing to take risks, share vulnerable ideas, and admit mistakes because they trust their peers will offer support, not criticism. This psychological safety, born from oxytocin, is absolutely critical for learning, growth, and pushing boundaries, allowing teams to reach their full potential without internal friction. How does a leader cultivate this vital chemical in their team? It's not about expensive perks or flashy incentives. It's about fostering genuine human connection. Simple acts of empathy, like truly listening to someone's concerns without interruption, can trigger an oxytocin release. Creating opportunities for shared experiences, where people work together on a challenge or celebrate a success, also strengthens these bonds. Even small gestures of appreciation and kindness can make a huge difference, signaling to everyone that they are valued members of the tribe. These actions build the foundation for a truly cohesive and resilient group. Consider the power of a leader who practices the sacrifice play, someone who consistently puts the team's well-being and success ahead of their own personal gain. This type of selfless behavior is a massive oxytocin trigger, signaling to everyone that the leader is trustworthy and committed to the collective good. When people see their leader making personal sacrifices for the team, it generates immense loyalty and a desire to reciprocate that commitment. This isn't just a nice leadership trait. It's a biological mechanism that solidifies trust and strengthens the circle of safety for everyone involved, making the team feel truly protected. Oxytocin also plays a crucial role in reducing fear and anxiety within a team. When people feel connected and supported, the threat response in their brain, often linked to cortisol production, is significantly dampened. This means less stress, less burnout, and more mental energy available for creative problem solving and focused work. Imagine a team facing a tight deadline. If they trust each other and feel a strong bond, they're more likely to tackle the challenge together with calm determination rather than crumbling under individual pressure. This chemical literally helps us regulate our emotions and face adversity as a united front. Furthermore, oxytocin enhances our ability to collaborate effectively. It encourages us to share information freely, to offer help without being asked, and to celebrate each other's victories as if they were our own. When team members are infused with this selfless drive, silos break down and communication flows more openly. They become more attuned to each other's needs and strengths, naturally finding ways to complement one another and achieve goals that would be impossible for individuals working in isolation. It's the invisible force that aligns individual efforts towards a powerful collective outcome. This isn't just about being nice or promoting soft skills, it's about understanding the fundamental biological drivers of human performance. Trust, fueled by oxytocin, isn't a fluffy corporate buzzword. It's a hardwired necessity for any group aiming for sustained success. Without it, teams become fragmented, individuals become guarded, and innovation grinds to a halt as energy is diverted to internal politics. Recognizing oxytocin's role elevates trust from an abstract concept to a measurable, cultivable asset that directly impacts a team's effectiveness and overall well-being. It transforms how we view leadership and team dynamics entirely. Ultimately, building a culture rich in oxytocin means creating an environment where people feel genuinely cared for, respected, and safe. It means fostering relationships that go beyond mere professional courtesy, developing a true sense of camaraderie and shared purpose. When leaders prioritize these connections and actively work to build a circle of safety, they are essentially leveraging our ancient biological programming for modern success. This approach doesn't just improve morale, it unlocks unprecedented levels of commitment, creativity, and resilience within a team, making them truly unstoppable. So, as we consider the dynamic interplay of our inner chemistry, remember that while dopamine drives our individual quest for rewards, oxytocin is the profound force that binds us together. It's the chemical that turns my success into our success, creating a foundation of trust that can withstand any challenge. Understanding and actively cultivating this selfless drive is not just good for people. It's absolutely essential for building teams that don't just work, but truly thrive and innovate. We must learn to lead by chemistry, embracing the power of connection, mastering the delicate balance in team dynamics. Navigating the intricate world of team dynamics often feels like walking a tightrope, a constant sway between individual ambition and collective harmony. On one side, we have the powerful surge of dopamine, pushing each person to strive for personal wins, recognition, and the thrill of achievement. On the other, oxytocin gently pulls us towards connection, fostering a sense of belonging, safety, and mutual support. Neither of these crucial chemical drivers can operate effectively in isolation. True success, the kind that endures and innovates, requires a delicate, almost artistic mastery of their interplay. It's about recognizing that while personal drive is essential, it must be anchored in a shared sense of purpose and trust. The inherent tension between me and we is perhaps the most significant challenge leaders face in building a thriving team. Dopamine, the selfish molecule, whispers promises of individual glory, urging us to outshine, outperform, and secure our own rewards. This drive is not inherently bad. It fuels innovation and pushes boundaries, making us reach for higher goals. However, without the counterbalancing force of oxytocin, this drive can quickly devolve into a cutthroat environment where collaboration withers and every interaction becomes a zero-sum game. It becomes a place where the pursuit of personal metrics overshadows any collective good. Unchecked dopamine, left to run wild, inevitably transforms an organization into what we call a cortisol factory. This is a workplace where fear becomes the dominant emotion, not because of external threats, but due to internal competition and a pervasive sense of insecurity. People waste valuable energy looking over their shoulders, guarding their ideas, and protecting their turf rather than focusing on the larger mission. Innovation stalls, creativity is stifled, and the very energy that could propel a team forward is instead consumed by self-preservation. It is a drain on human potential, turning potential allies into wary rivals. Picture a team where every member is solely focused on their own numbers, their own bonus, their own promotion. Information is hoarded, mistakes are hidden, and credit is aggressively claimed, even when it's undeserved. This dopamine-heavy environment, devoid of genuine trust, fosters an atmosphere of cynicism and distrust, where vulnerability is seen as weakness. Team meetings become battlegrounds for individual agendas, and true collaboration, the kind that sparks breakthrough ideas, becomes virtually impossible. This isn't just inefficient, it's actively corrosive to the human spirit and the long-term health of any organization. However, oxytocin is not merely about creating a nice workplace. It's about building a robust foundation of psychological safety that allows dopamine-driven ambition to flourish constructively. Think of oxytocin as the sturdy ground upon which the high-reaching towers of individual achievement can safely stand. When people feel connected, valued, and secure within their team, they are far more likely to take calculated risks, share groundbreaking ideas, and admit errors without fearing devastating consequences. It transforms individual drive from a solitary, often anxious pursuit into a shared adventure where support is readily available. This circle of safety, built on a strong foundation of oxytocin, is the critical ingredient that transforms individual potential into collective power. Within this circle, people are empowered to channel their dopamine-fueled desire for achievement towards shared goals, knowing that their efforts are supported and their vulnerability will not be exploited. They are free to experiment, to fail fast, and to learn together, because the fear of judgment or reprisal has been significantly reduced. This allows energy to be directed outward towards challenges and opportunities instead of being wasted on internal politics and self-protection. Leaders play an absolutely pivotal role in orchestrating this delicate chemical balance within their teams. They are not merely managers of tasks and deadlines. They are, in essence, the conductors of their team's neurochemistry. It falls upon them to consciously cultivate an environment where both individual excellence and collective well-being are not just tolerated, but actively celebrated and integrated. Their actions and decisions send clear signals about what is truly valued, shaping the very emotional and biological landscape of the workplace. This responsibility is profound, extending far beyond traditional management duties. One effective strategy for leaders is to publicly acknowledge individual achievements, feeding the dopamine need, but always tie them back to the broader team's effort and success, reinforcing oxytocin. For instance, celebrating a brilliant sales performance should also highlight the support from the marketing team, the efficiency of operations, or the collaborative spirit that made it possible. This approach ensures that personal triumphs are not seen as solitary feats, but as integral parts of a larger, interconnected victory. It shows that individual sparkle contributes to the collective glow. Furthermore, Designing fair and transparent reward systems is paramount in mastering this balance. Such systems should meticulously avoid incentivizing purely individualistic behaviors at the expense of team cohesion. Instead, they should cleverly reward both personal excellence and a demonstrated commitment to collaboration, mentorship, and collective problem solving. When people understand that their personal growth and recognition are intertwined with the success and well-being of their colleagues, they are biologically wired to act in ways that benefit the entire group. This subtle shift in incentives can dramatically alter team dynamics for the better. Psychological safety, a direct outcome of a strong oxytocin environment, is where true innovation sparks and flourishes. When team members feel genuinely safe to voice dissenting opinions, to challenge assumptions, and to propose unconventional ideas without fear of ridicule or punishment, their creative engines ignite. They stop looking over their shoulders, constantly worried about self-preservation, and instead begin looking towards the horizon, envisioning new possibilities and solutions. This shift in focus is not just a change in mindset, it's a fundamental biological reorientation that unleashes untapped potential and drives genuine progress. This mastery of balancing dopamine and oxytocin is not just about making people feel good, it's about fueling sustained, high-performing teams. When individuals feel both driven to excel and securely connected to their peers, they don't just work harder, they work smarter, more creatively, and with deeper commitment. This balance fosters an environment where energy is efficiently directed towards external challenges, rather than being squandered on internal friction or political maneuvering. It creates a powerful synergy where the sum is truly greater than its parts, leading to consistent breakthroughs and resilient problem solving. Consider the sacrifice play, a concept where true authority and respect are naturally granted to those who consistently demonstrate a willingness to put the tribe first. This isn't about self-martyrdom, but about a genuine commitment to the collective good, which paradoxically enhances an individual's influence and opportunities. When leaders and team members prioritize the group's well-being and success, they activate the oxytocin response in others, building deeper bonds of trust and loyalty. This act of selfless leadership inspires reciprocal commitment, creating a powerful feedback loop that strengthens the entire team's fabric. When this delicate balance is truly struck, a team transcends being merely a collection of individuals with shared goals. It transforms into a cohesive, unified force, a true tribe in the biological sense. This kind of team operates with an almost instinctual understanding where individual strengths are amplified by collective support and challenges are met with unwavering solidarity. This is the essence of an unstoppable team, one that is not only highly productive but also incredibly resilient, capable of navigating complexity and emerging stronger, precisely because its members are deeply connected and mutually invested. Let's be unequivocally clear. Trust is not some fluffy, soft skill to be casually discussed in a quarterly meeting. It is a fundamental biological necessity, the very bedrock upon which sustainable success is built. When the chemistry within a team is right, when the ambitious drive of dopamine is harmonized by the connective safety of oxytocin, people don't just show up to work, they commit their hearts and minds. They invest their full selves, knowing they are part of something larger and more secure than their individual pursuits. This biological imperative is the ultimate metric that truly matters. Ultimately, mastering the delicate balance between our selfish dopamine and selfless oxytocin drives is the key to unlocking extraordinary team dynamics. It means consciously designing environments where individual ambition is celebrated, but always within a robust circle of safety that fosters connection and trust. By understanding and actively managing these powerful neurochemical forces, leaders can transform a group of talented individuals into a high-performing, resilient, and deeply committed collective. This isn't just good management, it's leading by chemistry, and it's the most powerful path to lasting success. When dopamine overrides oxytocin, the pitfalls, we've explored the incredible power of dopamine to drive ambition and the profound warmth of oxytocin in forging unbreakable bonds. We even touched on the delicate dance required to keep these two chemical titans in balance. But what happens when one of them, the selfish dopamine, decides it wants the whole stage to itself. What are the true costs when the relentless pursuit of individual reward overshadows the deep-seated human need for connection and safety? This imbalance isn't just a minor hiccup in team dynamics. It's a catastrophic biological misfire that turns promising organizations into what we affectionately call cortisol factories, churning out stress instead of success. Think of it this way. Imagine a track race where everyone is told that only the first place finisher gets a prize and everyone else gets nothing. Suddenly, the joy of running, the camaraderie of training, and the satisfaction of personal improvement vanish. All that remains is a singular, laser-focused drive to win, often at any cost. This is the biological reality when dopamine-fueled incentives become the sole metric of achievement. People stop seeing their teammates as allies and start viewing them as obstacles, or worse, as direct competitors for a limited pool of resources or recognition. This shift in perspective is subtle at first, a tiny crack in the foundation, but it quickly widens. When individual performance bonuses are prioritized above all else, for instance, the brain's reward system screams, "Get yours." This primal urge can override the quieter, more cooperative signals from oxytocin. Soon, sharing knowledge feels like giving away a competitive edge, offering help seems like a waste of valuable time, and celebrating a colleague's success becomes a painful reminder of one's own perceived shortcomings. The circle of safety we discussed earlier, that invisible shield built on trust and mutual respect, begins to erode with alarming speed. Instead of feeling protected by their peers, individuals start to feel exposed and vulnerable to them. Every interaction becomes a calculation. What's in it for me? Or how can this person potentially get ahead of me? This isn't a deliberate maliciousness. It's a natural, albeit unfortunate, biological response to an environment that implicitly rewards self-interest over collective well-being. When dopamine takes the reins without oxytocin's gentle guidance, internal competition skyrockets. Teams transform into arenas where information is hoarded like treasure, resources are jealously guarded, and credit is fiercely fought over. This creates an atmosphere of constant tension and suspicion, where collaboration isn't just difficult, it feels downright dangerous. Why would you share your best ideas if someone else might steal the spotlight? Or worse, use your vulnerability against you in the next performance review? This environment also becomes a breeding ground for cynicism. Employees quickly learn that genuine connection and selfless acts are often unrewarded or even punished in favor of flashy individual wins. They see through the corporate platitudes about teamwork and collaboration, realizing that the real game is about personal survival and advancement. This deep-seated cynicism further poisons the well, making it incredibly difficult to rebuild trust once it has been shattered. The cost to innovation is profound. Creativity thrives in spaces where people feel safe enough to experiment, to fail, and to share half-baked ideas without fear of ridicule or professional reprisal. But in a dopamine-dominant culture, taking risks becomes a non-starter. Why stick your neck out with an untested concept when playing it safe and delivering predictable, measurable results is the surest path to personal reward? The most brilliant, unconventional ideas remain locked away, stifled by the pervasive fear of failure. Furthermore, this relentless focus on individual metrics often leads to a short-sighted approach. People become obsessed with hitting quarterly targets or achieving personal KPIs, sometimes at the expense of long-term strategic goals or the overall health of the organization. They might cut corners, engage in superficial wins, or even sabotage long-term projects if it means securing a quick dopamine-inducing personal victory. The bigger picture gets lost in the scramble for immediate gratification. The ripple effect extends beyond mere productivity. A team operating under such conditions experiences significantly higher levels of stress, anxiety, and burnout. The constant internal pressure to outperform peers, coupled with the lack of genuine social support, floods the body with cortisol. This isn't just uncomfortable, it's biologically taxing, leading to increased health issues, decreased morale, and a pervasive sense of dread about coming to work each day. Leadership plays a crucial role in either fostering or fighting this imbalance. When leaders inadvertently reward individualistic behavior above all else, they are essentially pouring gasoline on the dopamine fire. They create a system where the very biology of their team members is compelled to prioritize self-preservation. This often happens not out of malice, but from a misunderstanding of how human chemistry truly drives behavior and builds resilient teams. Consider the paradox. Organizations often claim to value teamwork and collaboration, yet their reward structures frequently tell a different story. The annual bonus tied solely to individual sales targets, the promotion based on personal heroics, or the public recognition for a single person's achievement can inadvertently send a powerful message. Look out for number one. This disconnect between stated values and actual incentives is a major pitfall, leaving employees confused and disengaged. Ultimately, when dopamine consistently overrides oxytocin, the team suffers a profound loss of purpose and cohesion. The collective we dissolves into a fragmented me, me, me. The energy that should be directed outward towards solving external challenges and serving customers is instead wasted on internal politicking and self-protection. This isn't merely inefficient, it's a fundamental betrayal of our biological wiring, which yearns for belonging and mutual support. The true measure of a team's health isn't just its output, it's the strength of its internal bonds, the depth of its trust, and the sense of safety its members feel. Ignoring these oxytocin-driven needs in favor of pure dopamine leads to a hollow victory, if it leads to victory at all. The pitfalls are clear: eroded trust, stifled innovation, rampant stress, and ultimately, a team that exists in name only, a collection of individuals constantly at odds rather than a unified, unstoppable force. Defining cynicism in the workplace. Have you ever walked into your workplace and felt that heavy, unseen weight settling over everyone? It's not just a bad mood or a tough day, it's something deeper, more pervasive. This feeling often stems from a quiet, insidious force that slowly erodes the very foundations of teamwork and genuine connection. We're talking about cynicism, a pervasive skepticism that can turn even the most enthusiastic team into a group of wary, disengaged individuals. It's a subtle poison, seeping into conversations and shaping perceptions, often without anyone truly naming it. Recognizing this feeling, understanding its roots, is the first critical step toward building a healthier, more productive environment. We need to shine a light on this shadow to truly comprehend what it means when our workplaces become breeding grounds for doubt and distrust. Cynicism, in its essence, is more than just a healthy dose of skepticism. It's a fundamental belief that people are primarily motivated by self-interest, often masked by noble intentions. It's the conviction that behind every smiling face or well-crafted corporate memo, there's a hidden agenda, a personal gain to be made. Unlike skepticism, which encourages critical thinking and questioning to find better solutions, cynicism prejudges outcomes, assuming the worst before any evidence is presented. It doesn't seek to understand or improve. It merely dismisses, often with a bitter sigh or a knowing glance. This deep-seated distrust colors every interaction, turning potential allies into perceived competitors and every new initiative into another scheme to be wary of. In the workplace, cynicism manifests in countless ways, often subtly at first, then growing into a dominant narrative. It's the eye-rolling during a new mission statement announcement, the muttered comments about another flavor of the month when a new strategy is introduced. It's the quiet belief that management doesn't truly care about employee well-being, only about the bottom line. This feeling extends beyond leadership, infecting peer relationships as well, where colleagues might suspect each other of hoarding credit or shirking responsibility. When cynicism takes hold, the collective energy shifts from collaborative problem-solving to individualistic self-preservation, creating a constant undercurrent of suspicion and guardedness that drains everyone's spirit. Often, cynicism serves as a protective shield, a coping mechanism against repeated disappointment or perceived betrayal. It's easier, in a way, to expect the worst than to continually invest hope and effort only to feel let down. If you assume failure, you can never truly be disappointed when things inevitably go wrong, or so the logic goes. This defensive posture, however, comes at a steep price, preventing individuals from truly engaging, from taking risks, or from believing in the possibility of positive change. It creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where low expectations lead to minimal effort, which in turn often leads to the very outcomes feared, reinforcing the cynical worldview in a perpetual cycle of negativity. The most visible symptom of workplace cynicism is often the why bother mentality that pervades daily tasks and long-term projects. When employees feel their efforts are futile, unappreciated, or will ultimately be undermined, their motivation naturally plummets. This isn't about laziness. It's about a perceived lack of impact, a belief that individual contributions won't genuinely move the needle. You see it in the reluctance to volunteer for extra tasks, the perfunctory completion of assignments, and a general disinterest in going above and beyond. This apathy is a direct consequence of cynicism, as the emotional investment required for true engagement becomes too risky, too vulnerable, in an environment where trust has eroded. Cynicism fundamentally erodes idealism, chipping away at the belief that work can be meaningful, purposeful, or even enjoyable. It replaces the youthful enthusiasm for making a difference with a jaded resignation to the mundane and the manipulative. People stop believing in the power of their collective efforts to achieve something great, instead focusing on the perceived flaws and ulterior motives behind every initiative. This loss of idealism is particularly damaging because it strips away the intrinsic rewards of work, turning a potential calling into merely a means to an end. When purpose is replaced by suspicion, the very soul of an organization begins to wither, leaving behind only mechanical actions devoid of passion. It's crucial to differentiate between cynicism and healthy skepticism, as they are often confused but operate on vastly different principles. Healthy skepticism is a critical thinking tool, prompting questions, encouraging scrutiny, and driving a search for evidence and better solutions. It's about intellectual rigor and a desire for truth, leading to improved processes and stronger outcomes. Cynicism, by contrast, is a closed mindset. It doesn't seek answers, but rather confirms pre-existing negative biases. It's a judgment made before the facts are in, often fueled by emotion rather than logic. One builds and refines, the other tears down without offering alternatives, creating a stagnant and distrustful environment. The roots of workplace cynicism often lie in a history of unfulfilled promises, inconsistent leadership, or observed injustices. When employees repeatedly witness a disconnect between stated values and actual behaviors, or when they experience unfair treatment without recourse, cynicism begins to take root. A company that preaches work-life balance but then demands constant overtime, or a manager who promises support but then takes credit for others' work, sows seeds of doubt that grow into deep-seated distrust. These repeated disappointments accumulate, building a narrative within the organization that reinforces the belief that sincerity is rare and self-interest reigns supreme. It becomes a learned response, a protective mechanism developed over time. What makes cynicism particularly dangerous is its contagious nature. It rarely remains an isolated individual sentiment. Like a viral infection, it spreads through an organization, often through casual conversations, shared grievances, and collective eye rolls. A single cynical voice can amplify the doubts of others, creating a negative echo chamber where skepticism is reinforced and hope is ridiculed. This shared negativity forms an unspoken bond, where complaining becomes a form of camaraderie, further solidifying the cynical worldview within the team. Soon, what started as one person's jaded perspective becomes the prevailing atmosphere, making it incredibly difficult for positive change to gain any traction. To truly grasp cynicism, it helps to tune into the internal monologue of a cynical employee. Their thoughts might sound something like this. They say they value our input, but they'll just do what they want anyway. Or perhaps this new initiative is just a fancy way to cut costs and make us work harder for less. There's a constant narrative of doubt, a running commentary that dissects every decision, every communication, for its hidden, often nefarious motives. This internal dialogue isn't just a fleeting thought. It's a persistent, often subconscious filter through which all workplace information is processed, ensuring that even genuinely positive developments are viewed with suspicion. From a biological perspective, cynicism traps us in a state of chronic stress, feeding into the very cortisol factories we discussed earlier. When we constantly expect the worst, when we feel perpetually wary and distrustful, our bodies respond by releasing stress hormones like cortisol. This isn't just a mental state, it has tangible physical consequences, impacting our well-being and cognitive function. A cynical brain is a stress-ed brain, always on high alert, always scanning for threats. This biological reality stands in stark contrast to the oxytocin and serotonin-rich environments that foster trust, collaboration, and true innovation. Cynicism, therefore, is not just a bad attitude, but a biological barrier to success. Ultimately, cynicism acts as a formidable barrier to genuine human connection and collaborative spirit within a team. When trust is absent, people become guarded, reluctant to share ideas, offer help, or admit mistakes. The fear of being exploited, judged, or undermined creates invisible walls between colleagues, preventing the authentic interactions that fuel creativity and problem-solving. True teamwork requires vulnerability, a willingness to rely on others and believe in their good intentions, all of which are impossible when cynicism is the prevailing sentiment. It turns potential partners into wary competitors, fracturing the very fabric of collective effort and mutual support. This pervasive distrust directly undermines the circle of safety, a core concept we explore in this book, which is essential for any high-performing team. The circle of safety is built on the foundation of psychological safety, where individuals feel secure enough to take risks, voice concerns, and be their authentic selves without fear of retribution or judgment. Cynicism shatters this circle, replacing safety with suspicion and openness with guardedness. When people are constantly looking over their shoulders, worried about hidden agendas or negative motives, they cannot possibly focus their energy outward towards shared goals and external challenges. Instead, their energy is wasted on internal self-protection, draining the organization's potential. Understanding cynicism is not about blaming individuals. It's about recognizing a systemic issue that profoundly impacts an organization's health and effectiveness. It's about seeing how this pervasive negativity undermines trust, stifles innovation, and ultimately prevents people from thriving. Before we can even begin to address the problem, we must first clearly define it, identify its characteristics, and acknowledge its destructive power. Only then can we move past merely observing the symptoms and start to implement strategies that dismantle the cynical mindset, paving the way for a more trusting, more successful workplace. How cynicism erodes trust and performance. Once we truly grasp what cynicism is, that deep-seated belief that everyone is only ever looking out for themselves, and that all good intentions hide a selfish agenda, we can begin to see its true destructive power. It's not just a bad mood or a grumpy attitude. Cynicism is a corrosive agent, slowly but surely eating away at the very foundations of any successful team or organization. Think of it like rust on a crucial bolt. At first, it seems minor, almost ignorable, but left unchecked, it will seize up the entire mechanism, making it impossible to move forward. This insidious force doesn't just make work unpleasant, it actively dismantles the invisible bonds that hold people together, making genuine progress feel like an uphill battle. It creates a constant undercurrent of suspicion, where every suggestion is scrutinized, not for its merit, but for the hidden motive behind it. This constant questioning drains energy and makes authentic connection almost impossible, setting the stage for bigger problems down the line. Ultimately, cynicism is a threat to the collective spirit, poisoning the well of human connection. The most immediate and damaging impact of cynicism is its direct assault on trust. When people are cynical, they automatically assume the worst in others, especially those in leadership positions. They question every decision, every initiative, and every kind gesture, seeing them as thinly veiled attempts to manipulate or exploit. This isn't just a slight annoyance. It's a fundamental breakdown in the social contract that allows teams to function smoothly. How can you truly collaborate, share ideas, or take risks when you believe your colleagues or superiors are constantly plotting against you, or at the very least, indifferent to your well-being? This constant state of doubt makes people guarded, unwilling to be vulnerable, and hesitant to extend the very trust that is so desperately needed for a healthy environment. It's like trying to build a house on quicksand. Every effort to establish trust is undermined by the shifting ground of suspicion beneath it, making stability an impossible dream. This erosion of trust isn't just emotional, it has a profound biological effect on us all. Biologically speaking, cynicism transforms a workplace into what we've called a cortisol factory, pumping out stress hormones at an alarming rate. When trust is absent, our brains perceive constant threat, triggering the release of cortisol, the fight or flight hormone. This isn't the kind of environment where oxytocin and serotonin, the chemicals of bonding, safety, and well being, can possibly flourish. Instead, our bodies are wired for defense, preparing for perceived attacks rather than collaboration or innovation. Imagine trying to brainstorm brilliant new ideas when your body is screaming at you to run or hide. It's simply not possible to access your higher cognitive functions effectively. This biological shift means that energy that should be directed towards creative problem solving or supporting colleagues is instead diverted to self-protection, constantly scanning for danger and bracing for impact. The very chemistry of success is sabotaged by the pervasive negativity of cynicism, leaving us depleted and disconnected, unable to engage in meaningful ways. This internal state of alert drains mental and physical resources, leaving little left for productive work. This constant state of biological alert severely impacts communication within a team. In a cynical environment, honest and open dialogue becomes a rare commodity, replaced by cautious, often guarded interactions. People choose their words carefully, not out of respect, but out of fear of misinterpretation, ridicule, or retribution. They hold back crucial information, innovative ideas, or even legitimate concerns, believing that speaking up will only expose them to vulnerability or criticism. This creates a dangerous vacuum where essential feedback goes unheard, problems fester, and opportunities are missed because no one feels safe enough to point them out. The flow of information becomes a trickle, filtered through layers of suspicion and self-preservation, rather than a free-flowing river of shared understanding. When communication breaks down like this, it's not just inconvenient. It actively stalls progress and prevents collective intelligence from truly shining through. It becomes a game of unspoken assumptions and hidden agendas, where clarity and transparency are sacrificed at the altar of fear. The circle of safety, a concept central to true team success, is utterly shattered by cynicism. This circle is the invisible boundary where team members feel protected from external threats and internal backstabbing, a place where they can be vulnerable, take risks, and truly belong. Cynicism, however, pokes holes in this circle, allowing fear and suspicion to seep in from every direction. Instead of feeling secure and supported, individuals constantly look over their shoulders, worried about who might be undermining them or exploiting their efforts. The sense of belonging fades, replaced by a feeling of isolation, even within a crowded office. This isn't just about feeling good, it's about creating the psychological conditions necessary for peak performance, where people can focus their energy outward, tackling challenges together rather than fighting internal battles. Without this fundamental safety, the team isn't a cohesive unit. It's just a collection of individuals, each fending for themselves, in a hostile environment. The protective barrier that allows for collective strength simply vanishes, leaving everyone exposed. When the circle of safety is compromised, individuals inevitably shift their energy from productive work to self-protection. This means less focus on achieving shared goals and more on covering one's own tracks, documenting every interaction and avoiding blame. Imagine the immense amount of mental and emotional energy wasted on these defensive maneuvers, energy that could otherwise be channeled into innovation, collaboration, or exceptional customer service. Instead of striving for excellence, people become preoccupied with minimizing risk and managing perceptions, creating a culture of cautious mediocrity. This isn't because they lack talent or dedication, it's because the cynical environment forces them into a survival mode, where looking out for number one becomes the primary directive. This internal diversion of resources is a silent killer of productivity, as valuable time and effort are spent on internal politics rather than external progress. The organization pays a hefty price for this constant internal struggle, as its true potential remains untapped, trapped behind walls of fear. Moving beyond trust, cynicism profoundly impacts actual team performance, starting with a drastic reduction in collaboration. True collaboration requires a willingness to share ideas, offer help, and trust that others will reciprocate and contribute their fair share. When cynicism reigns, people become hesitant to assist colleagues, fearing their efforts won't be appreciated, or worse, will be taken advantage of. They might hoard information, believing that knowledge is power, and sharing it diminishes their own standing. This creates silos within teams and departments, where individuals or small groups work in isolation, duplicating efforts, and missing opportunities to leverage collective strengths. The synergistic power of a united team, where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, is completely undermined. Instead of a smooth-running machine, you get a series of disconnected components, each grinding away in its own direction, leading to inefficiencies and missed deadlines. The very essence of teamwork is corroded, leaving behind fragmented efforts and subpar results. Innovation, the lifeblood of any evolving organization, simply cannot thrive in a cynical climate. New ideas, by their very nature, are vulnerable. They require an environment of psychological safety where people feel comfortable sharing half-baked thoughts, challenging the status quo, and risking failure. Cynicism, however, fosters an atmosphere of ridicule and skepticism, where novel suggestions are met with eye rolls, cynical remarks, or immediate dismissal. Who would dare put themselves out there, offering a potentially groundbreaking idea, only to have it torn apart by colleagues who assume it's just a ploy for personal gain or a naive pipe dream? The fear of being judged, criticized, or even sabotaged stifles creativity at its source, leading to a culture of playing it safe and sticking to what's always been done. This means that potentially transformative solutions remain unvoiced, never seeing the light of day, and the organization slowly falls behind, unable to adapt or evolve. The wellspring of creativity dries up, leaving only stagnant routines. This brings us directly to the cost of cynicism. Leading by numbers kills innovation, a core insight of this book. When cynicism permeates an organization, leaders often resort to micromanaging and an obsessive focus on quantifiable metrics, believing that if they can't trust their people, they can at least control their output. This approach, while seemingly logical on the surface, only deepens the cynicism. Employees, feeling untrusted and reduced to mere numbers, stop caring about the why behind their work and simply chase the targets. They find shortcuts, game the system, and deprioritize hitting their KPIs over genuine problem-solving or creative contribution. The spirit of innovation, which requires freedom, experimentation, and a willingness to occasionally miss a target in pursuit of a bigger breakthrough, is crushed under the weight of rigid metrics. People become robots, executing tasks without passion or purpose, because the underlying cynicism tells them their true value isn't in their ingenuity, but in their ability to hit arbitrary goals. This transactional view of work extinguishes the spark of initiative, leaving behind only compliance. The lack of genuine commitment and engagement is another devastating consequence of cynicism. When employees are cynical, they view their work not as a meaningful contribution, but as a transaction, a way to earn a paycheck and little else. Their emotional investment in the organization's mission, its values, or its long-term success dwindles to almost nothing. They show up, do the bare minimum required, and mentally check out the moment their workday ends. This isn't just about a lack of enthusiasm. It's about a profound disconnection that prevents people from bringing their whole selves to work. The passion, dedication, and extra effort that differentiate a thriving team from a merely functional one simply vanish. They might perform their duties adequately, but they won't go the extra mile, champion new initiatives, or truly feel a sense of ownership, because the cynical voice in their head tells them it's all pointless anyway. This absence of heart and soul in the workforce translates directly into missed opportunities and a stagnant organizational culture. Cynicism fosters a pervasive what's in it for me mentality, completely undermining any sense of shared purpose or collective achievement. Instead of celebrating team victories, individuals focus on how they personally benefit, or worse, how others might be getting ahead at their expense. This selfish outlook makes it incredibly difficult to build a cohesive unit where members genuinely support each other's growth and success. Any initiative that requires a collective effort is viewed through a skeptical lens, with individuals calculating their personal cost versus benefit before committing. The idea of making a sacrifice play, putting the tribe first for the greater good, becomes laughable in such an environment. Why would anyone willingly step up or take on extra responsibility if they believe their generosity will be exploited or go unrewarded, while others reap the benefits? This transactional mindset erodes the very spirit of collaboration and mutual support, replacing it with a competitive, zero-sum game that ultimately leaves everyone feeling isolated and resentful. The true power of a united team is lost when personal gain overshadows shared goals. The ripple effect of cynicism on team morale and overall culture is undeniable and deeply damaging. A cynical environment is heavy, oppressive, and utterly devoid of joy or genuine enthusiasm. Laughter becomes rare, replaced by sarcastic remarks or bitter complaints. New hires, initially optimistic, quickly absorb the pervasive negativity, their enthusiasm slowly chipped away by the constant cynicism around them. This toxic atmosphere doesn't just affect productivity, it impacts the mental well-being of every individual. People dread coming to work, finding little satisfaction or meaning in their daily tasks. The energy of the office becomes palpable, a thick, draining blanket that smothers creativity and genuine human connection. It's a place where aspirations go to die, and passion is seen as a weakness to be mocked. This negative cultural current pulls everyone down, making it incredibly difficult to foster a positive, empowering, or even just tolerable work experience. The very air becomes thick with unspoken resentment and unfulfilled potential. Ultimately, the long-term consequences of unchecked cynicism manifest in tangible ways, including increased burnout and higher employee turnover. When people are constantly operating in a cortisol factory, feeling untrusted, unappreciated, and forced into self-protection, they eventually reach their breaking point. The emotional and mental toll of such an environment is immense, leading to exhaustion, disengagement, and a profound sense of disillusionment. Talented individuals, unwilling to continue sacrificing their well-being for a cynical workplace, will seek opportunities elsewhere, taking with them valuable skills, institutional knowledge, and potential leadership. This constant churn creates a cycle of instability, where new employees are brought in only to be infected by the existing cynicism, leading to further departures. The organization becomes a revolving door, unable to retain its best people and constantly expending resources on recruitment and training, all while the core problem of cynicism remains unaddressed. This vicious cycle ensures that true growth and stability remain perpetually out of reach. The hidden costs of cynicism extend far beyond what can be measured on a spreadsheet, impacting the very soul of an organization. It's not just about missed targets or lower profits, though those are certainly consequences. It's about the erosion of human potential, the stifling of creativity, and the destruction of meaningful relationships at work. It transforms vibrant communities into sterile, transactional spaces where people feel alienated rather than connected. The energy wasted on suspicion and self-defense is energy lost to innovation, growth, and genuine human flourishing. We lose the intangible benefits of a thriving culture, the loyalty, the passion, the willingness to go above and beyond, all because a pervasive sense of mistrust has taken root. These are the deep, often unacknowledged wounds that cynicism inflicts, leaving an organization hollowed out from the inside, regardless of its outward appearance of success. The true measure of its impact lies in the dampened spirits and unfulfilled potential of its people. Therefore, understanding how cynicism erodes trust and performance is not merely an academic exercise. It is a critical step towards building truly successful and sustainable teams. We cannot afford to ignore this insidious force, dismissing it as just the way things are, or a personality quirk. Its biological and organizational impact is too significant, too destructive to be left unaddressed. The choice before us is clear. Continue to allow cynicism to dictate our workplace chemistry, creating cortisol factories that drain energy and stifle potential, or actively work to dismantle its grip. Only by recognizing its pervasive damage can we begin to cultivate the conditions necessary for trust to flourish, allowing oxytocin and serotonin to lead the way. This isn't just about being nice, it's about fundamentally changing the chemistry of our organizations to unlock their true, unstoppable potential, ensuring that our teams don't just survive, but truly thrive. The path to real success lies in confronting and conquering the corrosive power of cynicism once and for all. The leadership role in fostering or fighting cynicism. Every team, every organization is a direct reflection of its leadership. Think of leaders not just as decision makers, but as the chief architects of the emotional and psychological landscape where work happens. They possess an almost magical ability to either cultivate a flourishing garden of trust and enthusiasm, or conversely, sow the bitter seeds of cynicism. This isn't just about strategy or spreadsheets. It's about the very air people breathe at work, the unspoken rules that dictate how safe they feel to contribute. Their actions or inactions resonate deeply, shaping the collective mood and outlook of everyone beneath them. Ultimately, the leader's shadow is long, casting either warmth or coldness over the entire team. Their influence is undeniable, a constant force shaping the day-to-day reality of their staff. This profound impact makes their role in either fostering or fighting cynicism absolutely critical. Cynicism doesn't just appear out of thin air. It's often nurtured, sometimes unintentionally, by those at the top. When leaders say one thing and do another, it creates a subtle but powerful dissonance that employees can't ignore. They might preach transparency while operating behind closed doors, or champion work-life balance while sending emails at midnight. These inconsistencies are like tiny cracks in a foundation, slowly undermining the structure of belief and goodwill. Over time, these small contradictions accumulate, teaching staff that words are cheap and actions are what truly count, or in this case, don't count. This gap between rhetoric and reality is a prime breeding ground for doubt and distrust. Employees become adept at reading between the lines, often concluding that leadership's true motives are self-serving or disingenuous. This initial erosion of faith is the first step towards widespread cynicism. Broken promises are another swift path to a cynical workforce. When leaders make commitments, whether about promotions, project timelines, or company changes, and then fail to deliver, they send a clear message. That message isn't just about a missed deadline, it's about reliability and integrity. Each unfulfilled promise chips away at the leader's credibility, making future assurances ring hollow. Staff members learn to anticipate disappointment, adopting a wait-and-see attitude that quickly morphs into "I'll believe it when I see it," and then eventually, "I won't believe it at all." This pattern turns optimism into skepticism, and eventually into a deeply ingrained cynicism about any future initiative or declaration. People stop investing their hope or energy, knowing it might be wasted. A leadership style that prioritizes numbers over humans also acts as a potent cynicism accelerant. When the sole focus is on quarterly results, KPIs and metrics, and individual well-being or team morale takes a back seat, people notice. They start to feel like cogs in a machine, easily replaceable and valued only for their output. This creates a cortisol factory environment where stress hormones run rampant because employees constantly fear not meeting arbitrary targets. In such a system, true innovation and genuine collaboration wither, replaced by a desperate scramble to hit targets, often at the expense of quality or ethical behavior. The message is clear. You are a resource, not a person, which naturally fosters a deep-seated resentment and a cynical view of the company's true values. Lack of transparency is like a thick fog that obscures trust and breeds suspicion. When information is hoarded or decisions are made without explanation, employees naturally fill the void with their own theories, which are often negative. Rumors flourish in the absence of facts, and the unknown becomes a source of anxiety and distrust. Leaders who operate in a black box signal that they don't trust their team with the full picture, which in turn teaches the team not to trust them. This secrecy undermines any sense of shared purpose, making employees feel like outsiders rather than valued members of a collective effort. The result is a team that views every corporate announcement with a jaundiced eye, constantly searching for the hidden agenda. Furthermore, a culture where honest feedback is met with defensiveness or, worse, punishment, crushes any remaining hope for open dialogue. If employees feel that speaking up will only lead to negative repercussions, they will quickly learn to stay silent. This creates an echo chamber for leaders, where dissenting opinions or critical insights never reach them. The team becomes a group of yes men and yes women, outwardly compliant but inwardly simmering with unspoken frustrations and grievances. Such an environment ensures that problems fester and go unaddressed, further solidifying the belief that leadership is out of touch or simply doesn't care. This suppression of truth is a direct pipeline to cynicism, making people believe their voice doesn't matter. Micromanagement is another insidious practice that fosters cynicism by stripping away autonomy and respect. When leaders constantly hover, question every decision, or dictate every tiny step, they send a clear message: I don't trust you to do your job. This erodes confidence, stifles initiative, and makes employees feel like children rather than capable adults. It tells them their judgment isn't valued and their contributions are merely execution of someone else's detailed plan. Over time, this constant oversight breeds resentment and a cynical detachment from their work. Why invest passion or creativity when every move is scrutinized and second-guessed? The result is a workforce that does the bare minimum, having learned that true ownership is an illusion. However, the same leadership power that can foster cynicism can also valiantly fight against it, turning the tide towards trust and engagement. This shift begins with a conscious decision to move away from the cortisol factory model and actively build a circle of safety. Leaders who embrace this role understand that their primary job is to create an environment where people feel psychologically secure, not constantly under threat. They recognize that trust isn't a soft skill, but a biological imperative fueled by oxytocin and serotonin. This means intentionally designing interactions and systems that promote connection, empathy, and mutual respect. The change isn't instant, but it starts the moment a leader commits to this fundamental paradigm shift, understanding their profound influence. Building a circle of safety requires consistent, intentional action. It means leaders must be predictable in their fairness and unwavering in their support. When staff know they will be treated equitably and that their leaders have their backs, they can relax and focus their energy on external challenges rather than internal self-preservation. This consistency builds a foundation of reliability, which is the bedrock of trust. It's about creating a psychological space where mistakes are seen as learning opportunities, not reasons for punishment. This secure environment allows people to take risks, innovate, and bring their full selves to work, knowing they won't be thrown under the bus. It's a fundamental shift from fear-based management to trust-based leadership. Leading with vulnerability is a powerful antidote to cynicism. When leaders are willing to admit their own mistakes, acknowledge uncertainties, or ask for help, they demonstrate their humanity. This openness creates a genuine connection with their team, breaking down the artificial barriers of hierarchy. It shows that they are not infallible robots, but fellow humans navigating challenges, just like everyone else. This act of vulnerability fosters empathy and makes it easier for others to trust and relate to them. It signals that it's okay not to be perfect, which in turn encourages others to be more honest and authentic themselves. This human-to-human connection is essential for truly building a bond of trust. Transparent communication, even when the news is difficult, is crucial for combating cynicism. Instead of withholding information or sugarcoating harsh realities, effective leaders share what they can, explaining the why behind decisions. They don't pretend everything is perfect, but rather address challenges head-on, inviting their team into the problem-solving process. This honesty, even about bad news, builds credibility and shows respect for the team's intelligence. It removes the need for speculation and prevents the rumor mill from churning out negative narratives. When people feel informed and respected, they are far less likely to become cynical, even in tough times. See, they understand the context and feel like part of the solution. Empowering teams and granting genuine autonomy also works wonders in fighting cynicism. Instead of micromanaging, leaders who trust their staff to own their work, make decisions, and solve problems unleash incredible potential. This empowerment signals respect and confidence in their abilities, which in turn boosts morale and engagement. When people have a sense of ownership over their contributions, they become more invested and less likely to feel like mere drones. It fosters a sense of purpose and meaning, transforming tasks into meaningful endeavors. This freedom to act and innovate is a powerful stimulant for oxytocin and serotonin, making work feel less like a chore and more like a shared mission. Recognizing effort and celebrating learning, not just flawless outcomes, further reinforces a positive, trust-filled environment. In a world focused on perfection, acknowledging the journey and the growth along the way is vital. Leaders who highlight hard work, perseverance, and the lessons learned from setbacks create a culture where people feel safe to try new things without fear of judgment. This approach shifts the focus from avoiding failure to embracing experimentation and continuous improvement. It builds resilience and a belief that contributions are valued, even if every attempt isn't a resounding success. This supportive recognition is key to fostering a healthy, non-cynical team dynamic. Ultimately, the leader's role is to be the chief chemist of the organization, consciously cultivating the right biological environment. They must understand that their actions directly influence the release of neurochemicals like cortisol, which breeds fear and cynicism, or oxytocin and serotonin, which foster trust and cooperation. By prioritizing psychological safety, consistent fairness, transparency, and genuine human connection, leaders can actively shift the chemistry of their teams. This isn't just about being nice, it's a strategic imperative for building high-performing, resilient teams that thrive. The choice to fight cynicism is a choice to build a team rooted in trust, a team that can truly become unstoppable. The journey from a cynical workplace to one brimming with trust is a challenging but immensely rewarding one, and it rests squarely on the shoulders of leadership. It requires courage to be vulnerable, discipline to be consistent, and an unwavering commitment to putting people first. When leaders embrace this responsibility, they don't just change the atmosphere, they fundamentally alter the human experience of work. They transform a potential cortisol factory into a sanctuary where trust is the ultimate metric and people are empowered to reach their highest potential. This is the true chemistry of success, forged by leaders who choose to fight for hope over cynicism. Strategies to combat workplace cynicism. Cynicism, like a stubborn weed, can take root in any workplace, slowly choking out enthusiasm and trust. Yet it doesn't have to be a permanent fixture. We possess the tools to not only prune it back, but to cultivate a thriving garden of collaboration instead. These strategies aren't just about changing policies. They're about fundamentally altering the chemical landscape of your organization, shifting it from a cortisol factory to a sanctuary of safety and innovation. It's about understanding that the human brain, with its complex array of neurochemicals, is the ultimate metric for success. When we prioritize emotional well-being, we unlock an entirely different level of performance and commitment. The goal is to move beyond simply managing tasks and truly nurturing the human spirit within your team. This isn't a soft skill endeavor. It's a hardwired biological imperative for sustained success. We must actively dismantle the environments that breed doubt and suspicion, replacing them with structures that naturally foster connection and belief. One of the most potent weapons against cynicism is radical transparency. When information is hoarded, when decisions are made behind closed doors, people naturally fill the gaps with speculation, and often that speculation leans towards the negative. Think of it like a dark room. Without light, shadows play tricks on the mind, making every corner seem ominous. Leaders must shine a consistent, bright light on company goals, challenges, and even failures. Sharing the why behind decisions, even unpopular ones, helps employees feel respected and included in the larger narrative. This isn't about revealing every single detail, but about creating an open channel where vital information flows freely and consistently. It disarms the rumor mill and replaces it with a shared understanding, allowing everyone to feel truly part of the journey. This openness directly combats the fear and uncertainty that fuel cynicism. When people understand the broader context, they are less likely to assume malicious intent or incompetence. Transparency builds a foundation of trust, signaling that leadership has nothing to hide and is confident enough to share the realities of the business. It reduces the cortisol spikes that come from feeling out of the loop or blindsided by changes. Instead, when facts are presented clearly and consistently, it allows for a sense of predictability, which is a powerful antidote to anxiety. This steady flow of information helps to stabilize the emotional environment, making it harder for cynical thoughts to take hold and spread throughout the team. Ultimately, a well-informed team is a less anxious, more engaged, and significantly less cynical team. True leadership, the kind that fights cynicism, isn't about issuing commands. It's about building genuine connections and demonstrating unwavering authenticity. Employees are incredibly perceptive, and they can spot a phony a mile away. If leaders preach trust, but then micromanage every detail, or talk about work-life balance while sending emails at 2 a.m., their words become hollow. Walking the talk means aligning your actions directly with the values you espouse for the team. It means showing vulnerability when appropriate, admitting mistakes, and being consistent in your character. This kind of authentic leadership acts like a powerful catalyst for oxytocin, fostering a sense of camaraderie and shared humanity. When leaders are real, it encourages everyone else to drop their guard and engage more genuinely, breaking down the barriers that cynicism erects. At the heart of combating cynicism lies the deliberate creation of a circle of safety. This isn't just a catchy phrase, it's a fundamental shift in how an organization operates, prioritizing psychological safety above all else. Imagine a team where people feel so secure that they aren't constantly looking over their shoulders, worried about blame or retribution. In such an environment, energy that would normally be wasted on self-protection is freed up and redirected towards innovation and collaboration. This circle protects individuals from external threats like market pressures, but more importantly, it shields them from internal threats like backstabbing, unfair criticism, or the fear of failure. It's a sanctuary where every team member knows they are valued and protected, regardless of their position. Building this circle of safety means fostering an environment where mistakes are seen as learning opportunities, not career-ending blunders. It means encouraging candid feedback without fear of reprisal and actively listening when employees voice concerns. When individuals feel safe to experiment, to ask dumb questions, or to point out potential problems without judgment, innovation flourishes. This psychological security is the bedrock upon which trust is built, allowing people to take risks and contribute their best work. It's about creating a culture where support is abundant and the collective well-being of the team is paramount. Without this fundamental safety, any attempts to combat cynicism will feel performative and ultimately fail to stick. When people truly feel safe within their circle, their brains respond by releasing beneficial neurochemicals like oxytocin and serotonin. Oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, is crucial for fostering social connection, empathy, and loyalty. When it flows freely, people naturally feel a stronger attachment to their team and their organization, actively working towards shared goals. Serotonin, on the other hand, contributes to feelings of well-being, stability, and confidence, reducing anxiety and promoting a more positive outlook. These chemicals are the biological counterforces to the stress hormone cortisol, which dominates in cortisol factories, where cynicism thrives. By consciously cultivating safety, leaders are essentially optimizing their team's neurochemistry for trust and peak performance, moving far beyond mere motivational slogans. Empowerment is another vital strategy for dismantling cynicism, giving individuals a genuine sense of ownership and agency over their work. Cynicism often stems from a feeling of powerlessness, a belief that one's efforts don't truly matter or that decisions are made by an out-of-touch few. By delegating meaningful responsibilities and trusting employees to find solutions, leaders convey respect and confidence. This isn't just about assigning tasks. It's about entrusting individuals with problems and allowing them the freedom to innovate within clear boundaries. When people are given the autonomy to shape their contributions, they become more invested, moving from passive compliance to active engagement. It transforms them from cogs in a machine into valued architects of success, diminishing the fertile ground for cynical thoughts. This sense of empowerment directly counters the feeling that management knows best and that individual contributions are insignificant. When employees are actively involved in problem-solving and decision-making, they feel their voices are heard and valued, which is a powerful antidote to cynicism. It fosters a sense of personal accountability and boosts morale, as people take pride in their ability to make a real difference. This collaborative approach also encourages a more positive outlook, as individuals see their ideas come to fruition and contribute to tangible results. The shift from being told what to do to being trusted to figure it out is profound, creating a more dynamic and less cynical workplace where everyone feels like a critical player. Fair and consistent recognition, along with equitable treatment, also plays a crucial role in preventing and combating cynicism. When hard work goes unnoticed, or when rewards seem arbitrary or biased, resentment quickly builds, paving the way for cynical attitudes. Recognizing both individual and team achievements, whether through public praise, professional development opportunities, or fair compensation, signals that effort is seen and appreciated. This isn't about handing out participation trophies, but about genuinely acknowledging valuable contributions. It means establishing clear, transparent criteria for promotions, bonuses, and opportunities, ensuring that favoritism doesn't breed bitterness among the ranks. Acknowledgement, when done correctly, reinforces a sense of value and belonging, which are vital components of trust. When employees feel that their contributions are genuinely valued and that the system is fair, it strengthens their belief in the organization and its leadership. This reduces the likelihood of them feeling exploited or overlooked, which are common triggers for cynical thought patterns. Fair treatment also extends to how mistakes are handled. Consistency in consequences and support for improvement shows that the organization is committed to growth, not just punishment. This consistent application of principles creates a predictable and just environment, reducing the anxiety that fuels cynicism. Ultimately, when people believe they are being treated with respect and equity, they are far more likely to invest their full energy and trust rather than holding back with cynical reservations. Fostering genuine connection and belonging among team members is another powerful strategy against cynicism. Humans are inherently social creatures, hardwired for community and collaboration. When people feel isolated, or when an us versus them mentality takes hold between departments or roles, cynicism flourishes. Leaders must actively create opportunities for social interaction, team building, and shared experiences that go beyond mere work tasks. This could involve cross-functional projects, informal social gatherings, or even just encouraging coffee breaks together. These interactions help bridge gaps, build empathy, and forge stronger bonds between colleagues. When people genuinely like and respect each other, they are less likely to harbor cynical views about their peers or the collective effort. These social connections are critical because they stimulate the release of oxytocin, the neurochemical that underpins trust and cooperation. When team members feel a strong sense of belonging, they are more likely to support each other, share knowledge, and work collaboratively towards common goals. This communal spirit directly counteracts the isolating effects of cynicism, which often thrives in environments where individuals feel disconnected. It transforms the workplace from a collection of individuals into a cohesive tribe, where mutual support and shared purpose are the norms. By investing in these human connections, leaders are not just fostering goodwill, they are biologically wiring their teams for resilience and collective success, making it far harder for cynicism to take root. Addressing conflict directly and constructively is also paramount in preventing cynicism from festering. Unresolved disagreements, petty grievances, or passive-aggressive behaviors can quickly poison the well of trust and breed deep-seated cynicism. Leaders must not shy away from difficult conversations. Instead, they should model how to approach conflict with respect, empathy, and a focus on resolution. Creating clear channels for feedback and mediation ensures that issues are brought into the open and dealt with fairly. When conflicts are allowed to simmer, they create an undercurrent of tension and resentment that erodes morale and encourages people to become jaded. Proactive conflict resolution demonstrates that the organization values harmony and fairness, reinforcing the circle of safety. In essence, combating workplace cynicism requires a holistic approach that acknowledges the biological and psychological needs of every team member. It's about consciously shifting the organizational environment from one that triggers cortisol and fear to one that promotes oxytocin, serotonin, and a deep sense of safety. By embracing transparency, empowering individuals, recognizing contributions fairly, fostering genuine connection, and addressing conflict head-on, leaders can dismantle the structures that feed cynicism. This isn't just about improving morale, it's about optimizing the very chemistry of your organization to unlock unparalleled levels of trust, innovation, and sustained success. When the circle of safety is truly strong, cynicism simply finds no place to hide. Deconstructing the command and control paradigm. Imagine a workplace where every single move you make is watched. Every decision needs multiple approvals, and your boss dictates exactly how, when, and where you complete your tasks. This isn't just a strict environment, it's the very essence of the command and control paradigm, a management style that has dominated businesses for decades. It operates on the belief that employees are like machines, needing constant instruction and oversight to function correctly. Leaders in this model often see themselves as the brain, and everyone else as merely hands following orders, a hierarchy that leaves little room for individual thought or initiative. It's a system built on the idea that without direct supervision, things will inevitably go wrong, leading to a stifling atmosphere that many find familiar. The appeal of command and control seems clear at first glance. It promises efficiency, predictability, and a firm grip on outcomes. Managers might feel a sense of security, knowing they're tightly managing every aspect of a project. Yet, this apparent control is often an illusion, masking deeper issues that fester beneath the surface. While it might deliver short-term results by forcing compliance, it rarely fosters genuine commitment or creative problem-solving. This approach inadvertently creates a workforce that simply follows instructions rather than truly investing their minds and spirits into their roles, making them feel more like robots than valuable contributors. This constant oversight, this feeling of being perpetually under the microscope, has a profound biological effect on us. Our bodies are incredibly sensitive to our environment, and a command and control setup often triggers our stress response. When we feel threatened or constantly judged, our adrenal glands kick into high gear, pumping out cortisol, the body's primary stress hormone. Think of it like being in a constant state of mild panic. Your body believes it needs to be ready to fight or flee, even if the threat is just a looming deadline or an overbearing boss. This isn't just uncomfortable. It's physically and mentally draining. Fear, in this paradigm, becomes an unspoken motivator. Employees might work hard to avoid making mistakes, not because they're passionate about their work, but because they dread the consequences of failure or reprimand. This kind of motivation is unsustainable and unhealthy. While a little pressure can sometimes sharpen focus, prolonged fear erodes morale, crushes creativity, and leads to burnout. It turns the workplace into a cortisol factory, as we've called it, where energy is wasted on managing anxiety instead of channeling it into productive, innovative work. True success isn't built on dread. Innovation, which is so crucial for any organization to thrive, shrivels under the weight of command and control. When every idea must pass through multiple layers of approval and deviation from the norm is discouraged, people stop bothering to come up with new solutions. Why take the risk of suggesting something different if it's likely to be shot down or met with skepticism? The fear of failure becomes greater than the desire to experiment, and soon the organization settles into a rigid routine, unable to adapt or evolve in a rapidly changing world. This rigidity ultimately becomes a huge liability. Moreover, this style of leadership strips employees of any real sense of ownership over their work. If you're simply executing someone else's detailed plan without any input or autonomy, it's hard to feel personally invested. The work becomes their work, not my work, leading to disengagement and a lack of accountability. People check out mentally, doing just enough to get by, because they feel like cogs in a much larger, impersonal machine. This absence of personal connection to the outcome means less effort, less care, and ultimately lower quality results, even if they meet key basic requirements. The burden of command and control isn't just on the employees, it also weighs heavily on the managers. They become bogged down in micromanagement, spending their days checking on tasks, ensuring compliance, and handling every minor detail. This leaves little time for strategic thinking, mentorship, or fostering genuine team development. Instead of being leaders who inspire and empower, they become glorified babysitters, trapped in a cycle of constant oversight that exhausts everyone involved. It's a system that creates more work for everyone, without necessarily creating better work. Perhaps the most damaging effect of this paradigm is the erosion of trust. When leaders constantly monitor, dictate, and second guess their team members, it sends a clear message: I don't trust you to do your job. This lack of faith is palpable and deeply demotivating. How can employees feel respected or valued when their every action is scrutinized? Trust is a two-way street, and if it's not extended from the top down, it certainly won't flow back up. This broken trust creates an adversarial dynamic where everyone is on edge rather than working together towards a shared goal. Under command and control, the why behind tasks often gets lost in the shuffle. Employees are told what to do, but rarely given a clear understanding of the bigger picture or how their specific contribution fits into the overall mission. This absence of meaning makes work feel like a series of disconnected, tedious chores. Without understanding the purpose, motivation plummets, and the work itself feels less significant. People need to feel like their efforts matter, that they are contributing to something larger than themselves, and this approach actively prevents that connection. Think about it. Would you rather be part of a team where everyone trusts each other, shares ideas freely, and works together like a well-oiled machine, or one where a single person barks orders and everyone else just silently complies? The command and control model fundamentally misunderstands human nature. We aren't robots designed to follow code. We are complex biological beings who thrive on connection, autonomy, and a sense of belonging. This old-school approach treats people like interchangeable parts rather than unique individuals with valuable insights and potential. While command and control might deliver predictable, short-term results in very specific, highly repetitive tasks, it's a disaster for long-term growth and employee retention. It prioritizes immediate compliance over sustainable development, sacrificing the future for the present. Companies that stick to this outdated model often find themselves struggling to adapt to market changes, losing their best talent to more progressive organizations, and constantly battling low morale. It's a quick fix that creates a host of deeper, more insidious problems that are far harder to solve down the line. Ultimately, the energy spent on self-protection within a command and control environment is staggering. Employees aren't just doing their jobs, they're also navigating office politics, guarding against blame, and constantly trying to look busy or perfect to avoid criticism. This internal struggle diverts valuable cognitive and emotional resources away from actual work, turning teams into fragmented groups rather than cohesive units. When people feel unsafe, they look over their shoulders, not towards the horizon, wasting precious energy that could be solving real-world challenges. Clearly, this traditional way of leading is not only inefficient, but also deeply detrimental to the human spirit and the overall health of an organization. It creates a toxic environment where fear, mistrust, and disengagement are the norm, rather than the exception. Recognizing the pitfalls of command and control is the first crucial step towards building a workplace where people can truly thrive, where their biology works for them, not against them. We need to dismantle this old paradigm to make way for a new, more human-centric approach that truly harnesses our potential. The power of support and protect leadership. After years of leaders barking orders from on high, many of us have grown accustomed to the old command and control way of doing things. It's the style where the boss knows everything, and everyone else just follows directions, often out of fear or the need to keep their job. This approach might seem efficient on the surface, like a well-oiled machine, but deep down, it's actually draining the life out of your team. It pushes people to look out for themselves first, creating a workplace where trust is a rare and fragile thing. We've seen enough of these cortisol factories where stress and anxiety are the main products, not innovation or genuine collaboration. It's time to flip the script entirely and embrace something much more powerful and human. Imagine a different kind of leadership, one where the leader isn't just a taskmaster, but a true guardian of the team. This is the support and protect model, a powerful shift that changes everything about how a group operates. Instead of viewing employees as cogs in a machine to be controlled, this approach sees them as valuable members of a tribe. The leader's main job becomes creating an environment where everyone feels safe, seen, and truly valued. It's about building a strong foundation of security so people can actually do their best work without constantly looking over their shoulders. This isn't just a nice idea, it's a fundamental change in how we lead. When a leader truly embraces support and protect, they are actively building what we call the circle of safety. Think of it like a fort where everyone inside feels secure from outside threats and internal squabbles. In this circle, team members know their leader has their back, not just when things are easy, but especially when challenges arise. This security allows them to relax, open up, and share ideas without fear of judgment or punishment. It's about cultivating a space where mistakes are learning opportunities, not reasons for blame. This psychological safety is the bedrock upon which all great teams are built, fostering a sense of belonging that encourages everyone to contribute their unique strengths. Biologically speaking, this shift from command and control to support and protect is like moving from a cortisol factory to an oxytocin oasis. Cortisol, the stress hormone, floods our systems when we feel threatened, making us anxious and defensive. It's the chemical equivalent of constantly being on high alert, which zaps energy and creativity. On the other hand, oxytocin and serotonin, the feel-good hormones, are released when we feel safe and connected. These chemicals promote trust, empathy, and social bonding, making us more willing to cooperate and take risks. A leader who supports and protects consciously helps their team tap into these positive chemicals, transforming the entire workplace atmosphere. This fundamental change in our body chemistry has profound effects on how teams function day to day. When people are under the influence of cortisol, their energy is wasted on self-preservation, worrying about office politics, or who might be trying to undermine them. They become less innovative and more guarded, always bracing for the next blow. However, in a support and protect environment, with oxytocin flowing freely, that energy is freed up. Team members stop looking inward, worrying about personal safety, and start looking outward. They direct their full attention and creative power towards solving external problems and achieving shared goals, becoming a much more effective and unified force. The leader's role in this transformation is absolutely critical, acting as the primary architect of the circle of safety. They aren't just delegating tasks, they are actively listening, advocating for their team, and shielding them from unnecessary pressures. This means stepping in when conflicts arise, offering genuine praise and recognition, and providing resources to help individuals grow. It's about being present and approachable, showing through actions that their team's well-being is a top priority. A leader who embodies support and protect becomes a true anchor, providing stability and confidence for everyone around them, which is a powerful thing to witness. This leadership style often involves what we call the sacrifice play. It means putting the team's needs ahead of your own personal gain or glory. A true leader in this model isn't afraid to take the blame when things go wrong, protecting their team from external criticism. They might pass on a promotion if it means their team loses a vital resource, or they might work extra hours to ensure their team has the support they need. This isn't about being a martyr. It's about demonstrating unwavering commitment to the group. When a team sees their leader making these sacrifices, it builds an incredible depth of loyalty and respect, creating an unbreakable bond. Think of a coach who stands up for their players, even when the ref makes a bad call, or a military leader who ensures their troops have every resource possible before heading into a difficult mission. These are real-world examples of support and protect leadership in action. It's not always about grand gestures. Sometimes it's the small, consistent acts of care and consideration that make the biggest difference. It could be a manager who checks in on a team member struggling with a personal issue, or a supervisor who pushes back against unrealistic deadlines imposed from above. These actions, big or small, consistently reinforce the message: I am here for you, and I've got your back. This kind of leadership doesn't just make people feel good, it actively builds deeper loyalty and commitment within the team. When individuals feel genuinely supported and protected, they reciprocate that trust with their dedication. They don't just show up for a paycheck, they show up because they believe in the mission and in the people they work with, especially their leader. This isn't about forced compliance. It's about genuine engagement and a desire to contribute. A team that feels this level of commitment is far more resilient, innovative, and willing to go the extra mile, becoming a truly formidable unit. The long-term benefits of adopting a support and protect model are enormous, extending far beyond immediate project success. Organizations led this way experience lower turnover rates because people don't want to leave a place where they feel safe and valued. They also see increased productivity, better problem solving, and a more positive overall culture. This leadership style fosters a continuous cycle of growth and improvement, where individuals are empowered to learn from mistakes and take initiative. It's an investment in human capital that pays dividends for years, creating a sustainable foundation for lasting success and innovation. Some might dismiss support and protect as a soft skill, something nice to have, but not essential for the tough world of business. They might argue that focusing on feelings gets in the way of hard numbers and deadlines. However, this perspective completely misses the point, clinging to an outdated view of human motivation. Trust and safety aren't fluffy concepts. They are the fundamental biological drivers that unleash human potential. Without them, even the smartest, most talented individuals will hold back, unable to perform at their peak. It's not about being soft, it's about being smart and understanding what truly drives human behavior and performance. Ultimately, trust is not just a nice to have, it's a biological necessity, as vital to a thriving team as oxygen is to the body. When a leader creates an environment where people feel genuinely safe and supported, they are tapping into the most powerful forces of human cooperation. They are encouraging the release of oxytocin and serotonin, the very chemicals that foster connection, loyalty, and innovation. This isn't some abstract management theory. It's rooted in our very DNA. Embracing support and protect leadership is about aligning our workplaces with our natural human design, creating environments where everyone can truly flourish. Therefore, the power of support and protect leadership isn't just a feel-good philosophy. It's a strategic imperative for any organization aiming for sustained success. It transforms workplaces from stressful, competitive arenas into collaborative, innovative communities. By prioritizing the well-being and safety of their team, leaders don't just gain loyalty. They unlock an unstoppable force of collective intelligence and dedication. It's about moving beyond spreadsheets and KPIs to the true metric that matters, the unwavering trust built within a circle of safety, turning a group of individuals into an extraordinary team ready to conquer any challenge. Building a culture of psychological safety. Stepping away from the rigid command and control structures, we arrive at a concept that might sound like a corporate buzzword, but is in fact the bedrock of human performance: psychological safety. This isn't about creating a safe space where everyone gets a trophy for showing up, nor is it about avoiding difficult conversations. Instead, psychological safety is the shared belief that the team is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. It's the quiet understanding that you won't be shamed, punished, or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, questions, concerns, or mistakes. It's the invisible circle of safety where your brain can finally relax its guard and truly engage. When this foundation is present, people stop wasting precious energy on self-preservation and start directing it towards collective goals. This isn't just a nice to have, it's a fundamental requirement for unleashing human potential. Without it, even the most brilliant individuals will hold back, afraid of the perceived consequences. Imagine a workplace where your thoughts are valued, not judged. That's the powerful freedom psychological safety offers, a true breath of fresh air for innovation. Without psychological safety, an organization quickly devolves into what we've termed a cortisol factory. In these environments, fear becomes the default operating system, forcing individuals to constantly scan for threats rather than opportunities. People become masters of impression management, carefully crafting their words and actions to avoid blame or ridicule. Innovation withers as no one dares to suggest an unconventional idea, fearing it might be shot down or worse, attributed to someone else. Mistakes are hidden or blamed on others, preventing any genuine learning from taking place. This constant state of vigilance is exhausting, draining creative energy and replacing it with chronic stress. The organization might appear productive on paper, driven by sheer force, but beneath the surface, a silent war of self-preservation rages, killing collaboration and genuine connection. It's a lose-lose scenario disguised as tough leadership, where the very human spirit is slowly eroded. The journey to building a culture of psychological safety begins, unequivocally, with leadership. Leaders are not just managers of tasks, they are the chief architects of the team's emotional and psychological landscape. Their every action, every word, and even their silences send powerful signals about what is truly acceptable within the circle of safety. A leader who models vulnerability, admits their own errors, and actively solicits dissenting opinions lays the groundwork for others to do the same. This isn't about being soft or relinquishing authority. It's about being strategically human, understanding that trust is the ultimate currency of and affluence. The leader's commitment to fostering safety must be unwavering, visible, and consistently reinforced through their behavior. They set the tone, whether it's one of open dialogue and mutual respect or one of guarded silence and passive aggression. It's a daily practice, a conscious decision to nurture an environment where every voice feels valued and protected. One of the most immediate and impactful ways to build safety is by actively encouraging open communication and ensuring every voice has a platform. This means moving beyond simply inviting input to genuinely soliciting diverse perspectives, especially those that might challenge the status quo. Leaders must create explicit opportunities for team members to speak their minds without fear of interruption or judgment. Establish clear norms for respectful disagreement, emphasizing that challenging an idea is not a personal attack, but a collective effort to find the best solution. Practice active listening, truly hearing what's being said rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. Encourage what-if scenarios and brainstorming sessions where no idea is too outlandish to be considered. The goal is to get all relevant information and viewpoints on the table, not just the comfortable or popular ones. When people feel authentically heard, they feel valued, and that sense of worth directly fuels their engagement and loyalty. How an organization handles mistakes is arguably the clearest litmus test for psychological safety. In a truly safe culture, errors are not career-ending events. They are invaluable data points, rich with lessons for collective improvement. The shift must be from a punitive who's to blame mentality to a constructive what can we learn approach. Leaders play a crucial role by publicly acknowledging their own missteps, thereby normalizing imperfection and demonstrating that growth comes from embracing, not hiding errors. This doesn't mean sidestepping accountability, but rather framing it within a growth mindset. When the fear of retribution is removed, people are far more willing to experiment, take calculated risks, and openly share when something goes awry. Innovation thrives in environments where trying something new doesn't carry the threat of professional suicide. This perspective transforms potential setbacks into powerful stepping stones, propelling the team forward with newfound knowledge and resilience. At the heart of psychological safety lies the profound power of empathy and genuine human connection. It demands that leaders and team members alike approach interactions with authentic curiosity and compassion, striving to understand the pressures and perspectives of others. This means recognizing that everyone brings their full, complex self to work, not just a professional facade. Simple acts of kindness, active listening, and offering support in times of need can build immense reservoirs of trust over time. Empathy isn't merely a soft skill to be practiced when convenient. It's a hardwired biological mechanism for social bonding, directly influencing the release of oxytocin. When we feel understood and cared for, our neurochemistry shifts, strengthening our connection to the tribe and making us more resilient as a collective. It's about cultivating a thriving community within the workplace, where mutual support is the default, not the exception. Psychological safety cannot exist in a vacuum of inconsistency. It requires a foundation of fairness, predictability, and transparent processes. When rules are applied arbitrarily, or when favoritism dictates outcomes, the circle of safety quickly fractures. People need to believe that the system is just, that their contributions will be recognized equitably, and that their efforts will be fairly evaluated. Leaders must strive for transparency in their decision-making, explaining the why behind choices whenever possible. Treating all team members with equitable respect and opportunity is non-negotiable, fostering a sense of belonging for everyone. Predictability in how leadership responds to challenges and successes builds stability, allowing individuals to focus their energy on meaningful work rather than navigating an unpredictable environment. Trust flourishes when justice is not only served, but is clearly seen to be served, creating a stable ground where everyone feels valued and protected. Perhaps one of the most counterintuitive yet powerful tools in a leader's arsenal for building safety is their own vulnerability. It might feel like a risky move for those in charge to admit, "I don't know the answer," or "I made a mistake here," but such honesty humanizes leadership in a profound way. This act of humility signals to the entire team that imperfection is acceptable and that it's okay for them to be less than omniscient or infallible. Vulnerability breaks down the perceived power distance, inviting genuine connection and opening the door for others to share their struggles, fears, and learning curves without shame. It's not a sign of weakness. Rather, it's a powerful demonstration of courage and authenticity, fostering an environment where asking for help is celebrated as a strength. When leaders are willing to be human, their team members feel permission to be human too, strengthening the collective bond. A culture of psychological safety transforms feedback from a dreaded annual ordeal into a continuous, growth-oriented conversation. Instead of being a mechanism for judgment, feedback becomes a collaborative tool for development. Teams must learn to give and receive feedback effectively, focusing on specific behaviors and their impact, rather than making character assessments. Encouraging feed-forward, suggestions for future actions rather than dwelling on past missteps, can be particularly effective in maintaining a forward-looking perspective. Leaders should create safe and consistent channels for feedback, whether through regular one-on-one check-ins, team retrospectives, or anonymous surveys. The key is ensuring that all feedback is delivered with respect and a genuine desire to help the recipient grow, rather than to criticize or diminish them. When feedback is perceived as supportive and constructive, it activates the brain's growth mindset, fostering continuous learning and development for every individual and the team as a whole. True psychological safety is inherently inclusive, meaning it must extend to and embrace every single member of the team, ensuring all voices are not just heard, but deeply valued. Actively seeking out and amplifying perspectives that might otherwise be marginalized is crucial, recognizing that a diversity of thought is a powerful competitive advantage, not just a box to check. Leaders must consciously create spaces where different backgrounds, experiences, and viewpoints are not merely tolerated, but genuinely celebrated as essential to problem solving and innovation. This involves challenging unconscious biases and actively working to dismantle any barriers that might prevent certain individuals from feeling fully safe or empowered to contribute. An inclusive environment ensures that the full spectrum of human experience and intelligence is brought to bear on challenges. When people feel truly included, their sense of belonging deepens, boosting oxytocin and strengthening the collective circle of safety to encompass everyone, making the team far more robust and adaptable. Translating the concept of psychological safety into daily practice doesn't require grand gestures. Often, it's built through small, consistent actions. Begin with simple rituals, like a quick daily check-in question at the start of a meeting, asking how everyone is truly doing. Institute a no stupid questions rule, explicitly encouraging curiosity and clarifying doubts without fear of embarrassment. During discussions, reinforce the challenge the idea, not the person mindset, fostering intellectual debate without personal attacks. Leaders can proactively invite dissent by asking questions like, "What am I missing here?" Or "Who sees this differently?" Celebrate small wins where a team member courageously spoke up or openly admitted an error, reinforcing the desired behavior. Regularly use team retrospectives to discuss how the team can collectively improve communication, trust, and mutual support. These consistent, intentional efforts build momentum, gradually transforming the team's culture. It's a continuous journey of refinement, not a one-time destination, requiring ongoing attention and commitment from everyone. The ultimate payoff of building psychological safety is a profound biological shift within the team. When individuals feel genuinely safe, their brains are less consumed by threat detection, allowing cortisol levels to drop significantly. This creates fertile ground for the feel-good hormones oxytocin and serotonin to flourish. Oxytocin, the bonding hormone, fosters deep trust, empathy, and a strong sense of team cohesion, transforming a collection of individuals into a true tribe. Serotonin contributes to feelings of well-being, confidence, and belonging, enhancing overall mood and resilience. These neurochemicals are the biological bedrock of a high-performing, joyful team, enabling members to move beyond primal self-protection and fully engage in collaborative problem-solving and creative endeavors. It's not just about feeling good, it's about optimizing human brain chemistry for sustained success, turning the metaphorical circle of safety into a tangible neurochemical reality within every team member. The long-term benefits of cultivating a psychologically safe culture are nothing short of transformative, culminating in the creation of an unstoppable team. Such teams are inherently more resilient, capable of adapting quickly to change and navigating complex challenges with greater agility. Employee engagement skyrockets, leading to significantly lower turnover rates and a noticeable boost in productivity and quality of work. Creativity and innovation flourish as individuals feel empowered to experiment, share unconventional ideas, and challenge existing norms without fear of retribution. Problem solving becomes a truly collective effort, leveraging the diverse intelligence and perspectives of every team member, leading to more robust and effective solutions. The team develops a profound shared sense of purpose and mutual accountability, where everyone is invested in each other's success. This isn't merely a nice-to-have perk, it's a fundamental competitive advantage in today's rapidly evolving world, yielding returns far beyond any traditional spreadsheet metric. A team built on true psychological safety becomes an unbreakable force, capable of achieving extraordinary feats. While the benefits are clear, building psychological safety is not without its challenges, and it's important to acknowledge potential resistance and common pitfalls. Some might initially dismiss it as soft or a distraction from real work, especially in environments historically rooted in hierarchical, fear-based management. Leaders themselves might struggle with the perceived loss of control or the discomfort of being openly challenged by their teams. It demands a fundamental shift in mindset, moving away from a command and control paradigm towards trust-based, support and protect leadership. Be prepared for initial skepticism. Change, even positive change, often brings discomfort. Address concerns head-on, clearly articulating the tangible benefits for both individuals and the organization's bottom line. Don't expect perfection overnight. Progress is gradual, built through consistent effort and a willingness to learn from setbacks. Remember, the strongest resistance often comes from those most deeply entrenched in the old cortisol factory ways, but staying the course will ultimately unlock immeasurable rewards for everyone involved. Empowering teams through trust and autonomy. Once we've built a strong circle of safety where everyone feels secure, the next crucial step is to empower our teams through genuine trust and autonomy. It's one thing to feel safe enough to speak up or make a mistake without fear, but it's another entirely to be given the freedom and belief to take charge of your work. This means moving beyond just protecting your team and actively trusting them to make decisions and find their own paths. When people are trusted with autonomy, they don't just feel safe, they feel respected, valued, and truly in control of their contributions. This isn't about letting everyone do whatever they want. It's about giving them ownership over how they achieve the shared goals you've set. That feeling of control ignites an internal spark, boosting their motivation and tapping into our natural human desire for independence, shifting energy from self-preservation to genuine contribution. Think about the exact opposite: micromanagement, a true cortisol factory in action. When a leader constantly hovers, dictating every tiny step and second-guessing every decision, what happens to the team? People become stressed, fearful of making even the smallest mistake, and quickly lose confidence in their own abilities. This kind of environment floods the brain with cortisol, the stress hormone, which drains energy and crushes any hint of creativity. Team members stop thinking for themselves, opting instead to just follow orders, which inevitably leads to mediocre results and a workforce that feels disconnected. No one can truly invest themselves in a project when they're simply a pair of hands executing someone else's detailed commands, waiting for the next instruction. Autonomy isn't something you just hand out like candy. It's a privilege built firmly on a foundation of trust. Leaders must genuinely believe in their team members' skills, their good intentions, and their commitment to the shared vision. This trust isn't a one-way street. It's a powerful exchange. When leaders demonstrate trust, their team members feel deeply respected, which in turn inspires them to rise to the occasion and exceed expectations. This positive cycle reinforces itself, creating a powerful feedback loop where trust begets better performance, which then strengthens the leader's trust even further. It's a fundamental principle. You get what you give, and when you give trust, you often receive exceptional effort in return. This beautiful interplay of trust and autonomy unleashes a flood of positive neurochemicals within the team. When people feel trusted and empowered, their brains release oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which deepens connection and loyalty among team members and with their leaders. Simultaneously, serotonin, the well-being hormone, surges, boosting confidence and overall happiness. These vital chemicals transform work from a draining chore into a deeply satisfying and shared mission. People start feeling genuinely good about their contributions, fostering a strong sense of belonging and collective purpose. This, right here, is the very essence of the chemistry of success, manifesting in a vibrant, engaged team. A truly empowering leader understands the critical difference between the why and the how. Their job is to clearly define the why, the overarching goal, the compelling vision, the ultimate purpose of the team's efforts. But once that why is crystal clear, they step back and allow the team to figure out the how, the specific methods, the detailed execution, the creative pathways to achieve that goal. This approach gives team members true ownership over their work, allowing them to leverage their unique skills, experiences, and perspectives. It transforms them from mere order takers into proactive problem solvers, fully engaged in crafting solutions. By tapping into this collective intelligence, teams consistently generate more innovative and effective solutions than any single leader could ever devise alone. Consider a high-performing sports team as a perfect analogy for this dynamic. The coach lays out the overall game plan, the strategic why for the match, clearly outlining what they need to achieve. However, once the players are on the field, they are trusted to make real-time decisions about the how. They adapt to changing circumstances, relying on their training, their instincts, and their teammates to execute plays and react to opponents. If the coach tried to micromanage every single pass, every tackle, or every shot, the team would quickly become paralyzed and fail spectacularly. It's the trust placed in their autonomy that empowers them to perform under pressure, to innovate on the fly, and ultimately, to win championships. When individuals are granted genuine autonomy, their level of engagement and motivation skyrockets. They no longer see their work as just a job they have to do. Instead, it becomes their project, something they are personally invested in seeing succeed. This deep personal stake boosts motivation far beyond what any external incentive, like a bonus or any threat of punishment, could ever achieve. It taps into powerful intrinsic drivers such as purpose, mastery, and belonging, making them truly care about the quality and outcome of their efforts. This heightened sense of ownership not only translates into significantly higher quality work, but also cultivates a much happier and more fulfilled team environment. Autonomy isn't just nice to have, it's a fertile breeding ground for groundbreaking innovation. When people feel genuinely trusted, they become far more willing to experiment with new ideas, test different approaches, and even take calculated risks. The fear of making minor mistakes diminishes, as they are viewed not as failures, but as valuable learning opportunities to refine their methods. Diverse perspectives flourish, leading to the emergence of truly novel solutions, all without the constant fear of judgment or punitive repercussions. This essential creative freedom is utterly stifled and eventually dies in the rigid command and control environments where everyone is simply waiting for explicit permission to act or think. Granting autonomy is also one of the most effective ways to foster individual growth and cultivate future leaders within your team. When team members are consistently given the freedom to make decisions, tackle complex problems independently, and take initiative, they naturally develop a broader and deeper skill set. This invaluable experience not only enhances their current capabilities, but also actively prepares them for greater responsibilities and future leadership roles within the organization. Effective leaders understand they aren't just managing tasks, they are actively cultivating talent and nurturing potential. This investment in human capital creates a more resilient, adaptable, and confident team, fully equipped to handle new and unforeseen challenges with unwavering assurance. In this empowered model, the leader's role undergoes a significant transformation, shifting from that of a rigid controller to a supportive enabler. Their primary responsibility becomes setting clear, inspiring boundaries and expectations, ensuring the team has the necessary resources and unwavering support, and then, crucially, stepping back. They trust the team to execute, acting as a guide who removes obstacles rather than a dictator of every single step. This approach demands courage and a genuine willingness to relinquish absolute control, embracing a mindset of serving the team rather than being served by them. Such leadership cultivates immense loyalty, deep respect, and a profound sense of shared purpose within the entire group. It's completely natural for some leaders to initially feel a pang of fear when considering letting go of control. They might worry about potential mistakes, perceived inefficiencies, or a loss of their own authority. However, it's vital to recognize that the long-term cost of constant micromanagement far outweighs these initial anxieties. It systematically erodes trust, crushes team morale, and suffocates any burgeoning potential within the group. Learning to trust your team is a skill, just like any other leadership competency, and it can be developed through consistent practice and clear communication. The profound benefits of an empowered, autonomous team will consistently outweigh the perceived risks, ultimately freeing the leader to focus on higher-level strategy and vision. So how can leaders practically begin to foster this empowering environment? Start by clearly defining the overarching goals and desired outcomes, rather than just listing tasks, allowing your team to choose their own methods. Ensure they have all the necessary training, tools, and information to succeed independently. Offer constructive feedback and guidance, focusing on learning and growth, rather than just criticism. Most importantly, celebrate successes, especially those achieved through team initiative and autonomous problem-solving. Cultivate an environment where questions are welcomed and experimentation is encouraged. These deliberate actions are how you genuinely empower your team to thrive. When teams are truly empowered by a strong foundation of trust and meaningful autonomy, they transform into an unstoppable force. They become intrinsically self-motivated, relentlessly innovative, and incredibly resilient in the face of adversity. All of their collective energy is directed outward, focused on tackling external challenges, pursuing ambitious growth, and solving complex problems. No longer do they waste precious mental resources on internal politics or self-preservation. This represents the ultimate, most powerful expression of the circle of safety, where creativity flourishes and genuine success, measured by profound connection and impactful contribution, becomes not just possible, but inevitable. This is the hallmark of a high-performance team, built on the most positive chemistry imaginable. Defining your workplace tribe. Before we can even begin to talk about building a circle of safety or redirecting energy, we need to get brutally honest about a foundational truth. Your workplace isn't just a collection of individuals clocking in and out. Deep down, etched into our very DNA, we're wired to operate in something far more ancient and powerful: a tribe. This isn't some corporate buzzword we're tossing around. It's a fundamental biological imperative that dictates how effectively your team will function or spectacularly fail. Understanding this primal urge to belong is the first, most crucial step in unlocking genuine success, moving beyond the superficial metrics that often mislead us. Forget the org chart for a moment and tap into something much older, much more real, lurking just beneath the surface of every cubicle and conference room. Think back to our earliest ancestors, scrambling for survival on the savannah. Did they thrive by each person fending for themselves, hoarding resources, constantly watching their backs against their own kind? Absolutely not. Their survival, their very existence, depended entirely on the strength and cohesion of their tribe. They hunted together, protected each other from external threats, and shared the spoils, all bound by an unspoken contract of mutual reliance. This isn't just history, it's biology, and that same ancient programming still hums within us, even when we're sitting in an air-conditioned office staring at a spreadsheet. So, what exactly defines your workplace tribe in today's world? It's not simply the people who share your department, nor is it everyone under the same company roof. Your tribe consists of those individuals with whom you share a profound sense of mutual trust and belonging, those who instinctively have your back. These are the people you implicitly rely on, the ones whose successes genuinely feel like your own and whose struggles you readily step in to alleviate. This core group forms the bedrock of your professional existence, providing the psychological safety necessary for true innovation and commitment to flourish. Without this clearly defined and deeply felt tribal connection, a workplace can quickly devolve into a chaotic cortisol factory. When people don't feel like part of a cohesive unit, their brains revert to a primal state of self-preservation. Every interaction becomes a potential threat, every decision an opportunity for personal gain, and every colleague a potential rival. Energy that should be focused on external challenges, the market, the competition, the next big idea, gets tragically siphoned off into internal politicking, backbiting, and constant vigilance. This isn't just inefficient, it's biologically exhausting and utterly destructive to morale. Identifying your tribe means recognizing those relationships where oxytocin and serotonin flow freely, fostering feelings of connection, empathy, and contentment. These are the neurochemicals of trust, the biological glue that binds a high-performing team together. When you feel safe within your tribe, your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for creativity, problem-solving, and strategic thinking, can operate at its peak. This is why a strong tribal bond isn't a soft skill to be dismissed. It's a hardwired biological necessity for any group aiming for sustained excellence. Conversely, a lack of tribal identity leaves individuals isolated and vulnerable, triggering the release of cortisol, the stress hormone. This isn't a subtle effect. It's a full-blown biological alarm system, signaling danger and prompting a fight-or-flight response. Imagine trying to innovate or collaborate effectively when your brain is constantly telling you to prepare for battle. It's impossible. This chronic stress doesn't just make people unhappy, it actively impairs cognitive function, stifles creativity, and erodes the very foundations of trust, turning a potential powerhouse into a collection of anxious, guarded individuals. Defining your tribe isn't about drawing arbitrary lines or excluding others. It's about recognizing where genuine bonds of trust and mutual support already exist or have the potential to grow. It's understanding that while you might have colleagues across various departments, your true tribe is the immediate group you rely on daily, the ones whose fate is most directly intertwined with your own. This clarity allows you to focus your energy, build stronger relationships, and consciously cultivate the conditions necessary for these vital biological connections to thrive. It's about being intentional with your most precious resource, human connection. This recognition also empowers leaders to stop chasing elusive metrics and start focusing on the fundamental human elements that drive success. A leader's primary role in this tribal context shifts from commander to guardian. They become the protector of the circle of safety, ensuring that the internal environment is one where trust can flourish and where tribal members feel secure enough to take risks, innovate, and commit fully. This isn't about being soft. It's about being biologically smart, leveraging our innate human design for collective strength. So, take a moment to look around your immediate professional environment. Who are the people you instinctively turn to when a challenge arises? Who do you truly feel comfortable being vulnerable with, knowing they'll offer support rather than judgment? These are the nascent outlines of your workplace tribe, the individuals with whom you share a deep, albeit often unacknowledged, biological connection. Understanding this core group is the essential first step toward transforming your workplace from a stressful collection of individuals into an unstoppable, cohesive force driven by genuine trust. It's about moving beyond the superficial pleasantries and the transactional nature of many modern workplaces. Your tribe isn't just a friendly face at the water cooler. It's the biological unit that enables you to perform at your best, to innovate without fear, and to find true purpose in your work. When this tribal bond is strong, you're not just working for a paycheck, you're contributing to something larger than yourself, something that resonates with your deepest evolutionary needs. This isn't just good for business, it's good for the human spirit. Consider the difference between a group of strangers forced to collaborate and a seasoned team that has faced challenges together. The latter operates with an efficiency and resilience that goes beyond individual skill sets. It's the power of the tribe in action. They anticipate each other's needs, cover for weaknesses, and amplify strengths, all because the underlying chemistry of trust has been established and reinforced. This isn't magic. It's the predictable outcome of nurturing our biological imperative for belonging and safety within a defined group. Ultimately, defining your workplace tribe is about laying the groundwork for everything that follows in the chemistry of success. You can't build a robust circle of safety if you don't know who needs to be protected within it. You can't redirect energy from internal conflict to external challenges if people are still viewing their colleagues as potential threats within an undefined, untrustworthy landscape. This initial act of recognition, of acknowledging the primal tribal dynamics at play, is the absolute non-negotiable starting point for cultivating a truly high-performing, trust-driven organization. Establishing a circle of safety for your team. Imagine a space where everyone feels completely secure, not just physically, but emotionally and psychologically. This isn't some utopian dream. It's the circle of safety we're talking about, and it's absolutely vital for any team to truly flourish. When team members know, deep down, that their leader and their peers have their back, a profound shift occurs. They stop guarding themselves, stop wasting precious energy on internal politics or self-preservation. Instead, all that focus and creativity can be poured directly into the shared goals, making the team stronger and more effective than ever before. This feeling of unwavering security is the bedrock upon which all true success is built, allowing individuals to take risks and innovate without constant fear of failure or judgment. Our bodies are incredibly smart, and they react strongly to our environment, especially at work. Think about it. When you feel threatened or unsafe, your brain floods with cortisol, the stress hormone, pushing you into a fight or flight mode. This makes you defensive, wary, and only focused on protecting yourself, which is terrible for teamwork. But when you feel safe and connected, your brain releases oxytocin and serotonin, the feel-good chemicals that foster trust, bonding, and a sense of calm belonging. Leaders who understand this biological reality can literally change their team's chemistry, shifting them from a cortisol factory to an oxytocin oasis where collaboration naturally thrives. A leader's most crucial role isn't just assigning tasks or tracking progress, it's being the unwavering guardian of this circle of safety. They are the ones who must actively create and maintain an environment where everyone feels valued and protected, no matter what challenges arise. This means stepping up to shield your team from external pressures and internal conflicts, making sure they know you'll stand by them. When a leader consistently demonstrates this protective instinct, their team doesn't just respect them, they trust them implicitly, knowing that their well-being is a top priority. This isn't a passive role. It requires active, consistent effort and a genuine commitment to your people. Without a strong circle of safety, teams quickly unravel into a collection of stressed, anxious individuals. When trust is absent, people become suspicious of each other's motives, information gets hoarded, and blame becomes a common currency. Instead of focusing on creative solutions or external competitors, team members waste colossal amounts of energy on internal politicking and self-preservation tactics. This constant internal friction drains morale, stifles innovation, and ultimately sabotages any chance of collective success. A broken circle doesn't just hinder progress, it actively poisons the entire workplace, making it a place of dread rather than possibility. Building genuine safety and trust isn't about grand gestures. It's about the steady, reliable drumbeat of consistent behavior. Leaders must be predictable in their actions and fair in their decisions, always. When your team knows exactly what to expect from you, when they can count on your word and your character, a deep sense of security takes root. Inconsistent leadership, however, is like shifting sands. It creates anxiety and erodes confidence faster than anything else. True leaders build trust not just through what they say, but through the unwavering integrity of their everyday actions, proving their reliability over and over again. Open and honest communication forms another vital pillar of the circle of safety. Leaders should strive for transparency, sharing information openly and honestly, even when the news isn't easy to deliver. When leaders withhold information or operate in secrecy, they inadvertently create a vacuum that quickly gets filled with rumors, speculation, and fear. Conversely, encouraging your team members to speak up, to voice their concerns or ideas without fear of judgment or reprisal, reinforces their sense of belonging and value. This two-way street of honest dialogue ensures everyone feels informed and empowered, strengthening the bonds of trust within the team. Every single voice within the team holds value, and a true leader ensures that message is heard loud and clear. It's not enough, just listen. You must actively seek out diverse perspectives and truly consider the input from every team member. When people feel their ideas are genuinely considered and their contributions are appreciated, their engagement skyrockets. This deep sense of being valued and understood reinforces their belief that they are an indispensable part of the tribe, not just another replaceable cog in a large, impersonal machine. It's a powerful affirmation that their presence truly matters. Surprisingly, one of the most powerful tools for building a circle of safety is a leader's willingness to be vulnerable. Many leaders mistakenly believe they must appear flawless and infallible at all times, but this only creates distance. Admitting your own mistakes, acknowledging when you don't have all the answers, or even asking for help shows your team that you're human, just like them. This authentic vulnerability creates a safe space for others to be imperfect too, fostering empathy and deeper connections. It strips away the pretense and allows genuine trust to flourish, making the team feel like a collective of real people facing challenges together. A critical aspect of establishing this protective circle involves shielding your team from undue pressure, unfair blame, or toxic influences. Sometimes, this means the leader needs to step forward and take responsibility, even if the fault isn't entirely theirs, to protect the team from external criticism. Equally important is the leader's role in addressing and eliminating any internal saboteurs or destructive behaviors that might emerge within the team itself. Allowing negativity or backstabbing to fester will quickly shatter any sense of safety, so leaders must act decisively and fairly to maintain the health and integrity of the group. Clarity, like consistency, is a cornerstone of safety. Everyone on the team needs to know exactly what is expected of them, what the boundaries are, and what the collective goals entail. Ambiguity in roles, responsibilities, or expectations breeds confusion, stress, and uncertainty, making people hesitant to act. When leaders provide clear guidelines, set achievable expectations, and communicate consequences fairly, they establish a predictable framework that fosters stability. This structure, far from being restrictive, actually liberates team members, allowing them to focus their energy on their work rather than guessing what they should be doing. Never underestimate the profound impact of positive reinforcement in nurturing a safe and thriving environment. It's crucial to celebrate successes, no matter how small, and to genuinely acknowledge the effort and dedication that goes into the work. This isn't about doling out empty praise. It's about authentic recognition of hard work, progress, and valuable contributions. When team members feel seen and appreciated, their serotonin levels get a natural boost, reinforcing their sense of belonging and encouraging them to continue contributing their best. Such acknowledgments solidify the feeling that their efforts truly make a difference to the tribe. Remember the sacrifice play we mentioned earlier? It's a powerful concept that comes alive within the circle of safety. True authority and respect aren't simply granted by a title. They are earned when leaders consistently demonstrate that they prioritize the well-being of their team above their own personal gain. This might mean making tough decisions, taking on extra burdens, or even stepping back for the good of the group. When your team witnesses your willingness to make personal sacrifices for their collective benefit, their loyalty deepens, and their trust in your leadership becomes unshakable. It's a fundamental biological truth. We follow those who protect us. This entire approach fundamentally challenges the relentless, often soul-crushing hustle culture that fixates solely on arbitrary KPIs and quantitative metrics. While numbers certainly have the place in business, they should never overshadow the irreplaceable human element that drives all success. A team operating within a robust circle of safety will naturally achieve superior results, not because they are driven by fear of missing targets, but because they are intrinsically motivated by a shared purpose, deep trust, and a genuine commitment to each other's success. This biological imperative for connection far outweighs any external pressure. When the circle of safety is firmly established and consistently maintained, a truly transformative shift occurs within your organization. The energy that was once squandered on internal anxieties, self-protection, and political maneuvering is now fully unleashed and channeled towards innovation, creative problem-solving, and achieving collective goals. Your team members stop constantly looking over their shoulders, worried about internal threats, and instead begin looking confidently toward the horizon, united in their vision. This profound sense of collective security transforms a mere group of individuals into an unstoppable, highly effective force, powered by the very chemistry of human connection. Redirecting energy from internal conflict to external challenges. Think about how much energy you spend each day, not on your actual work, but on navigating the hidden currents of your workplace. Maybe you're constantly trying to guess your boss's mood, or you're carefully wording emails to avoid offending a colleague, or perhaps you're just generally looking over your shoulder. This isn't just wasted effort, it's a massive drain on your personal battery and your team's potential. Imagine if all that mental and emotional horsepower could be used for something truly productive instead. Many organizations, perhaps without even realizing it, become what we call cortisol factories. These are places where fear is the default setting, and people spend a huge chunk of their day on self-protection. When you're worried about being blamed, overlooked, or even outright sabotaged, your brain shifts into survival mode. This primal response floods your system with cortisol, the stress hormone, making it incredibly difficult to think creatively, collaborate openly, or truly commit to shared goals. This constant state of internal vigilance means that energy, which should be directed outwards towards solving real problems for customers or beating the competition, gets trapped within the team. Instead of attacking challenges, people end up attacking each other, or at least defending themselves from perceived internal threats. It's like having a powerful engine that's constantly running in neutral, burning fuel but going nowhere, simply because the driver is afraid to put it in gear. However, when a circle of safety is firmly established, something remarkable happens. That internal energy blockade begins to dissolve. When leaders actively work to protect their team members from internal threats, gossip, and unfair judgment, the need for self-preservation diminishes. People start to realize they can actually drop their guard, that their ideas won't be immediately shot down, and that mistakes are seen as learning opportunities, rather than career-ending errors. This shift isn't just theoretical, it's deeply biological. As the fear response triggered by cortisol fades, your brain begins to release more oxytocin and serotonin. These are the feel-good chemicals that foster trust, connection, and well-being. Suddenly, the energy previously tied up in anxiety and defensiveness is liberated, free to be channeled into more constructive and collaborative pursuits. Imagine your team as a single organism. In a cortisol factory, the cells are fighting each other, each worried about its own survival. But within a circle of safety, those cells are working in harmony, their collective energy focused on the external environment. This is where innovation truly sparks, where problems are dissected with curious eye instead of blame, and where solutions emerge from shared wisdom, not individual ego. The real challenge is, The ones that actually determine the success or failure of your venture are always external. They are your competitors, the ever-changing market, the evolving needs of your customers, or that tricky new technology. These are the dragons your team needs to slay, and you simply cannot do it effectively if half your knights are busy bickering in the castle courtyard. Redirecting this energy means consciously turning the team's focus outwards. It involves clearly defining the external enemy or the shared mission that requires everyone's best effort. When people understand that their collective power is needed to tackle a common outside objective, their natural human instinct to tribe up and cooperate takes over, fueled by those powerful biological bonds. Think of it like a sports team. If the players are constantly criticizing each other, competing for individual glory, or holding grudges, they'll never win the game, no matter how talented they are. But when they trust each other, communicate openly, and direct all their combined skill and energy towards defeating the opposing team, they become an unstoppable force. Leaders play a crucial role in this redirection. It's not enough to just say, let's focus outward. You must actively remove the internal distractions. This means addressing conflicts quickly and fairly, providing clear expectations, and creating an environment where vulnerability is seen as a strength, not a weakness. Your job is to be the shield that protects your team from internal strife. When leaders perform this sacrifice play, putting the team's well-being above their own immediate comfort or perceived authority, they earn true loyalty and respect. This act of selfless leadership reinforces the circle of safety, making everyone feel more secure and, in turn, more willing to dedicate their full mental and emotional resources to external challenges. The benefits are tangible and far-reaching. Teams that successfully redirect their energy experience higher levels of creativity because people aren't afraid to share unconventional ideas. They solve problems faster because everyone is contributing openly. Morale skyrockets, employee turnover drops, and ultimately, the organization achieves better results because its collective power is finally unleashed. This is the heart of the EDSO Framework in action. Instead of allowing selfish dopamine-driven behaviors, like individual glory-seeking or hoarding information, to create internal friction, you cultivate an environment where selfless, oxytocin-driven collaboration flourishes. The pursuit of individual accolades takes a back seat to the shared victory, and everyone feels a greater sense of belonging and purpose. In practice, this means meetings become less about reporting on tasks and more about brainstorming solutions to market shifts. Feedback sessions transform from critical reviews into constructive dialogues aimed at collective improvement. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to reinforce trust and focus on the common goal, rather than a potential minefield of personal agendas. Of course, shifting a team's ingrained habits from internal conflict to external focus isn't an overnight task. It requires consistent effort, clear communication, and a genuine commitment from leadership to maintain the circle of safety. Old patterns of behavior, especially those rooted in fear, can be stubborn, but the rewards for overcoming them are immense. Ultimately, redirecting energy is about recognizing a fundamental biological truth. Human beings are wired to cooperate when they feel safe. When that safety is established, the natural inclination to protect oneself dissipates, freeing up incredible reserves of creativity, resilience, and collaborative power. Your team stops wasting energy on internal squabbles and starts looking towards the horizon, ready to conquer whatever lies ahead. This isn't some soft skill that can be ignored or relegated to HR training. It's a biological imperative for success. When your team's chemistry is right, when trust allows them to focus their collective might outwards, they don't just work harder. They become a truly unstoppable force, capable of overcoming any external challenge that comes their way. The biological imperative of belonging. Deep within our very DNA lies a fundamental truth, a silent whisper from our ancient past that still dictates so much of how we feel and act today. It's the powerful, undeniable urge to belong, to be part of something bigger than ourselves, a feeling that goes far beyond simply wanting to fit in. This isn't just a fleeting emotion or a social preference. It's a biological imperative, a hardwired necessity that shaped our survival and continues to drive our well-being. Think about it. From the moment we're born, we seek connection. a sense of being accepted and safe within a group. This deep-seated need isn't something we can simply switch off when we walk into a workplace or a team meeting. Our brains are constantly scanning for signals of inclusion or exclusion, influencing our mood, our focus, and even our physical health. Understanding this basic human wiring is the first step toward building truly exceptional teams. Our ancestors understood this concept instinctively, long before anyone coined terms like oxytocin or serotonin. For early humans, being part of a tribe wasn't just comforting, it was the difference between life and death. A lone individual in the wild was easy prey, vulnerable to predators and the harsh elements. The group, however, offered protection, shared resources, and collective strength, vastly improving everyone's chances of survival. This primal programming means our brains are still wired to seek out and thrive within a circle of safety, a place where we feel secure and valued among our peers. When we experience that sense of belonging, our bodies respond with a cascade of positive chemicals, making us feel calm, connected, and ready to contribute. Fast forward to the modern office or classroom, and surprisingly, little has changed in terms of our basic biological needs. While we might not be fending off saber-toothed tigers, the human brain still interprets exclusion or isolation as a threat. When someone feels like an outsider or worries about their place within a group, their body kicks into a stress response, flooding their system with cortisol. This fight-or-flight hormone is useful in a real emergency, but it's incredibly draining and counterproductive when constantly activated by social anxieties. It hinders clear thinking, shuts down creativity, and makes people focus on self-preservation instead of collaboration. Therefore, a workplace that ignores this need for belonging often becomes a silent cortisol factory, inadvertently stressing out its own people. Contrast that with environments where belonging is actively fostered, where leaders consciously build a circle of safety around their team members. In these places, the chemical cocktail is entirely different, far more beneficial for both individuals and the collective. When people feel truly accepted and valued, their brains release oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, which strengthens trust and empathy. Simultaneously, serotonin, a key player in mood regulation and feelings of well-being, flows freely. These neurochemicals aren't just feel-good agents, they are the biological bedrock of loyalty, cooperation, and sustained high performance. They literally make us better teammates, more resilient, and more innovative. Think of it like this. When you feel like you truly belong, your brain can relax. It stops wasting precious energy on scanning for threats, on wondering if you're good enough, or on worrying about internal rivalries. Instead, that energy is freed up, ready to be directed outward, towards solve in problems, innovating, and working together to achieve shared goals. This shift is revolutionary, transforming a group of individuals who might otherwise be competing or guarding themselves into a cohesive, unstoppable force. It's the difference between a team constantly looking over its shoulder and one confidently looking toward the horizon, eager to tackle challenges together. Many traditional management styles, unfortunately, completely miss this crucial biological component. They focus on metrics, individual performance, and sometimes even foster internal competition, unknowingly dismantling the very sense of belonging that humans crave. When leaders prioritize numbers above people, or when they create an atmosphere of fear and scarcity, they inadvertently trigger the cortisol response in their staff. This leads to disengagement, burnout, and a pervasive sense of mistrust, all because a basic biological need for connection and safety is being ignored. It's like trying to build a house on quicksand. No matter how strong the materials, the foundation is inherently unstable. The EDSO framework we discussed earlier speaks directly to this balance, balancing the selfish drive of dopamine with the selfless connection of oxytocin. While individual ambition, dopamine, can be a powerful motivator, it needs the grounding force of belonging, oxytocin, to prevent it from becoming destructive. Without a strong sense of belonging, individual pursuits can easily lead to isolation and a every person for themselves mentality, which ultimately erodes team cohesion. A leader's job isn't just to assign tasks, it's to cultivate the conditions where these positive neurochemicals can flourish, creating a workplace that feels less like a competition and more like a community. When a team genuinely feels like a tribe, a group where everyone has each other's backs, the impact on performance is profound and measurable. People become more willing to take risks, knowing that failure won't lead to ostracization, but rather to learning and support. They are more open to sharing ideas, even unconventional ones, because they trust their colleagues will listen without judgment. This psychological safety, born from belonging, directly fuels innovation and problem solving, allowing teams to navigate complex challenges with greater agility and creativity. It moves them beyond simply working together to truly thriving together. True authority, then, doesn't come from a title or a position of power. It comes from earning the trust of your team by prioritizing their biological need for belonging. Leaders who make the sacrifice play, putting the well-being and safety of their tribe first, naturally inspire loyalty and commitment. They become the protectors of the circle of safety, ensuring that everyone feels included, respected, and valued. This isn't a soft skill to be dismissed. It's a fundamental leadership strategy rooted in our shared human biology, yielding tangible results that spreadsheets alone can never capture. It's about understanding the deep human need to be seen, to be heard, and to truly belong. So, how do you cultivate this biological imperative of belonging in your own team or organization? It starts with intentionality. It means actively listening to your team members, celebrating small victories together, and creating opportunities for genuine connection beyond just work tasks. It involves clear communication that reinforces shared values and a common purpose, reminding everyone that they are an integral part of something important. When leaders demonstrate genuine care and empathy, they send powerful signals to the brain that this is a safe space, a place where one can truly belong and contribute without fear. Ultimately, the chemistry of success isn't some abstract concept. It's a tangible reality playing out in our brains every single day. By understanding the biological imperative of belonging, leaders can move past outdated notions of hustle culture and arbitrary KPIs, focusing instead on what truly matters. When people feel safe, connected, and like they genuinely belong, they don't just show up for work, they commit their hearts and minds to the mission. They become more resilient, more creative, and more dedicated, transforming a collection of individuals into an unstoppable force that can achieve extraordinary things. Lead by chemistry and watch your team flourish. This isn't about being nice for the sake of it, although kindness is certainly a welcome byproduct. It's about strategic leadership that taps into the most ancient and powerful drivers of human behavior. When you create an environment where belonging is a given, you unlock hidden potential and foster a level of engagement that no bonus scheme or performance review could ever hope to achieve. The return on investment in building a strong circle of safety and nurturing this biological imperative is immeasurable, leading to not just a more productive team, but a happier, healthier, and more fulfilled one. It's the ultimate win-win scenario, benefiting everyone involved. Deconstructing the fluffy buzzword myth. Let's be honest, when you hear terms like trust or psychological safety tossed around in a boardroom, a little part of you probably rolls your eyes. Maybe you picture scented candles, group hugs, or some airy-fairy HR seminar where everyone pretends to be vulnerable. It's often lumped into that dreaded category of fluffy buzzwords. Those abstract concepts that sound nice on a corporate poster but seem utterly disconnected from the brutal reality of deadlines, quotas, and profit margins. We've been conditioned to think of trust as a pleasant bonus, a nice to have if there's any time left after we've hit all our actual measurable targets. This dismissive attitude, however, isn't just misguided. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what truly drives human performance, and by extension, organizational success. It's like trying to build a skyscraper without bothering to check the foundation, assuming it will somehow just stand upright on good intentions. We need to peel back these layers of cynicism and see trust for what it truly is. The idea that trust is merely a fluffy buzzword is perhaps the most dangerous myth circulating in modern workplaces, and it's high time we deconstructed it. This isn't about some touchy-feely kumbaya moment. It's about hard science and cold, undeniable biology. Our bodies, our brains, and our ancient survival instincts are all screaming the same message. Trust isn't optional. It's a biological necessity, as fundamental as oxygen or a decent cup of coffee on a Monday morning. When we dismiss trust as intangible, we ignore the very chemical reactions happening inside every single person on our team, reactions that either propel them forward or hold them back. It's not a soft skill in the traditional sense. It's the bedrock upon which all other skills, strategies, and innovations are built. To ignore it is to operate with one hand tied behind your back, wondering why your team isn't reaching its full potential. We need to stop treating trust like a garnish and start seeing it as the main course, the essential fuel for any thriving enterprise. Think of it this way. Your organization isn't just a collection of desks, computers, and spreadsheets. It's a complex ecosystem of human beings, each wired with a sophisticated internal chemistry lab. This lab is constantly producing chemicals that either promote connection and collaboration or trigger fear and self-preservation. When trust is absent, the primary output of this internal lab becomes cortisol, the infamous stress hormone that primes us for fight or flight. This isn't just an abstract feeling, it's a measurable, physiological response that diverts energy from creative problem solving to basic self-defense. People aren't thinking about how to innovate for the company. They're thinking about how to avoid blame, protect their turf, or survive the next performance review. This biological reality, far from being fluffy, is the most tangible and impactful force shaping your team's daily output. Imagine your workplace as a factory, but instead of widgets, it's churning out cortisol. In such an environment, every interaction is viewed through a lens of suspicion. Employees become adept at looking over their shoulders instead of looking toward the horizon, constantly guarding against perceived threats from colleagues, managers, or even the system itself. This constant state of low-level stress is incredibly draining, both for individuals and the collective spirit of the team. It saps creativity, stifles open communication, and makes genuine collaboration feel like an impossible dream. Energy that could be channeled into groundbreaking projects is instead wasted on internal politics, defensive maneuvers, and simply trying to make it through the day unscathed. This isn't just inefficient, it's a recipe for burnout and a graveyard for innovation, all thanks to the absence of a simple yet profound ingredient: trust. Now, picture a different kind of factory, one that runs on a far more potent and productive fuel: oxytocin and serotonin. These are the feel-good chemicals, the biological bedrock of connection, belonging, and well-being. Oxytocin, often called the trust hormone, fosters empathy and strengthens social bonds, making us feel safe and connected to our tribe. Serotonin contributes to feelings of happiness, contentment, and stability, reducing anxiety and promoting a positive outlook. When these chemicals are flowing freely, people stop wasting energy on self-protection and start channeling it into shared goals. They feel secure enough to take risks, share ideas, and genuinely support one another, knowing that their contributions are valued and their vulnerabilities won't be exploited. This isn't some utopian fantasy. It's the natural biological state of high-performing, truly cohesive teams. When a circle of safety is established, fueled by oxytocin and serotonin, a remarkable transformation occurs within a team. The internal struggle for survival subsides, and individuals can finally direct their full attention outwards towards the real challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Instead of worrying about who might steal their idea or throw them under the bus, team members are free to collaborate openly, knowing their efforts are appreciated and their mistakes will be treated as learning opportunities, not reasons for punishment. This shift in focus unlocks an incredible reservoir of collective intelligence and creativity that remains untapped in fear-driven environments. It allows people to stop guarding their backs and start looking towards a shared future, which is the ultimate definition of true commitment and engagement. Many leaders pride themselves on being data-driven, meticulously tracking KPIs, metrics, and quarterly reports, believing these numbers tell the whole story of their organization's health. While data is undoubtedly important, a singular focus on these external metrics often leads to a profound oversight of the internal human element. They might see declining productivity or high turnover and immediately look for technical fixes, completely missing the underlying erosion of trust that is the true culprit. Leading solely by numbers, without understanding the chemistry of human interaction, is like trying to diagnose a patient by only looking at their vital signs, ignoring their diet, stress levels, and emotional well-being. This myopic view perpetuates the myth that trust is a soft skill because it's not easily quantifiable on a spreadsheet, yet its impact on those very numbers is undeniable and profound. We need to expand our definition of data to include the human experience. The cost of cynicism isn't just a catchy phrase, it's a heavy toll exacted on organizations that fail to prioritize trust. When leaders operate with a cynical mindset, constantly questioning motives, assuming the worst, or valuing individual gain over collective well-being, that cynicism trickles down, poisoning the entire culture. Employees quickly learn that vulnerability is a weakness, honesty is a risk, and loyalty is foolish. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where trust erodes and people behave exactly as the cynics expected, selfishly and defensively. Innovation, which thrives on open communication and shared risk-taking, simply cannot survive in such a toxic atmosphere. The cost isn't just financial, it's the loss of human potential, the squandering of talent, and the slow, painful death of organizational spirit, all because trust was deemed too fluffy to bother with. True authority, the kind that inspires loyalty and commitment, doesn't come from a fancy title or a corner office. It emerges from a leader's willingness to make the sacrifice play. This means putting the well-being and success of the team, the tribe, above personal gain or ego. When team members see their leadee consistently act in their best interests, even at a personal cost, trust blossoms organically and powerfully. It's a biological exchange. The leader provides safety and protection, and in return, the team offers unwavering dedication and effort. This isn't about being a martyr. It's about understanding the deep-seated human need for a secure leader who will stand up for their people. Without this fundamental act of selflessness, any attempt to build trust will feel hollow, performative, and ultimately fail to ignite the crucial chemical reactions needed for success. Let's hammer this home one more time. Trust is not a soft skill. It's a biological necessity. It's woven into our DNA, a primal mechanism that allowed our ancestors to form cohesive groups, hunt mammoths, and survive harsh winters. In the modern workplace, this translates directly to our ability to collaborate effectively, innovate boldly, and weather economic storms together. When people feel safe, truly safe, they don't just clock in and perform tasks, they commit their hearts and minds to the mission. They bring their whole selves to work, not just the parts they feel are safe to show. This isn't about being nice or friendly. It's about creating an environment where the human brain can operate at its peak, free from the constant threat of judgment or betrayal. It's about optimizing our inherent biology for collective achievement. When the circle of safety is strong, the transformation is nothing short of miraculous. This isn't some abstract concept. It's a tangible environment where every team member feels valued, heard, and protected. In such a space, energy isn't wasted on internal conflicts or political maneuvering. Instead, it's channeled entirely towards external challenges, outthinking competitors, solving customer problems, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The team stops being a loose collection of individuals, each fending for themselves, and instead becomes a cohesive, unstoppable force of nature. This isn't magic. It's simply the natural outcome when the biological conditions for trust are met and nurtured. It's about creating an ecosystem where people can thrive, not just survive, and where their innate desire to contribute is fully unleashed. So, the next time someone dismisses trust as a fluffy buzzword, remember the chemistry. Remember the cortisol factory versus the oxytocin serotonin haven. Remember that true leadership isn't about command and control, it's about support and protect. It's about understanding that the most powerful metric isn't found in a spreadsheet, but in the profound biological bond that forms when people feel safe enough to truly commit. Shifting your leadership paradigm from command and control to support and protect isn't just a philosophical choice, it's a strategic imperative rooted deeply in human biology. This is the real chemistry of success, and it's far from fluffy. It's the hardest, most essential truth in building a thriving organization. It's time to stop chasing numbers and start cultivating trust, because that's where genuine, lasting success truly lies. The neurological basis of trust. Forget what you thought you knew about trust, because it's not some touchy-feely concept cooked up in a corporate retreat. Trust, at its core, is a biological imperative, etched into our very DNA, constantly scanning our environment for cues of safety or danger. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a measurable reality played out by a complex symphony of chemicals inside our heads. These aren't just random reactions. They are the ancient mechanisms that allowed our ancestors to survive and thrive in groups. Understanding this fundamental truth unlocks a whole new way of looking at team dynamics and leadership. We're not just dealing with spreadsheets and KPIs. We're dealing with living, breathing organisms driven by primal needs. The success or failure of any team often hinges on whether its members feel safe enough to truly connect. This connection, or lack thereof, is rooted in our biology, not just our intentions. So let's peel back the layers and see what's really going on beneath the surface of human interaction. Enter oxytocin, often dubbed the love hormone or cuddle chemical, but its role extends far beyond romantic embraces. This powerful neurotransmitter is the biological glue that fosters bonding, empathy, and most importantly for our discussion, trust. When we feel a sense of connection, whether with a friend, family member, or even a trusted colleague, our brains release oxytocin. It signals safety, reducing our natural defenses and making us more open to cooperation. Think about that feeling of calm reassurance you get when you're truly heard and understood by someone. That's oxytocin at work, telling your nervous system it's okay to relax. In a team setting, oxytocin is the invisible force that encourages collaboration, mutual support, and a shared sense of purpose. It's what makes us feel like we're part of a tribe, rather than just a collection of individuals vying for attention. Without enough of this crucial chemical, genuine trust struggles to take root, leaving teams fragmented and guarded. Cultivating environments that naturally boost oxytocin is paramount for true team cohesion and success. While oxytocin binds us together, serotonin plays a crucial role in our individual sense of well-being and social standing within the group. Often associated with mood regulation and happiness, serotonin also influences our feelings of security and belonging. When serotonin levels are healthy, we feel more confident, calmer, and less prone to anxiety, which in turn makes us more approachable and trusting of others. This isn't about being happy in a superficial sense. It's about feeling intrinsically valued and secure in our place within a social structure. A team where individuals feel respected and their contributions are acknowledged naturally encourages higher serotonin levels. Such an environment reduces internal competition and fosters a collective sense of purpose, making it easier for trust to flourish. When individuals feel good about themselves and their position, they are less likely to perceive others as threats. This inner stability provides a strong foundation for external trust, allowing people to focus on shared goals rather than personal insecurities. A deficiency, however, can lead to irritability and social withdrawal, chipping away at the very fabric of team trust. Therefore, leaders have a biological imperative to create conditions that support individual serotonin health. Now, let's consider dopamine, the chemical of reward and motivation, which can be a double-edged sword in the workplace. Dopamine drives us to achieve, to pursue goals, and to experience the thrill of success, making it essential for productivity and innovation. However, unchecked pursuit of individual dopamine hits, like chasing personal KPIs at the expense of others, can lead to a selfish drive that erodes collective trust. The EDSO Framework, which we'll delve into deeper, highlights the delicate balance needed between this personal drive and the selfless connection fostered by oxytocin. We need dopamine to propel us forward, but it must be channeled within a framework of shared trust and mutual benefit. When team members are rewarded for collaborative efforts rather than purely individualistic gains, dopamine can actually reinforce trust. It becomes a powerful motivator for collective achievement, strengthening the bonds of the group. Conversely, a system that only rewards individualistic heroism can turn colleagues into competitors, unleashing a torrent of mistrust. Understanding this balance is key to harnessing dopamine for good, ensuring it builds rather than breaks team cohesion. It's about aligning individual ambition with the greater good. chemically speaking. Then there's cortisol, the body's primar, a stress hormone which acts as the ultimate trust destroyer. Cortisol is released when we perceive a threat, triggering our ancient fight or flight response, designed to keep us safe from saber-toothed tigers, not passive-aggressive emails. In a workplace environment characterized by fear, uncertainty, or constant pressure, cortisol levels remain chronically high. This chemical flood directs energy away from higher-level functions like creativity, empathy, and collaboration, and instead funnels it into self-preservation. When people are constantly stressed, their brains are screaming danger, making them naturally suspicious and guarded towards others. They stop looking out for the team and start looking over their shoulders, perpetually bracing for the next perceived attack, whether from a demanding boss or a backstabbing colleague. Such an environment, often described as a cortisol factory, actively prevents the release of trust-building chemicals like oxytocin and serotonin. It creates a vicious cycle where fear breeds mistrust, and mistrust perpetuates fear, making genuine connection impossible. Leaders who inadvertently foster these cortisol-rich environments are unwittingly sabotaging their team's potential for success. The very presence of chronic stress fundamentally undermines the biological capacity for trust within an organization. The implications of these chemical interactions are profound for any leader aiming to build a high-performing team. We're not just managing people, we're managing their internal chemistry, whether we realize it or not. When a leader creates a circle of safety, they are in essence creating a chemically balanced environment where oxytocin and serotonin can flow freely. This sense of security allows individuals to drop their guard, share ideas openly, and offer support without fear of reprisal. It means that the team's collective energy is directed outwards towards solving external challenges and innovating, rather than being wasted on internal politics and self-protection. Conversely, a workplace riddled with fear and anxiety becomes a neurological minefield, constantly triggering cortisol and shutting down the brain's capacity for trust. People in such environments are perpetually in survival mode, unable to fully engage or commit to shared goals. Understanding the neurological basis of trust transforms leadership from an art into a science, offering tangible pathways to foster genuine connection. It provides a roadmap for cultivating an environment where human biology naturally supports collective success, making the team truly unstoppable. This dance of chemicals isn't some modern corporate fad. It's an ancient survival mechanism honed over millions of years of human evolution. Early humans, vulnerable on their own, quickly learned that safety and success lay in numbers, in the strength of the tribe. Those who could trust each other, who could cooperate and share resources without constant suspicion, were the ones who survived and passed on their genes. Our brains evolved to reward cooperative behavior with pleasant chemical surges, like oxytocin, making us seek out and maintain these vital social bonds. Conversely, betrayal or isolation triggered painful responses, often involving cortisol, teaching us to avoid situations that threatened our belonging. This deep-seated biological wiring means that the need for trust isn't a learned behavior, it's an inherited blueprint for survival. It's why feeling alienated or distrusted can be so profoundly unsettling, tapping into our primal fears of being cast out. Understanding this evolutionary legacy helps us appreciate just how fundamental trust is to our well-being and collective efficacy. It's not just about feeling good, it's about feeling safe enough to thrive, just as our ancestors did. You don't need a brain scanner to spot a cortisol factory in action. The signs are often glaringly obvious in team dynamics. Walk into such an office, and you might notice hushed conversations, a lack of open dialogue, or a general air of tension. Employees might hoard information, avoid taking risks, or spend an inordinate amount of time covering their backs instead of pushing boundaries. Innovation grinds to a halt because new ideas are met with skepticism or fear of failure, rather than curious exploration. People become hypervigilant, constantly reading between the lines of emails and meetings, searching for hidden agendas. This constant state of low-grade stress saps creativity, drains energy, and ultimately stifles any genuine passion for the work. The human cost is immense, leading to burnout, disengagement, and a revolving door of talent. This isn't just a morale problem, It's a deeply rooted biological response to an unsafe environment. Recognizing these symptoms is the first step toward dismantling the cortisol factory and building something far more resilient and human. In stark contrast, imagine an environment where oxytocin and serotonin are flowing freely, where the circle of safety is strong and palpable. Here, you'll observe people engaging in spirited debates, offering constructive criticism without fear, and readily collaborating on complex problems. There's a palpable sense of psychological safety, allowing individuals to admit mistakes, ask for help, and even challenge authority respectfully. This isn't about everyone being nice all the time. It's about feeling secure enough to be authentic and vulnerable. When these trust-building chemicals are active, teams become more resilient, adapting quickly to change and bouncing back from setbacks with greater ease. Individuals feel a deep sense of belonging and purpose, knowing their contributions are valued and their well-being is prioritized. This chemical cocktail fosters a collective intelligence where diverse perspectives are welcomed and leveraged for innovative solutions. Such a workplace isn't just productive, it's a place where people genuinely want to be, because it meets a fundamental biological need for connection and security. It's a place where human potential is fully unleashed naturally. Leaders, whether they realize it or not, are the orchestrators of their team's neurochemistry. Every decision they make, every communication they send, every policy they implement has a direct impact on the chemical balance within their employees' brains. A leader who practices sacrifice play, putting the tribe first, even at personal cost, actively triggers oxytocin release in their team members, reinforcing loyalty and trust. Conversely, a leader who leads by fear or constantly shifts blame will flood the system with cortisol, breeding deep-seated resentment and self-preservation. This isn't about being manipulative. It's about understanding the profound biological levers that govern human behavior and using them responsibly. True authority isn't about commanding. It's about cultivating a physiological state in your team that makes them want to follow. It's about creating the conditions for trust to emerge naturally, by design, not by accident. The best leaders intuitively understand this, even if they can't articulate the exact chemical reactions. They build trust by consciously shaping the environment, one interaction at a time. This understanding brings us back to the EDSO Framework, balancing the selfish drive of dopamine with the selfless connection of oxytocin. It's a recognition that both individual achievement and collective belonging are crucial, but they must be managed in harmony. Too much emphasis on individualistic dopamine rewards, like aggressive sales targets without team support, can lead to a cutthroat environment where trust is impossible. Conversely, an overemphasis on niceness, without clear goals or recognition, can lead to stagnation, as the motivational push of dopamine is absent. The art of leadership lies in creating a system where the pursuit of personal excellence naturally contributes to the greater good, and where collective success amplifies individual satisfaction. It's about designing feedback loops and reward structures that encourage both the I and the we simultaneously. This framework provides a practical lens through which to view team dynamics, helping leaders deliberately shape the chemical landscape for optimal performance. It's not about stifling ambition, it's about intelligently channeling it for collective benefit. So if trust has such a profound neurological basis, constantly influencing our thoughts, feelings, and actions, how can anyone still dismiss it as a soft skill? This perspective fundamentally misunderstands human biology and the very engine of collective endeavor. Trust isn't a nice-to-have. It's a foundational operating system for any group of people attempting to achieve something meaningful together. Just as a building needs a solid foundation to stand, a team needs a bedrock of trust to withstand challenges and grow. Without it, every interaction becomes a negotiation, every decision a potential minefield, and every setback a reason for blame. The energy wasted on navigating internal mistrust is energy diverted from innovation, problem-solving, and achieving shared objectives. It's a biological necessity because our brains demand safety and connection to perform at their best. Ignoring this biological reality is like trying to run a complex machine without understanding its core mechanics. This book aims to prove that trust is, in fact, the hardest, most essential metric of all. The immediate takeaway from this neurological deep dive is clear. Leaders must shift their focus from purely external metrics to the internal chemistry of their teams. It means moving beyond the transactional exchanges of traditional management and embracing the transformative power of human connection. When you create an environment where oxytocin and serotonin thrive, you're not just improving morale, you're literally rewiring brains for collaboration and commitment. You're building a team where individuals feel safe enough to bring their whole selves to work, to take risks, and to truly invest in a shared vision. This isn't a quick fix or a new management fad. It's an alignment with fundamental human nature. It's about recognizing that our biology dictates our capacity for success, and that nurturing the right internal chemistry is the ultimate strategic advantage. The journey to a truly unstoppable team begins with understanding and respecting the neurological basis of trust. Quantifying the impact of trust beyond spreadsheets. Most of us are trained to look for numbers, aren't we? When we talk about success, our minds immediately jump to sales figures, profit margins, or how many tasks we checked off a list. It feels natural to quantify everything, to put a neat little number on every outcome. But then someone mentions trust, and suddenly it feels a bit fluffy. How do you put a number on something as intangible as whether people genuinely trust each other? That's the challenge many leaders face when trying to move beyond the old ways of thinking, because trust rarely shows up as a direct line item on any budget sheet. The truth is, while trust doesn't have its own column in your quarterly report, its effects are profoundly visible, and yes, even quantifiable if you know where to look. It's not about finding a single trust score that magically appears. It's about understanding how trust acts as a powerful, invisible force shaping every other metric you already track. Think of it less like a direct measurement and more like the fertile soil that allows all the other good things to grow. Without it, everything else struggles to thrive, no matter how much you water it with incentives or demands. One of the clearest indicators of trust, or the lack thereof, is employee retention. In environments where trust is high, people tend to stick around. They feel valued, safe, and like they belong, which makes them less likely to jump ship for the next opportunity. Conversely, in those cortisol factories we discussed earlier, where fear and stress are rampant, people are constantly looking for an escape. They leave not just for better pay, but for peace of mind and a place where their effort feels appreciated, rather than just exploited. The cost of high employee turnover is staggering, and it's a number that definitely shows up on a spreadsheet. Think about the expense of recruiting, interviewing, and training new staff members, only for them to leave within a year or two. There's also the loss of institutional knowledge, the dip in team morale, and the time existing staff must spend picking up the slack. These are all direct, measurable financial hits that a lack of trust can inflict on an organization, making a strong case for investing in a culture where people feel safe enough to stay. Beyond just keeping people, trust dramatically impacts productivity and overall efficiency. When team members operate from a place of fear, they often waste energy on self-protection. This might look like hoarding information, avoiding responsibility, or constantly checking over their shoulder for criticism. Imagine all that wasted mental energy that could have been spent on actual work. A high-trust environment liberates this energy, allowing individuals to focus fully on their tasks and contribute without reservation. This liberation translates into tangible improvements. Decisions get made faster because people aren't afraid of making a mistake or being blamed. Bureaucracy shrinks as processes become more streamlined and less about covering everyone's backside. Internal conflicts, if they arise, are resolved more quickly and constructively because there's a foundation of mutual respect. These aren't just soft benefits. They directly speed up operations and cut down on costly delays that can otherwise plague a team. Innovation and creativity also flourish in a trust-rich environment. Fear is the ultimate killer of new ideas. No one wants to suggest a crazy idea or admit a mistake if they believe they'll be ridiculed or punished. However, when people feel psychologically safe, they're more willing to experiment, take calculated risks, and even fail forward. They understand that learning is part of the process, and that failure isn't a career ender, but a stepping stone to something better. The results of this increased innovation can be tracked through new product developments, improved operational processes, or novel solutions to long-standing problems. While trust isn't a line item, the number of successful new initiatives launched, or the percentage reduction in operational waste, certainly are. These metrics become the visible fruit of the invisible labor of building trust, demonstrating that a safe space for ideas directly impacts the bottom line and future growth. The quality of work produced also sees a significant boost when trust is present. When individuals feel genuinely valued and respected, they naturally invest more care and effort into their output. It's not just about meeting minimum requirements, it's about taking pride in their craft and striving for excellence. This heightened commitment leads to fewer errors, higher standards, and a reputation for reliability, all of which contribute to a stronger overall product or service. Think about customer satisfaction as well. A team that trusts each other and feels supported by their leadership is far more likely to provide exceptional service. They're happier, more engaged, and more willing to go the extra mile for clients. This translates into positive customer feedback, repeat business, and powerful word-of-mouth referrals. These are all metrics that directly impact revenue and market share, showing a clear link between internal trust and external success. True team collaboration, rather than just forced cooperation, becomes the norm. When trust is high, people are eager to share knowledge, offer help without being asked, and openly discuss challenges. They see their colleagues not as rivals, but as fellow members of the tribe, working towards a common goal. This organic teamwork leads to stronger collective problem solving and a sense of shared responsibility that elevates everyone's performance, making the whole greater than the sum of its parts. The reduction in stress and burnout, while harder to pin down with a simple number, has profound implications. Lower stress levels mean fewer sick days, better mental and physical health for employees, and a more sustained level of performance over time. While you might not have a stress level column, you can certainly track attendance rates, healthcare costs, and overall employee well-being, all of which benefit immensely from a high-trust, low-fear environment. Then there are the invisible costs of low trust, the ones that drain resources without ever showing up on a financial statement. Gossip, internal backstabbing, the hoarding of critical information, and passive-aggressive behaviors create a toxic atmosphere. This internal friction diverts energy, saps morale, and ultimately slows down every process, yet it's rarely accounted for in traditional financial models. Trust eliminates these hidden taxes on productivity and spirit. So, how do leaders see these impacts if not solely through spreadsheets? It starts with keen observation. Pay attention to how your team members interact. Do they openly share ideas? Do they celebrate each other's successes? How do they handle mistakes? Are people quick to blame or quick to help? These qualitative observations provide rich data about the health of your circle of safety, revealing the presence or absence of trust in real-time interactions. Additionally, incorporating qualitative feedback mechanisms can be incredibly powerful. Anonymous surveys, open forums, and one-on-one conversations focused on psychological safety can provide direct insights into how trusted and supported employees feel. While these aren't traditional numbers, the patterns and themes that emerge can be just as, if not more, informative than any KPI, guiding you toward areas where trust needs to be strengthened. This brings us back to the EDSO Framework. A team rich in oxytocin, the chemical of connection and trust, will naturally display these positive outcomes. Their energy will be directed outward, solving problems and innovating, rather than inward, protecting themselves. A leadership style obsessed only with dopamine-driven metrics like individual bonuses or aggressive targets often misses this foundational biological reality, creating short-term gains at the expense of long-term health. Therefore, beyond spreadsheets doesn't mean ignoring results or becoming complacent about performance. Instead, it means understanding the fundamental root cause of those results. It's about recognizing that trust isn't just a nice-to-have, but the essential ingredient that makes all the other positive metrics possible. Without it, you're constantly fighting against human biology, trying to force outcomes, rather than cultivating an environment where they naturally flourish. Ultimately, Trust is the bedrock upon which all sustainable success is built. Its impact, though not always a single, easily quantifiable digit, manifests in every positive metric a business truly cares about, from retention and productivity to innovation and customer loyalty. It is the ultimate leading indicator, a powerful predictor of future performance. When you lead by chemistry and prioritize trust, you aren't just building a team, you're cultivating an unstoppable force, making trust the ultimate metric. It's one thing to understand the profound power of trust, but quite another to truly make it the central guiding force of everything an organization does. We've explored how trust isn't merely a desirable trait, but a fundamental biological necessity, deeply wired into our human DNA, fueling our most productive and collaborative efforts. Now, the genuine challenge emerges. How do we translate this essential understanding into concrete daily practices that reshape our workplace? This requires a fundamental paradigm shift, moving decisively away from the comforting, yet often misleading, illusion of traditional, numbers-driven metrics. For far too long, companies have obsessively pursued quantifiable outcomes that only tell a fraction of the story, frequently neglecting the crucial human element that underpins all success. This section will meticulously guide you through the process of elevating trust, embedding it as the non-negotiable metric that influences every strategic decision and operational choice. It demands a thorough reevaluation of every assumption we've held about what truly constitutes organizational success. This isn't about simply adding trust to a corporate values statement, it's about fundamentally redesigning the entire framework around it. Changing deeply ingrained organizational habits proves incredibly difficult, especially when those habits are intrinsically linked to how we've always measured perceived success. Many leaders experience a powerful, almost reflexive pull towards concrete, hard data, the kind that neatly populates spreadsheets and dominates quarterly reports. They often harbor anxieties that prioritizing something as seemingly soft and intangible as trust might diminish their perceived control or render their leadership efforts impossible to objectively quantify. This underlying fear acts as a formidable barrier, frequently stemming from their own formative experiences within cortisol factories, where the pervasive dread of failure dictates behavior and stifles initiative. Overcoming this deep-seated resistance demands significant courage, a genuine willingness to challenge the entrenched status quo, and an unwavering belief in the transformative power of authentic human connection. It means internalizing that true, lasting control stems not from rigid micromanagement, but from empowering a secure, highly committed, and self-directed team. We must first acknowledge and confront this internal struggle before any meaningful progress can be made. Making trust the ultimate metric certainly does not imply abandoning all forms of measurement. Rather, it necessitates a radical redefinition of what we choose to measure and how those measurements are interpreted. Instead of exclusively tracking output or easily quantifiable KPIs, we begin to meticulously track the vital inputs that actively foster and sustain trust. Elements like psychological safety, consistently open and honest communication, and a genuine, palpable sense of care for team members. While these metrics may not fit neatly into conventional quarterly reports, their cumulative impact is far more profound, enduring, and ultimately more valuable. Consider the immense advantage. If your team members feel truly safe to experiment, to openly acknowledge mistakes, and to voice their concerns without fear of retribution, their capacity for innovation and their problem-solving prowess will skyrocket. These are the authentic drivers of long-term sustainable success, far surpassing the fleeting triumph of any short-term sales target. We are advocating for a holistic perspective, where the overall well-being and security of the team directly correlate with their sustained productivity and unwavering loyalty. This is a fundamental shift from merely counting units produced to actively cultivating an environment where individuals genuinely thrive. The journey towards establishing a trust-first culture must, without exception, originate and be championed at the very top of the organizational hierarchy. Leaders cannot simply articulate their espoused value of trust, they must embody it, consistently demonstrating it through every deliberate action, very critical decision, and every single interaction they have. This demands a profound level of vulnerability, a willingness to openly acknowledge their own mistakes, and an unwavering commitment to consistently demonstrate that the team's collective well-being is their paramount priority. It is about presenting oneself authentically, not as an infallible, distant figurehead, but as a fallible yet dedicated human being, deeply invested in the collective success of everyone around them. When leaders engage in genuine sacrifice plays, actively prioritizing the needs of the tribe even at a personal or professional cost, they transmit an extraordinarily powerful message that resonates deeply and widely throughout the entire organization. This profound commitment is not a one-time declaration or a fleeting gesture. It represents a continuous, highly visible, and unwavering effort that gradually but inexorably reshapes the very DNA of the organization. Without this absolute dedication, any rhetoric surrounding trust remains precisely that: hollow words. One of the most immediate and impactful strategies for building robust trust lies in cultivating transparent and genuinely empathetic communication practices. This means actively fostering environments where every team member feels unequivocally heard, deeply understood, and consistently respected, even when navigating challenging disagreements or differing viewpoints. Leaders must commit to active, deep listening, asking thoughtful, open-ended questions, and providing clear, consistent, and constructive feedback, meticulously avoiding any ambiguity that could inadvertently breed suspicion or misunderstanding. It's about establishing a vibrant, two-way dialogue, not a unidirectional monologue, where creative ideas and honest concerns can flow freely without the paralyzing fear of judgment or punitive reprisal. This caliber of open and honest communication forms the very bedrock of the circle of safety, ensuring that everyone feels sufficiently protected and secure to share their authentic thoughts and contribute their full potential. When individuals are confident they will not be penalized for speaking their truth, they cease expending precious energy on self-preservation and wholeheartedly redirect it towards achieving shared, ambitious goals. Trust flourishes most vibrantly when individuals are granted genuine autonomy and a profound sense of ownership over their specific work and contributions. Micromanagement, often a glaring symptom of pervasive low trust within an organization, implicitly communicates to employees that their leaders harbor doubts about their competence, judgment, or dedication. Conversely, actively empowering teams to make critical decisions, to creatively experiment, and even to experience constructive failure demonstrates an extraordinary depth of trust and confidence. This approach is not about leaders abdicating their responsibilities. Rather, it's about strategically delegating authority within clearly defined boundaries and providing robust, consistent support. When people feel inherently trusted with their tasks and projects, their intrinsic sense of purpose and unwavering commitment deepens exponentially, unlocking their full creative potential and innovative spirit. They transcend the role of simply following directives, evolving into active investors who pour their ingenuity and passion directly into the collective mission, driving it forward with genuine enthusiasm. To truly establish trust as the ultimate, overarching metric, an organization must consciously and consistently recognize and reward the specific behaviors that actively build and sustain it, rather than focusing solely on the end results. This means celebrating moments of profound collaboration, courageous vulnerability, mutual unwavering support, and unwavering integrity, even if these actions don't immediately translate into a quantifiable line item on a financial spreadsheet. DERs should intentionally shift the focus from individualistic heroics to emphasizing collective achievements, prominently highlighting instances where team members genuinely uplifted, supported, and championed one another. By publicly acknowledging and appreciating those who consistently prioritize the well-being and success of the tribe, leaders effectively reinforce the core values that underpin a resilient and thriving circle of safety. This deliberate recognition creates a powerful positive feedback loop, inspiring more individuals to wholeheartedly adopt these trust-centric approaches in their everyday work and interactions. It's about meticulously cultivating a culture where selflessness is unequivocally perceived as a profound strength, not an inherent weakness. Empathy is not merely an optional soft skill to be delegated to the HR department, It stands as an absolutely critical and indispensable component of trust-based leadership. The ability to genuinely understand and sincerely acknowledge the diverse perspectives, unique challenges, and deeply held feelings of your team members builds extraordinarily powerful and enduring connections. When leaders consistently demonstrate authentic concern for their people's holistic well-being, extending far beyond their mere work output, they actively trigger the very neurochemistry, like oxytocin, that inherently fosters profound loyalty and unwavering commitment. This necessitates taking the deliberate time to truly connect on a human level, to inquire about their lives outside of professional duties, and to proactively offer support when genuine needs arise. An empathetic leader masterfully constructs a psychological safety net, enabling individuals to bring their complete, authentic selves to work without the paralyzing fear of judgment or rejection. Such leaders are not simply managing tasks. They are meticulously nurturing human beings, fostering their growth and resilience. The manner in which an organization responds to mistakes and failures serves as a profoundly telling indicator of its underlying trust levels. In a typical cortisol factory, errors are met with swift blame, punitive measures, and an atmosphere of pervasive fear, inevitably leading to a culture of cover-ups, secrecy, and a debilitating reluctance to innovate or take necessary risks. Conversely, within a truly trust-centric environment, mistakes are perceived not as catastrophes, but as invaluable learning opportunities, moments for collective reflection, thorough analysis, and constructive improvement. Leaders must diligently cultivate a space where individuals feel genuinely safe to openly admit errors without anticipating severe, career-damaging repercussions, shifting the focus instead towards collaborative problem-solving and proactive prevention strategies. This approach does not imply a disregard for accountability. Rather, it transforms accountability from a punitive mechanism into a powerful catalyst for constructive growth and continuous improvement. When the prospect of failure isn't inherently fatal, people become significantly more willing to embrace calculated risks, an indispensable ingredient for genuine innovation and sustained progress. If trust is unequivocally positioned as the ultimate metric, then it must be seamlessly and explicitly integrated into every aspect of performance reviews and ongoing developmental discussions. Instead of solely evaluating an individual's quantifiable output, assessments should also encompass how effectively individuals contribute to the collective trust and psychological safety within their respective teams. This integration could involve incorporating valuable peer feedback regarding collaboration, a demonstrated willingness to proactively assist colleagues, and consistent open communication. These discussions should be framed around fostering growth and continuous development, actively helping team members to deeply understand how their actions significantly impact the overall trust ecosystem within the organization. By making trust a clearly measurable and expected component of personal success, you transmit an unambiguous message. Building a strong, reliable, and cohesive team is just as fundamentally important as achieving specific sales targets. It transforms trust from an abstract, aspirational concept into a tangible, actionable expectation for everyone. The insightful EDSO Framework, which emphasizes the critical balance between the selfish drive of dopamine and the selfless connection fostered by oxytocin, becomes exceptionally pertinent in this context. Leaders must consciously and strategically design organizational systems and cultural practices that actively encourage the natural release of oxytocin and serotonin, thereby consistently reinforcing and deepening trust. This means deliberately creating abundant opportunities for shared experiences, enthusiastically celebrating collective victories, and meticulously cultivating a pervasive sense of true belonging among all team members. While dopamine undeniably propels individual achievement and ambition, it is oxytocin that meticulously constructs the indispensable bonds necessary for a resilient, cohesive, and high-performing team. By understanding this intricate neurochemical interplay, leaders possess the power to intentionally shift their workplace chemistry, purposefully transitioning away from a purely competitive, dopamine-driven environment towards one that is richly abundant in collaborative trust. It's about ingeniously engineering an environment where people are naturally, biologically compelled to genuinely support and uplift one another. True, enduring trust is not forged through a singular annual team-building retreat or a superficial one-off event. It is painstakingly constructed through consistent, meaningful daily interactions and a deeply embedded culture that genuinely values authentic human connection. While occasional fun activities certainly have their place and can provide temporary boosts, they remain largely superficial if the underlying daily operational environment is one characterized by pervasive fear, suspicion, and distrust. Leaders are tasked with cultivating genuine, profound relationships within their teams, actively encouraging informal interactions, personal disclosures, and a sense of shared humanity among colleagues. This entails fostering a vibrant sense of community, where coworkers are not merely professional acquaintances, but individuals who sincerely care about each other's success, well-being, and personal growth. It's the countless small, consistent acts of kindness, unwavering support, and reliable dependability that meticulously weave together the intricate fabric of trust, far more effectively than any forced or artificial fun. The cost of cynicism is immeasurable and devastating, and making trust the ultimate metric unequivocally demands directly confronting and dismantling it. Cynicism, frequently born from past organizational betrayals, broken promises, or perceived injustices, acts as a potent toxin that poisons the very wellspring of trust. Leaders must address cynical attitudes not with punitive measures, but with profound empathy, unwavering transparency, and a consistent, undeniable demonstration of unimpeachable integrity. This challenging process might necessitate engaging in difficult, uncomfortable conversations, making an ironclad commitment to radical transparency, and demonstrating a patient willingness to painstakingly rebuild fractured relationships over extended periods. It's about unequivocally proving, through consistent and observable action, that the organization is genuinely committed to the well-being and growth of its people, not solely to its bottom line. Overcoming deep-seated cynicism is undeniably a marathon, requiring unwavering dedication and truly authentic leadership rather than a quick sprint. Shifting towards a deeply trust-centric organizational culture is by no means an instantaneous remedy. It represents a significant, long-term strategic investment that consistently yields exponential returns. Teams meticulously built upon a foundation of robust trust consistently exhibit demonstrably higher engagement levels, significantly lower employee turnover rates, dramatically increased innovation, and superior problem-solving capabilities. Such teams become inherently more adaptable to unforeseen changes, remarkably more resilient in the face of daunting challenges, and profoundly more committed to the overarching mission and vision of the organization. The immense energy once squandered on internal politics, territorial disputes, and self-protective behaviors is powerfully redirected towards seizing external opportunities and collaboratively achieving shared, ambitious goals. This transformational approach isn't merely about making people feel good. It's about meticulously constructing an inherently more powerful, consistently productive, and sustainably resilient organization. Trust, without a doubt, emerges as the ultimate and most enduring competitive advantage. Ultimately, the act of making trust the ultimate metric signifies a profound recognition of its status as a fundamental biological necessity for both human flourishing and peak performance. Our brains are inherently wired for deep connection, for the profound safety and security found within a cohesive tribe. When this fundamental need is consistently met, when oxytocin and serotonin flow freely throughout the organizational ecosystem, we unlock our greatest collective potential and individual capabilities. This is not a fluffy, abstract HR concept. It is a hardwired, immutable truth about the very essence of what makes human beings truly thrive. Organizations that choose to disregard this biological reality are effectively fighting against human nature itself, inadvertently creating cortisol factories that systematically burn out their most invaluable asset, their people. By consciously prioritizing trust, leaders strategically align their organizations with the very core essence of human success and sustainable achievement. So with all this profound understanding, where exactly do you begin this transformative journey today? Start small, but commit to starting consistently and with unwavering dedication. In every conversation, practice active, empathetic listening, genuinely seeking to deeply understand the perspectives and concerns of others. Strive for radical transparency in all decisions, even the most difficult ones, always taking the time to clearly explain the underlying why behind them. Empower your team members with meaningful autonomy and genuine responsibility, learning to step back and trust their inherent capabilities and judgment. Make a conscious effort to celebrate acts of collaboration, mutual support, and shared success, ensuring they are visibly acknowledged and appreciated throughout the team. Most importantly, consistently model the very behavior you aspire to see in others. Demonstrate vulnerability, openly admit your own mistakes, and consistently prioritize your team's holistic well-being above your own. These seemingly small, consistent daily actions gradually accumulate, slowly but surely transforming your team's internal chemistry and meticulously building an unbreakable circle of safety. When trust becomes the undisputed ultimate metric within a single team, its profound positive effects rarely remain confined to that specific unit. This meticulously cultivated culture of psychological safety, consistently open communication, and deep mutual respect tends to ripple outwards, organically influencing other departments, cross-functional collaborations, and even significantly enhancing crucial client relationships. Employees who consistently feel safe, valued, and genuinely respected are far more inclined to extend that same level of trust and respect to external stakeholders, thereby dramatically enhancing the organization's reputation and strengthening its vital partnerships. This creates a powerful, virtuous cycle, where trust inherently begets more trust, effectively attracting top-tier talent and fostering an organizational reputation as a truly human-centric, high-performing entity. This transformative impact extends far beyond mere internal dynamics. It profoundly shapes the entire external ecosystem in which your organization operates, creating a powerful competitive advantage. The choice before you as a leader is now unequivocally clear. You can either persist in the relentless, often arbitrary chase of numbers within a draining cortisol factory, or you can consciously choose to lead by chemistry, meticulously cultivating the foundational and most critical metric of trust. This transformative path is not an easy one, as it demands immense vulnerability, profound patience, and an unwavering willingness to challenge deeply entrenched corporate norms and outdated paradigms. Yet, the intrinsic rewards are truly immeasurable. A team that doesn't just clock in and work, but passionately commits. A vibrant culture that doesn't merely produce, but genuinely thrives in every sense of the word. Step boldly into your pivotal role as a guardian of the circle of safety, internalizing the profound truth that true, enduring authority emanates from consistently placing the needs and well-being of your tribe above your own. Make trust your ultimate metric, and witness your team evolve into an unstoppable, formidable force. When the chemistry is right, synergy in action. The idea of good chemistry often comes up when talking about friends or even movie stars, right? But what does it truly mean for a team at school, in sports, or even at a future job? When we talk about the chemistry being right in a team, we're really talking about a powerful mix of feelings that makes everyone feel safe, respected, and totally connected. It's not just about liking each other. It's about a deep, unspoken understanding and trust that changes everything. This positive environment lets people drop their guard and truly be themselves, bringing their best ideas and efforts to the table without fear. It's a feeling where everyone knows they've got each other's backs, no matter what challenges come their way. This kind of chemistry doesn't just happen by accident. It's built on specific biological signals that tell our brains we are safe. When these signals are strong, the team isn't just working, it's thriving. Think back to those cortisol factories we discussed, places where stress and fear are the main ingredients. In those environments, people are constantly looking out for themselves, worried about making mistakes or being blamed. This creates a very defensive mindset, where energy is spent on self-protection rather than on the actual work or shared goals. It's like trying to run a race where everyone is tripping each other instead of focusing on the finish line. No one feels truly comfortable sharing their honest thoughts or taking risks because the potential for negative consequences looms large. The air is thick with tension, and creativity often gets stifled before it even has a chance to breathe. This kind of negative chemistry drains everyone's energy and makes progress incredibly slow and painful. Now, imagine flipping that script entirely. When trust takes root, our bodies respond by releasing different chemicals, oxytocin and serotonin. These aren't just feel-good hormones. They are the biological bedrock of connection, belonging, and well-being. Oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, makes us feel closer to others and more willing to cooperate. Serotonin helps regulate our mood, making us feel more confident and less anxious. When these chemicals flow freely, the stress hormone cortisol takes a back seat, allowing our brains to focus on problem solving and innovation instead of survival. This fundamental shift in our internal chemistry is what truly transforms a group of individuals into a cohesive, high-performing unit. It literally changes how we perceive challenges and interact with our teammates. So, what does it look like when this right chemistry leads to synergy? Synergy isn't just about working together. It's about achieving something far greater than any single person could accomplish alone. It's when 1 plus 1 equals 3 or even 10, because the combined effort unlocks new possibilities and accelerates progress. Think of a band playing a song. Each musician is skilled, but when they play together, truly listening and responding to each other, the music transcends individual notes to create something magical and powerful. This amplified outcome is the essence of synergy, where diverse talents and perspectives merge seamlessly. It's a flow state for a team, where ideas bounce off each other and grow stronger with each interaction. When a team has strong chemistry, problem-solving becomes a dynamic and exciting process. No one is afraid to voice a half-formed idea, knowing that their teammates will help refine it rather than dismiss it. Different perspectives are welcomed, not just tolerated, because everyone trusts that the goal is to find the best solution, not to prove someone wrong. This open exchange of thoughts allows the team to explore multiple angles and uncover creative solutions that might have been overlooked in a less trusting environment. Mistakes are seen as learning opportunities, not reasons for punishment, which encourage honest feedback and continuous improvement. Such an environment turns challenges into opportunities for collective brilliance. Innovation thrives when people feel safe enough to experiment and even fail. In a team with great chemistry, the fear of judgment vanishes, making space for truly out-of-the-box thinking. Imagine a brainstorming session where every idea, no matter how wild, is given a fair hearing and built upon by others. This freedom to explore unconventional paths is crucial for breakthroughs, as new ideas often seem strange or impractical at first. When team members trust each other, they are more likely to push boundaries and challenge the status quo, knowing their colleagues will support them through the process. This collective courage to innovate is a direct result of strong, positive team chemistry. The circle of safety isn't just a concept. It's something you can feel and see in a high-trust team every single day. It means that when one person struggles, others step in to offer help without being asked. If someone makes a mistake, the team rallies around them to fix it and learn from it, rather than assigning blame. This protective bubble allows individuals to focus their energy outward, tackling external problems and working towards shared objectives, instead of wasting precious mental resources on internal politics or self-preservation. Everyone knows their well-being is a priority for the group, fostering a powerful sense of belonging and mutual responsibility. It's a daily demonstration of loyalty and genuine care. In teams with fantastic chemistry, success isn't just measured by individual achievements or strict performance indicators. Instead, the focus shifts to the collective triumph of the group. When everyone feels safe and connected, they naturally look for ways to support each other, boosting overall team performance. It's not about who gets the most credit, it's about celebrating shared victories and learning from collective challenges. This mindset moves far beyond the hustle culture, where individual numbers are king, proving that true success comes from a united front. The team's overall impact becomes far greater than the sum of its individual parts, demonstrating the true power of synergy. A high-trust environment isn't just good for the team, it's incredibly beneficial for each person within it. When you feel safe and supported, you are more likely to take on new challenges, develop new skills, and step outside your comfort zone. This circle of safety provides a net allowing individuals to stretch and grow without the paralyzing fear of failure. People are more open to feedback, knowing it comes from a place of genuine care and a desire to help them improve. This fosters continuous personal development as each team member feels empowered to become the best version of themselves, both professionally and personally. It's a place where vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. Think about how much energy is wasted in a low-trust environment on gossip, backbiting, and trying to look good at others' expense. When the chemistry is right, all that wasted energy gets redirected towards productive goals. Instead of worrying about who's saying what, team members pour their focus into solving problems, creating new things, and supporting their colleagues. This shift in energy is palpable. The team becomes a powerhouse, channeling all its collective might towards achieving its mission. It's like unplugging a bunch of unnecessary appliances and sending all that power directly to the main engine, making it run faster and more efficiently. This focus amplifies everyone's efforts, leading to faster progress and more impactful results. Beyond just productivity, working in a high-trust team with great chemistry brings immense personal satisfaction and joy. When you genuinely enjoy working with your colleagues and feel a strong sense of belonging, work stops feeling like a chore and transforms into something meaningful and fulfilling. The shared laughter, the collaborative spirit, and the mutual respect make every day more engaging and rewarding. This emotional connection isn't a soft skill to be ignored. It's a powerful motivator that makes people want to contribute their best and stay committed to the team's success. It reminds us that humans are social creatures who thrive on positive interactions and shared purpose. While team chemistry feels organic, it doesn't happen by magic. It's carefully cultivated, often starting with leadership. Leaders who prioritize trust, who genuinely care about their team members' well-being, and who model vulnerability create the conditions for this powerful chemistry to emerge. They understand that their role isn't just to assign tasks, but to protect their people, foster open communication, and celebrate collective efforts. By demonstrating empathy and integrity, they send clear biological signals that the environment is safe, encouraging the release of oxytocin and serotonin throughout the group. Their actions are the initial spark that ignites the positive chemical reactions within the team. As you go about your daily life, start to notice the chemistry in the groups you're part of, whether it's a study group, a sports team, or a club. Can you feel the difference between a group where everyone trusts each other and one where people are guarded? Understanding these dynamics isn't just theoretical. It's a practical skill that can help you contribute to building better environments. By recognizing the signs of good chemistry, you can actively work to foster it, whether by being more supportive, communicating more openly, or showing genuine appreciation for others' contributions. Each small act of trust and kindness helps to strengthen the collective bond. Ultimately, when the chemistry is truly right, a team becomes an unstoppable force. It's not just about individuals doing their jobs, it's about a collective entity that moves with purpose, resilience, and an almost intuitive understanding of each other. Challenges that might break other groups become opportunities for this team to grow even stronger. This deep-seated trust and synergy create an environment where everyone feels valued, empowered, and deeply committed to a shared vision. This isn't just a nice-to-have. It's the biological necessity that unlocks peak performance and sustained success for any group striving to achieve something remarkable, transforming individuals into an unstoppable force. So you've grasped that the traditional workplace often feels more like a pressure cooker than a playground, right? We're talking about those cortisol factories, where everyone is constantly looking over their shoulder, wondering if they're next on the chopping block. This kind of environment, fueled by fear and endless, meaningless metrics, doesn't just make people unhappy. It actually drains their energy and squashes any chance of reeling. Imagine trying to run a race while constantly tripping over your own feet because you're worried someone might push you from behind. That's what happens when trust is missing from the equation. and it's a problem we absolutely must fix if we want to build anything truly great. The good news is that we don't have to stay stuck in that cycle of stress and suspicion. There's a powerful shift waiting to happen, a way to transform a group of stressed out individuals into something far more dynamic and effective, an unstoppable force. This isn't about hiring different people or working longer hours. It's about fundamentally changing the internal chemistry of your team. We're talking about moving beyond the superficial chase for numbers and diving deep into the biological needs that drive human connection and performance. It's a complete reevaluation of what makes a team truly tick, focusing on the unseen bonds that hold everything together. The secret lies in understanding and actively building what we call the circle of safety. Think of it like a protective bubble that surrounds your team, shielding them from external threats and internal anxieties. Within this circle, people feel safe enough to be vulnerable, to make mistakes, and to ask for help without fear of judgment or punishment. This isn't some fluffy, touchy-feely concept. It's a vital psychological space where our brains can finally relax and shift focus from self-preservation to collective problem-solving. When that fear factor is removed, a remarkable transformation begins to unfold, almost like magic. When people feel genuinely safe, their bodies start producing those wonderful chemicals we've talked about, oxytocin and serotonin. Oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, makes us feel connected and trusting towards others, while serotonin brings feelings of well-being and confidence. These aren't just feel-good substances. They are the biological bedrock of loyalty, cooperation, and genuine commitment. Imagine a workplace where these hormones are flowing freely, where people naturally want to support each other and contribute their best. That's the power of a safe environment, where chemistry works for you, not against you. Contrast this with the constant drip of cortisol in a fear-based environment. That stress hormone keeps everyone on edge, narrows their focus, and makes them selfishly guard their own interests. It's like trying to get a symphony orchestra to play beautiful music when every musician is worried about someone else stealing their instrument or tripping them on stage. The energy that should be going into creating something amazing is instead wasted on protecting oneself. The circle of safety flips this script entirely, redirecting that precious human energy towards shared goals and common victories. This shift from self-protection to genuine collaboration is what truly transforms a collection of individuals into an unstoppable force. When team members stop looking over their shoulders, they start looking towards the horizon, focusing their collective brilliance on external challenges rather than internal squabbles. This means more creativity, more innovative solutions, and a much faster response to problems. They stop hoarding information or resources and instead share freely, knowing that everyone benefits when the entire team succeeds. It's a powerful change in perspective, born from a fundamental sense of security. To achieve this, leaders must embrace the EDSO Framework, finding a delicate balance between selfish dopamine and selfless oxytocin. Dopamine drives individual achievement and motivation, which is important for personal growth and goal setting. However, if unchecked, it can lead to ruthless competition and a me-first attitude. By intentionally fostering oxytocin-rich environments, leaders can ensure that individual drives are channeled into collective success, creating a powerful synergy where personal ambition serves the greater good. It's about harnessing both sides of our biological nature for maximum impact. True authority, you see, isn't about barking orders or micromanaging every detail. It goes to those who consistently demonstrate what we call the sacrifice play. This means leaders who genuinely put the well-being and success of their tribe first, even when it means personal inconvenience or risk. When a leader steps up to protect their team, takes responsibility for mistakes, or shares credit generously, they earn an unparalleled level of trust and loyalty. This act of putting the team first signals safety and commitment, inspiring others to reciprocate with their own dedication and hard work. When individuals feel protected and valued, their personal performance skyrockets. They become more engaged, more resilient, and far more willing to take calculated risks that lead to breakthroughs. Imagine a student who feels completely supported by their teacher and classmates. They're much more likely to speak up, try new things, and learn from their mistakes without fear of embarrassment. This same principle applies in the workplace. A safe environment unlocks potential that fear would otherwise keep hidden, leading to a surge in individual contributions that are both higher quality and more innovative. Beyond individual gains, the cohesion within the team becomes incredibly strong. People start to genuinely care about each other's success, offering help before it's even asked, and celebrating victories together. This isn't forced camaraderie, it's an organic outgrowth of shared trust and mutual respect. When you have a team that truly believes in and supports one another, minor disagreements become learning opportunities, and major challenges are faced with a united front. This level of internal support creates an almost impenetrable bond, making the team incredibly resilient. This unified front is precisely what makes a team unstoppable. When faced with external pressures, market changes, or tough competition, a high-trust team doesn't crumble under the strain. Instead, they pull together, leveraging each other's strengths and compensating for weaknesses. They don't waste precious time bickering or assigning blame. They focus their collective energy on finding solutions and moving forward. It's like a well-oiled machine, where every part understands its role and works seamlessly with the others, making the whole far greater than the sum of its parts. Think about it like a championship sports team. They aren't just a collection of talented individuals. They are a cohesive unit that trusts each player to do their part and support the rest. This deep trust allows them to anticipate each other's moves, communicate without words, and perform under immense pressure. They know that if one person falls, another will be there to pick them up. This isn't just about winning games. It's about achieving a state of synergy where every action contributes to a larger, shared victory, making them truly formidable. Ultimately, this transformation proves that trust isn't just a soft skill to be discussed in a workshop and then forgotten. It's a fundamental biological necessity, deeply wired into our human operating system. When leaders recognize this and prioritize creating a circle of safety, they aren't just building a happier workplace, they are unlocking the full, untapped potential of every single person on their team. This isn't just good management, it's smart biology, creating an environment where human beings are designed to thrive and excel. So, as we move forward, remember that the path to an unstoppable force isn't paved with more rules or stricter oversight. It's built brick by biological brick, with every act of trust, every moment of genuine connection, and every instance of a leader putting their people first. When the chemistry is right, when oxytocin and serotonin flow freely, your team won't just work. They will commit, they will innovate, and they will become a force that can overcome any obstacle in their path. It's time to stop managing by numbers and start leading by chemistry, truly transforming individuals into an unstoppable collective. Sustaining a high-trust, high-performance environment. Building a strong, trusting team feels amazing, like finally putting together a puzzle you've been working on for ages. But here's the tricky part. Just because you've built it doesn't mean it stays perfect forever. Think of it like a beautiful garden you've spent hours cultivating. You can't just plant the seeds and walk away, expecting it to flourish on its own. It needs constant watering, weeding, and care to keep growing strong and healthy. Sustaining that high-trust, high-performance environment is much the same. It's an ongoing commitment, a daily practice that requires attention and effort from everyone involved. Without that consistent nurturing, even the most vibrant team can start to wilt and lose its spark. The initial joy of connection needs a steady stream of positive reinforcement to truly last. Trust isn't a one-time achievement you can check off a list and forget about. It's a living, breathing thing that needs constant oxygen to survive. It's not enough to simply declare that your team operates on trust. You have to actively demonstrate it every single day, in every interaction. Each decision, every conversation, and even the smallest gestures either add to the reservoir of trust or chip away at it. This means being mindful of how your words land, how your actions are perceived, and whether you are truly living up to the promises made within your circle of safety. It's about building a consistent pattern of reliability and genuine care, proving to each other that you're all in this together, no matter what challenges arise. This active engagement prevents trust from becoming a forgotten ideal. The circle of safety isn't a magical shield that automatically protects everyone once it's formed. It's more like a finely woven net that needs regular inspection for tears. Even tiny snags, like a whispered rumor or a leader failing to follow through on a promise, can start to unravel the whole thing. These small breaches might seem insignificant at first, but they plant seeds of doubt, making people wonder if the safety they feel is truly stable. When people start to doubt the integrity of the circle, they instinctively pull back, becoming more guarded and less willing to take risks or share ideas. It's a subtle shift, but it quickly drains the team's energy, diverting it from creative problem solving to self-preservation. Keeping the circle strong means constantly mending those little holes before they become gaping gaps. Open and honest communication is the lifeline of any high-trust environment, acting like the clear water that keeps the garden thriving. When information is withheld or when messages are vague and confusing, people naturally fill in the blanks with their own assumptions, which are often negative. This lack of transparency instantly triggers our ancient fear responses, making us feel unsafe and unsure of what's really going on. Leaders who communicate clearly, even when the news is difficult, build immense credibility and reinforce the team's sense of security. They show that everyone is valued enough to be kept in the loop, fostering a shared understanding and preventing the corrosive effects of speculation and suspicion. Consistent, straightforward dialogue is not just good practice, it's a biological necessity for trust. Think of trust as being built not just in grand gestures, but in countless micro moments throughout the day. These are the small, often unnoticed interactions that collectively either strengthen or weaken the bonds within a team. It could be a quick thank you for a job well done, a genuine offer of help when someone is struggling, or simply listening attentively when a teammate is speaking. Each of these tiny acts, when consistently applied, releases little bursts of oxytocin, reinforcing feelings of connection and belonging. They are the daily deposits into the team's emotional bank account, showing that you see, hear, and value each other. Over time, these small positive interactions accumulate, creating a robust and resilient network of trust that can withstand bigger pressures. Leaders are the ultimate guardians of the circle of safety, and their actions speak far louder than any mission statement or motivational speech. If a leader preaches trust and collaboration, but then acts selfishly, plays favorites, or avoids difficult conversations, the team will immediately pick up on the hypocrisy. This inconsistency is a fast track to becoming a cortisol factory, where fear and cynicism replace genuine engagement. True authority isn't about barking orders, it's about consistently modeling the very behaviors you expect from your team. A leader who admits mistakes, asks for help, and genuinely puts the team's well-being first sends a powerful biological signal of safety and reliability. Their integrity becomes the bedrock upon which sustained trust is built, inspiring others to follow suit naturally. Even in the most trusting environments, disagreements are bound to happen. It's a natural part of human interaction and even a sign of healthy diversity. The key difference in a high-trust team is how those conflicts are handled. Instead of letting disagreements fester into resentment or leading to backstabbing, a safe team approaches them as opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. People feel secure enough to voice differing opinions without fear of personal attack or professional retaliation. They know that the goal isn't to win an argument, but to find the best solution for the team, strengthening their collective bond in the process. This ability to navigate conflict constructively, always returning to a place of mutual respect, is a hallmark of sustained trust. To keep the positive chemistry flowing, it's essential to actively celebrate successes and genuinely acknowledge effort, not just the final outcome. When teammates are recognized for their contributions, big or small, it triggers the release of serotonin and oxytocin, boosting morale and reinforcing their sense of value and belonging. This isn't just about big awards, it's about regular, sincere appreciation that shows people their hard work is noticed and appreciated. Overlooking achievements or taking contributions for granted can quickly deflate enthusiasm and make people feel invisible, slowly eroding their commitment. Creating a culture of regular celebration and genuine appreciation ensures that everyone feels seen, heard, and valued, fueling their desire to continue contributing their best. Mistakes are an unavoidable part of any journey, and how a team responds to them is a true test of its trust levels. In a fear-based environment, errors lead to blame games, finger-pointing, and a culture where people hide their mistakes to avoid punishment. This stifles innovation and prevents learning. However, in a high-trust environment, mistakes are viewed as learning opportunities, not reasons for shame. The focus shifts from who messed up to what can we learn from this, and how can we prevent it next time. This approach fosters psychological safety, encouraging people to be open about challenges and to seek help without fear. It reinforces the idea that the team is a safety net, not a trap, making everyone more resilient and willing to take calculated risks for the greater good. The EDSO Framework isn't a one-time checklist. It's a dynamic balancing act that requires continuous attention to sustain. We constantly have to be aware of the interplay between our selfish dopamine drives for individual achievement and the selfless oxytocin needs for connection and belonging. A team that leans too heavily on individual metrics and rewards, ignoring the collective spirit, will eventually see its trust crumble, no matter how productive individuals seem. Leaders must continually ensure that opportunities for personal growth are intertwined with opportunities for collaborative success, celebrating both individual wins and shared victories. Maintaining this delicate equilibrium ensures that personal ambition fuels collective progress, rather than undermining it, keeping the team's chemistry perfectly tuned. Feedback, when delivered thoughtfully and with genuine care, is an incredibly powerful tool for sustaining trust, rather than breaking it down. In a low-trust environment, feedback often feels like an attack, something to be dreaded and defended against, triggering cortisol. But within a strong circle of safety, constructive feedback is seen as a gift, a sign that your teammates care enough about your growth and the team's success to offer honest insights. It's delivered with empathy and a shared goal of improvement, not judgment. This an exchange of ideas, where everyone feels safe to give and receive feedback, strengthens individual performance and deepens team cohesion. It shows that people are invested in each other's success, reinforcing the bonds of trust and mutual respect. The world outside your team is often unpredictable and full of stress, bringing new challenges that can easily rattle even the most stable groups. A strong circle of safety, built on sustained trust, acts as an essential buffer against these external pressures. When the team feels truly safe and connected internally, they can face external threats together, channeling their energy outwards instead of turning on each other. Instead of letting outside stress create internal conflict and blame, a trusting team unites, drawing strength from their collective bond. This resilience allows them to adapt, innovate, and overcome obstacles that would overwhelm a less cohesive group, proving that internal harmony is the best defense against external chaos. Sustaining a high-trust, high-performance environment might seem like a lot of ongoing effort, but it's an investment that pays dividends far beyond what traditional metrics can measure. It's not an expense to be cut when times get tough. It's the very foundation that allows a team to weather those tough times and emerge stronger. The energy saved from not having to constantly look over your shoulder, the creativity unleashed when people feel safe to experiment, and the loyalty cultivated through genuine care are priceless assets. These benefits translate into higher engagement, lower turnover, increased innovation, and ultimately, a more joyful and productive workplace for everyone. The long-term returns on trust far outweigh any perceived short-term costs or efforts. In the end, sustaining a high-trust, high-performance environment means understanding that it's not just about rules or processes. It's about nurturing the very human biology that drives us. It's about consistently choosing oxytocin and serotonin over cortisol, connection over competition, and collective well-being over individual gain. By continuously reinforcing the circle of safety, practicing transparent communication, valuing every team member, and addressing challenges with empathy, leaders and teams can build an environment that not only performs at the highest level, but also genuinely thrives. This commitment to the chemistry of success ensures that your team remains an unstoppable force, ready for whatever the future holds, forever looking toward the horizon with confidence. The long-term impact of biological leadership. Steering an organization with biological leadership isn't just a fleeting trend or a feel-good initiative. It's a profound recalibration of how success is measured and sustained. We're talking about a fundamental shift from chasing fleeting metrics to cultivating deep, lasting human connections. This approach acknowledges that our ancient brain chemistry, not the latest management fad, truly dictates how well we collaborate, innovate, and endure. When leaders consciously choose to foster environments rich in oxytocin and serotonin, rather than inadvertently creating cortisol factories, they're not just improving morale for a month, they're laying down tracks for decades of genuine prosperity. This isn't a quick fix, but a deep investment in the human operating system that drives every successful endeavor. One of the most significant long-term impacts is the profound enhancement of individual well-being and sustained engagement. Imagine a workplace where burnout isn't an inevitable rite of passage, but a rare anomaly. When people feel truly safe and valued, their energy isn't constantly siphoned off by the need for self-protection or the anxiety of a cutthroat environment. Instead, that precious mental and emotional fuel is redirected towards meaningful work, creative problem-solving, and genuine collaboration. This shift means employees aren't just showing up, they're showing up fully, bringing their best selves to the table day after day, year after year. The result is a workforce that is not only happier, but also far more resilient and committed to the organization's mission. This sustained sense of safety and trust naturally leads to incredible team cohesion and an amplified capacity for problem solving. Over time, teams operating within a strong circle of safety develop an almost intuitive understanding of one another, anticipating needs and offering support without needing explicit direction. The energy once spent on internal politics, blame games, or guarded communication is now freely invested in tackling external challenges. Complex problems that might cripple a fear-driven team become exciting opportunities for innovation when everyone feels secure enough to speak up, challenge ideas respectfully, and learn from mistakes without fear of reprisal. This isn't just about getting along, it's about a collective intelligence that consistently outperforms individual brilliance. Organizations built on the bedrock of biological leadership also gain unparalleled resilience and adaptability, especially when faced with unexpected changes or crises. In times of uncertainty, fear-based structures often fracture as individuals retreat into self-preservation modes. However, teams forged in trust respond differently. They pull together, leveraging their strong bonds and shared sense of purpose to navigate turbulent waters. This collective confidence allows them to pivot quickly, absorb shocks, and even find opportunities amidst chaos, rather than being paralyzed by it. They trust their leaders to protect the tribe, and they trust their teammates to contribute their best, creating an organizational immune system that can withstand almost anything. Attracting and retaining top talent becomes an almost effortless process in such an environment. In a world where people increasingly seek meaning and authentic connection, a cortisol factory simply won't cut it for the brightest minds. Biological leadership, on the other hand, creates a powerful magnet for individuals who value psychological safety, mutual respect, and a genuine sense of belonging. Once they join, the low turnover rates for themselves. Why would anyone leave a place where they feel safe, supported, and truly able to thrive? This creates a virtuous cycle where a positive culture continuously draws in and keeps the very best, further strengthening the organization's capabilities over the long haul. The energy drain caused by internal politics and constant self-protection dramatically diminishes, freeing up an enormous reservoir of human potential. Think about how much time and mental bandwidth employees in traditional, fear-based workplaces spend navigating power struggles, deciphering hidden agendas, or simply trying to avoid blame. In a high-trust environment, those wasteful activities are replaced by productive engagement. People stop looking over their shoulders and start looking toward the horizon, directing their full attention and creativity towards shared goals. This liberation of energy is not just a nice perk, it's a strategic advantage that allows an organization to move faster, smarter, and with far greater collective power. Innovation and creativity don't just happen in bursts, they flourish continuously when biological needs for safety are met. Fear is the ultimate creativity killer, shutting down the parts of our brain responsible for exploration and novel ideas. But when oxytocin and serotonin are flowing, people feel safe enough to experiment, to fail forward, and to share half-baked ideas without judgment. This psychological safety creates a fertile ground where new solutions, groundbreaking products, and more efficient processes can organically emerge from every corner of the organization. It's not just about having a suggestion box. It's about embedding a culture where creative thinking is a daily, celebrated occurrence. Ultimately, biological leadership allows organizations to build a lasting legacy as truly human-centric workplaces. This isn't just about being profitable, it's about being profoundly impactful, not only for customers, but for every single person who contributes to the mission. Leaders who embrace this approach leave behind more than just financial statements. They cultivate a culture of trust, empathy, and sustained human flourishing. This legacy attracts future generations of talent, inspires loyalty that spans careers, and sets a new standard for what a successful, ethical, and truly effective organization can be. It's about creating something bigger and more enduring than any single product or profit margin. The compounding effect of trust over years is truly remarkable, silently building an unbreakable foundation that withstands the test of time. Each interaction, each decision, and each moment where leaders prioritize the tribe over individual gain adds another brick to this edifice of trust. Unlike fleeting market trends or technological advancements, trust is an asset that only grows stronger and more valuable with age. It becomes an intrinsic part of the organizational DNA, influencing every strategy, every partnership, and every employee experience. This isn't just a temporary advantage, it's a perpetual engine of growth and stability. This long-term perspective naturally shifts the organizational focus from chasing short-term gains to cultivating sustainable, deeply rooted growth. In a world obsessed with quarterly reports and instant gratification, biological leadership champions the idea that true success blossoms from patience and consistent investment in people. It recognizes that sacrificing long-term trust for immediate, often superficial wins is a losing strategy. By prioritizing the health of the circle of safety, leaders ensure that their teams are not just performing well today, but are also building the capacity to thrive and adapt for decades to come, creating a legacy of genuine, lasting value. The cultural ripple effect of biological leadership extends far beyond the immediate team, influencing vendors, partners, and even the broader community. When an organization consistently operates from a place of trust and integrity, it builds a formidable reputation that attracts not only top talent, but also ethical business partners and loyal customers. This outward projection of a healthy, trust-based culture strengthens relationships across the entire ecosystem, creating a network of shared values and mutual respect. It demonstrates that success doesn't have to come at the expense of humanity, but rather is deeply intertwined with it. In the grand scheme of things, the long-term impact of biological leadership is nothing short of transformative, proving that trust isn't merely a soft skill, but the hardest, most essential metric of all. It's a return to what makes us fundamentally human, leveraging our ancient biology to build modern, thriving organizations. When leaders commit to this path, they don't just manage, they inspire. They don't just lead, they cultivate a fertile ground where everyone can contribute their best, feel valued, and ultimately help create an unstoppable force that benefits everyone involved. The chemistry of success, it turns out, is the chemistry of humanity itself. Recap: the biological drivers of workplace thriving. All right, so we've journeyed through some pretty fascinating territory, haven't we? We've peeled back the layers of what truly makes a team click, moving beyond those endless spreadsheets and the constant pressure to hit arbitrary numbers. Remember, at its heart, success isn't just about what you do. It's deeply tied to how you feel and, more importantly, what's happening inside your body on a chemical level. We've discovered that the real secret sauce for thriving workplaces isn't some complex business strategy, but rather the very basic, powerful biology that drives us all. It's about understanding the invisible forces, those tiny molecules that dictate whether a group soars or stumbles. This isn't just theory, it's a look at the scientific blueprints of human connection and collective achievement. Think back to those workplaces we called cortisol factories. We talked about how, in many traditional companies, the constant push for hustle culture and the fear of missing targets can actually turn the office into a stress-filled zone. When deadlines loom large and job security feels shaky, our bodies naturally pump out cortisol, the stress hormone. This isn't just about feeling a little anxious. It's a primal response, telling us to be on guard, to protect ourselves. In such environments, people often waste precious energy looking over their shoulders, worrying about internal politics, or who might throw them under the bus, instead of focusing on the actual work that needs doing. It's like everyone is constantly in survival mode, and that's just not a recipe for anyone to truly thrive. But we also explored the beautiful contrast, places where fear takes a back seat and a different kind of chemistry takes over. Imagine a workplace where you feel genuinely safe, supported, and valued. That's where the good stuff starts flowing. We learned about oxytocin and serotonin, those fantastic chemicals that act like nature's own internal cheerleaders and trust builders. These aren't just feel-good hormones. They are powerful biological signals that tell our brains it's okay to relax, connect, and contribute openly. When these chemicals are abundant, the atmosphere changes entirely, shifting from a tense competition to a supportive collaboration. It's like switching from a dark, stormy sky to a bright, sunny day, all thanks to a little biological magic. Let's zoom in on oxytocin, often called the love hormone or the bonding chemical. We saw how this amazing molecule plays a huge role in creating deep connections and fostering a sense of belonging among team members. When oxytocin is flowing, people are more likely to trust each other, to share ideas without fear of judgment, and to genuinely care about their colleagues' success. It's the chemical handshake that says, "I've got your back, and we're in this together." This isn't just about being friendly. It's about building a foundation where individuals feel secure enough to take risks, innovate, and truly invest themselves in the team's shared goals. Without it, real team cohesion is incredibly difficult to achieve. Then there's serotonin, our internal mood stabilizer and confidence booster. We discussed how healthy levels of serotonin contribute to feelings of well-being, happiness, and a strong sense of self-worth. When people feel good about themselves and their contributions, they're more confident in their abilities and less prone to self-doubt. This isn't about arrogance, but about a stable, internal peace that allows them to perform at their best. A workplace rich in serotonin means individuals feel respected and valued, knowing their efforts make a difference. This inner calm and assurance allows them to focus their energy outwards, tackling challenges with enthusiasm, rather than being bogged down by insecurities. These positive chemicals, especially oxytocin, are what help build something truly special. The circle of S, apathy. Remember, this isn't just a metaphor. It's a biological reality where team members feel protected from external threats and internal backstabbing. Inside this circle, people stop wasting energy on self-preservation and instead direct all their focus and creativity towards the company's mission. It means knowing that your colleagues will support you, that your leaders have your best interests at heart, and that making a mistake isn't the end of the world. When this circle is strong, teams become incredibly resilient, innovative, and capable of overcoming obstacles that would crumble less secure groups. It's the ultimate shield against workplace stress and inefficiency. We also explored the EDSO Framework, a powerful concept that helps us understand the delicate dance between our individual drives and our collective needs. This framework highlights the crucial balance between selfish dopamine and selfless oxytocin, showing us that neither one is inherently bad, but their interplay is what truly matters. It's about recognizing that while we all have personal ambitions and desires, true and lasting success, especially in a team setting, requires more than just chasing individual rewards. Understanding this balance is key to moving beyond simple metrics and tapping into the deeper well springs of human motivation and collaboration. Dopamine, as we learned, is that powerful neurotransmitter linked to reward, motivation, and achievement. It drives us to set goals, to strive for success, and to feel good when we accomplish something. On its own, dopamine is fantastic. It gives us that burst of energy and focus needed to push forward. However, when dopamine becomes the only driver in a workplace, it can lead to a cutthroat environment where everyone is out for themselves, chasing individual bonuses and promotions at any cost. This kind of unchecked selfish drive, while seemingly productive in the short term, ultimately erodes trust and breaks down the very fabric of a team. It creates a constant race where winning often means someone else has to lose. This is where oxytocin steps in as the essential counterweight. While dopamine pushes for individual glory, oxytocin fosters connection, empathy, and a desire to protect the group. It reminds us that our success is often intertwined with the success of those around us. By balancing the individualistic pull of dopamine with the communal embrace of oxytocin, leaders can create an environment where personal ambition serves the greater good, rather than undermining it. This isn't about suppressing ambition. It's about channeling it into a shared vision where everyone feels invested in each other's triumphs. It's about turning a collection of individuals into a true tribe. Perhaps the biggest takeaway from our journey is this: trust isn't some fluffy, soft skill that's nice to have if you can squeeze it into your busy schedule. No, trust is a fundamental biological necessity for humans to function optimally, especially in groups. Our brains are wired for connection and safety, and when those needs are met through trust, we unlock incredible potential. It's not optional. It's as essential as oxygen for a team to breathe and grow. Ignoring trust is like trying to run a car without oil. It might move for a bit, but it's destined to break down spectacularly, leaving everyone stranded. When people feel truly safe and trusted, their energy shifts dramatically. They stop dedicating mental and emotional resources to defending themselves or navigating complex office politics. Instead, that energy is freed up to innovate, to solve problems creatively, and to commit fully to shared objectives. This biological release of potential leads to tangible benefits: faster problem solving, stronger innovation, and a much higher level of employee engagement and loyalty. It's a powerful feedback loop where trust leads to better performance, which in turn reinforces trust, creating an unstoppable cycle of success. This isn't just about feeling good, it's about achieving greatness. So, as we wrap up this recap, remember the profound truth. The chemistry of success isn't hidden in complex algorithms or management fads. It resides within us, in the intricate balance of our own biology. By understanding and intentionally cultivating environments that boost oxytocin and serotonin, and by managing the dopamine drive, we can move beyond mere hustle and build truly thriving workplaces. It's about leading with chemistry, creating those circles of safety, and recognizing that when people feel genuinely safe, they don't just work. They commit, they innovate, and they become an unstoppable force. This knowledge is your superpower for building a better future, one built on trust. Your action plan for cultivating trust. All right, enough with the deep dives into brain chemistry. You've earned your diploma in biological jargon. Now it's time to roll up your sleeves and actually do something with all this newfound wisdom. This isn't just theory for a pop quiz. It's an action plan to transform your workplace from a stress-fueled cortisol factory into a thriving ecosystem of trust. We're moving beyond merely understanding the problem. We're stepping into the lab, ready to mix the right ingredients for success. Think of this as your practical guide, your cheat sheet to becoming a certified trust alchemist. It's about making real, tangible changes that resonate with our fundamental human wiring, not just ticking boxes on a corporate checklist. Prepare to dismantle the old ways and build something genuinely resilient, one conscious choice at a time. This is where the rubber meets the road, or rather, where the oxytocin meets the office. The first, and perhaps most uncomfortable, step in this grand experiment is to look inward. Yes, we're starting with you, the brave leader or team member reading this right now. You must honestly assess your own contributions to the current chemical climate of your team. Are your actions inadvertently spiking cortisol levels in others, or are you a steady source of calm and safety? This isn't a moment for self flagellation, but for genuine, clear eyed reflection on your impact. Understanding your own triggers and reactions is paramount before you can effectively influence the collective chemistry. Remember, the journey of 1,000 trustworthy teams begins with a single, honest self assessment. It's about becoming aware of the signals you send, both intentional and unintentional, every single day. Next, let's talk about building that legendary circle of safety, a concept that sounds like it belongs in a medieval fortress, but is actually vital for modern teams. This isn't about installing a moat around your office. It's about creating a psychological space where people feel genuinely safe to be themselves. They need to know they can take risks, make mistakes, and even voice unpopular opinions without fear of professional decapitation. When this circle is strong, people stop looking over their shoulders, conserving precious energy usually wasted on self-preservation. Instead, that energy is channeled outwards, towards solving actual problems and innovating for the collective good. It's the fertile ground where oxytocin and serotonin can truly flourish, allowing creativity and collaboration to blossom without fear of reprisal. Communication, often touted as a soft skill, is actually the hard bedrock of trust, and it's time we treated it as such. Forget the endless corporate jargon and the carefully worded, often misleading emails. We're talking about radical transparency here, even when the news isn't exactly sunshine and rainbows. People aren't fools. They can sense when information is being withheld or sugarcoated, and that immediately triggers their internal alarm bells. Open, honest dialogue, even about challenges or uncertainties, signals respect and builds a profound sense of psychological safety. And you're upfront, you're telling your team, I trust you with the truth. And that reciprocal trust is a powerful catalyst. It's about fostering an environment where clarity is king and ambiguity is banished to the darkest corners of the office. Embrace the power of vulnerability, especially if you're in a leadership position. This doesn't mean sobbing openly during your quarterly review, but it does mean showing your human side, admitting when you don't have all the answers, acknowledging your own learning curves, or even sharing a past mistake that taught you a valuable lesson can be incredibly potent. When leaders present themselves as infallible titans, it creates an unbridgeable gap between them and their team, stifling genuine connection. By occasionally lowering your guard, you invite others to do the same, fostering empathy and shared humanity. This isn't about weakness. It's about authentic strength that catalyzes oxytocin and builds bridges where walls once stood, making the entire team feel more connected and understood. Consistency and fairness are the unsung heroes of a high-trust environment. They're the steady drumbeat that reassures our nervous systems. When rules are applied inconsistently, or when favoritism rears its ugly head, it's like throwing a wrench into the delicate machinery of trust. People need to know what to expect, that the playing field is level, and that their efforts will be judged by predictable standards. Unpredictability, on the other hand, is a direct pipeline to cortisol production, keeping everyone on edge and unable to fully commit. Establish clear guidelines, communicate them openly, and then stick to them like superglue, ensuring everyone is treated with equitable respect. This creates a stable, reliable environment where people can relax into their roles, knowing that justice, or at least predictability, will prevail. Now let's talk about the sacrifice play, a concept often misunderstood as martyrdom, but is actually a strategic act of profound leadership. This isn't about self-destruction. It's about leaders consciously prioritizing the well-being and success of their team over their own immediate personal gain or ego. It could be taking the heat for a team mistake, advocating for resources for your staff, even if it means less for your own pet project, or genuinely putting the tribe's needs first. Such actions are biological gold, signaling to everyone that their leader is truly invested in their collective success. This selfless act floods the team with oxytocin, forging unbreakable bonds of loyalty and commitment, proving that true authority is earned through service, not just position. Empowering autonomy is another critical piece of this trust-building puzzle, and it's surprisingly simple, yet often overlooked. When you give people the freedom and responsibility to own their work, to make decisions, and to solve problems within their domain, you're sending a powerful message. You're telling them, I trust your judgment, your skills, and your commitment. This isn't about abdicating responsibility, it's about delegating trust. Micromanagement, conversely, is a trust killer, signaling a lack of confidence and triggering stress responses. By granting autonomy, you foster a sense of ownership and pride, which in turn boosts serotonin and engagement. It transforms employees from cogs in a machine into valued contributors, each with a vital role to play. Fostering genuine connection goes beyond the forced, awkward team-building exercises that everyone dreads. True connection happens organically when people have opportunities to interact as human beings, not just as job titles. Create spaces and moments for informal interactions. A shared coffee break, a casual lunch, or even just a few minutes of non-work-related chat before a meeting. These small, seemingly insignificant moments are where the magic of oxytocin truly happens, allowing personal bonds to form. When people feel connected to their colleagues on a human level, they're far more likely to support each other, collaborate effectively, and extend trust during challenging times. It's about remembering that behind every job title is a person, and people thrive on genuine human interaction. Recognizing and valuing contributions is not just about annual performance reviews or big bonuses. It's about the consistent acknowledgement of effort and impact. A simple, sincere thank you for a job well done, a public shout out for going the extra mile, or even just acknowledging someone's hard work behind the scenes can have a profound chemical effect. These acts of appreciation boost serotonin and dopamine in a healthy, sustainable way, making people feel seen, valued, and motivated. It tells them their contributions matter, not just the final outcome. When people feel genuinely appreciated, they're more likely to invest themselves fully and reciprocate that positive energy, reinforcing the trust within the team. It's a small investment with an enormous return. Let's revisit the EDSO framework and apply it directly to your action plan, starting with a conscious awareness of dopamine. While dopamine drives motivation and achievement, an unchecked pursuit of individualistic wins can inadvertently erode collective trust. Are your incentive structures accidentally pitting team members against each other in a race for personal glory? It's crucial to understand when dopamine is acting as a healthy motivator and when it's veering into self-serving territory, potentially damaging team cohesion. This isn't about eliminating personal ambition, but rather redirecting it towards shared objectives. It's about designing systems where individual success is intrinsically linked to the team's triumph, ensuring that the pursuit of personal reward doesn't come at the expense of communal well-being and trust. Conversely, actively cultivating oxytocin within the EDSO framework means intentionally designing interactions that foster collaboration and shared purpose. Think about structuring projects that require genuine teamwork, where success hinges on mutual support rather than isolated efforts. Encourage peer mentorship, celebrate collective achievements, and create opportunities for team members to help each other out. These are the moments that naturally release oxytocin, strengthening social bonds and reinforcing the idea that we are in this together. It's about shifting the narrative from individual heroics to collective victories, making sure that the chemical rewards are distributed and experienced communally. When oxytocin is flowing freely, the team naturally becomes a more cohesive, supportive, and most importantly, trustworthy unit. Addressing conflict constructively is another vital component of your trust action plan, because let's face it, disagreements are inevitable among humans. The key isn't to avoid conflict, but to handle it in a way that actually strengthens trust, rather than shattering it. Establish clear processes for addressing disputes, focusing on solutions and understanding rather than blame and personal attacks. Encourage open dialogue where all parties feel heard and mediate with fairness and impartiality. When conflicts are resolved respectfully and equitably, it reinforces the belief that the team is a safe place, even when tensions run high. It shows that challenges can be overcome together, rebuilding the emotional bank account of trust with every successfully navigated disagreement. Finally, this isn't a one-and-done workshop. Cultivating trust is a continuous, living process that requires patience and persistence. You won't flip a switch and suddenly have an oxytocin-fueled utopia overnight. Building trust is like tending a garden. It requires consistent watering, weeding, and nurturing. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and times when you feel like you're taking 2 steps back for every step forward. But remember, every small, consistent act of transparency, fairness, and support adds another brick to the foundation of trust. The chemical shifts in your team's collective brain won't happen instantaneously, but with unwavering commitment, the profound rewards of a truly trusting environment are absolutely within reach. Keep at it, because the payoff is immeasurable. When your team finally reaches that sweet spot, where trust is not just a buzzword, but the very air they breathe, something truly remarkable happens. People stop holding back, they share their best ideas, and they genuinely look out for one another. Innovation flourishes because the fear of failure has diminished, replaced by a shared commitment to learning and growth. The energy once wasted on internal politics is now channeled into external challenges, making your team an unstoppable force. This isn't just about better performance metrics. It's about creating a workplace where people genuinely thrive, feel respected, and experience a profound sense of belonging. This is the ultimate chemistry of success, and it's a future worth building, one act of trust at a time. The future of work, driven by chemistry, not just metrics. For too long, the world of work has been obsessed with numbers, spreadsheets, and the relentless pursuit of key performance indicators, or KPIs. We've been told that if we just push harder, track more data, and work longer hours, success will magically appear. This mindset, often called hustle culture, treats people like cogs in a machine, expecting them to perform optimally without considering their fundamental human needs. It's an outdated approach that frankly doesn't align with how our brains and bodies actually work, leading to burnout and disengagement rather than true achievement. The future of work demands a radical shift, moving away from a purely metric-driven approach to one that understands the deep biological forces at play within every team. Think about it. Have you ever been part of a group project where everyone was just focused on their individual grade rather than helping each other achieve a great outcome? That's what happens in many workplaces. When the only thing that matters is hitting a target, people start to play it safe, hoard information, and even compete against their own teammates. This isn't because they're bad people. It's a natural human reaction to an environment that prioritizes individual metrics over collective well-being. Focusing solely on numbers misses the crucial, invisible force that truly binds a team together and drives exceptional results. The real secret to a thriving team isn't found in a quarterly report. It's bubbling inside us, in our very own brain chemistry. We're talking about powerful substances like dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin, which influence everything from our motivation to our ability to trust others. When these chemicals are flowing in the right balance, people feel safe, connected, and eager to contribute their best. Conversely, when stress hormones like cortisol dominate, our natural instinct is to protect ourselves, leading to fear, suspicion, and a constant feeling of being on guard. Many organizations, perhaps without even realizing it, have become what we call cortisol factories. These are places where fear, anxiety, and constant pressure are the unspoken rules of the game. Employees in such environments spend an enormous amount of energy simply trying to avoid mistakes or defend themselves from blame. Imagine trying to run a race while constantly looking over your shoulder, worried someone might trip you. That's the energy drain of a cortisol-fueled workplace. This internal struggle leaves little room for creativity, genuine collaboration, or the kind of bold thinking that leads to breakthroughs. But what if we could flip that script? What if we could create workplaces that actively encourage the release of oxytocin and serotonin? These are the feel-good chemicals, the ones that foster connection, empathy, and a sense of belonging. Oxytocin, often called the trust hormone, helps us bond with others and feel secure in our relationships. Serotonin contributes to feelings of well-being and stability, allowing us to approach challenges with a calm and positive outlook. When these chemicals are abundant, people don't just show up to work. They show up ready to engage, innovate, and truly commit to a shared purpose. This is where the concept of the circle of safety comes into play. It's not a fancy management theory. It's a biological imperative. A circle of safety is an environment where people feel protected from internal threats, like unfair criticism, backstabbing, or the fear of failure. When leaders actively work to build this circle, they create a space where employees can lower their guard and focus their energy outwards, tackling real-world problems instead of constantly defending their own turf. It's about building a fortress of trust, not a prison of fear. When individuals feel truly safe within their team, a remarkable transformation occurs. The energy previously wasted on self-preservation is redirected towards productive work. People become more willing to take calculated risks, knowing that their teammates will support them even if things don't go perfectly. They share ideas more freely, offer help without being asked, and openly admit mistakes because they trust that their vulnerability won't be exploited. This shift from looking over your shoulder to looking towards the horizon is the cornerstone of high-performing teams. Our EDSO framework, which balances the selfish drive of dopamine with the selfless connection of oxytocin, provides a roadmap for this transformation. Dopamine gives us that rush of achievement and motivates us to pursue goals. But without the counterbalancing force of oxytocin, it can lead to individualistic, cutthroat behavior. The future of work understands that true success comes from harnessing the power of both, celebrating individual wins while also fostering deep, selfless connections that benefit the entire group. It's about recognizing that we are wired for both ambition and belonging. Consider the impact on innovation. When fear is present, people are hesitant to suggest new ideas, especially if those ideas might challenge the status quo or risk failure. The possibility of being ridiculed or punished for a bad idea stifles creativity before it even has a chance to breathe. In a trust-filled environment, however, experimentation is encouraged, and failure is seen as a learning opportunity, not a career-ending event. This psychological safety releases a floodgate of creative energy, allowing teams to explore uncharted territories and discover truly groundbreaking solutions. True authority in this new paradigm isn't about power or position. It's earned through what we call the sacrifice play. This means leaders who consistently put the well-being of their team, their tribe, ahead of their own personal gain or glory. When employees see their leaders making genuine sacrifices for the collective good, it triggers a powerful oxytocin response, cementing loyalty and trust. This isn't about being a doormat. It's about demonstrating authentic care and commitment, showing that you are truly in it with your team, not just above them. This isn't some soft skill that you can just add to a checklist. Trust is a biological necessity for human flourishing, both individually and collectively. Our brains are hardwired to seek safety and connection, and when those needs are met, we are capable of extraordinary things. Dismissing trust as merely a nice-to-have is like trying to run a car without oil. It might move for a bit, but it will inevitably break down. The science is clear. A trusting environment is not just pleasant, it is fundamentally more productive and sustainable. So how do leaders cultivate this chemistry-driven workplace? It starts with intentional act, IONS, listening actively, showing empathy, being transparent, and consistently demonstrating reliability. It means celebrating shared successes and offering support during setbacks. It also involves setting clear boundaries against toxic behaviors and swiftly addressing anything that threatens the circle of safety. These aren't complicated actions, but they require a conscious commitment to prioritizing human connection over arbitrary numbers. Imagine a workplace where people genuinely look forward to coming in, not just because of the tasks, but because of the people they work with. Imagine a place where disagreements are handled with respect, where help is freely given, and where everyone feels a deep sense of belonging. This isn't a utopian dream. It's the natural outcome of a workplace that understands and leverages the power of human chemistry. It's a place where energy is spent on building, creating, and solving, rather than on internal politics or self-preservation. The future of work isn't about faster algorithms or more complex data dashboards. It's about understanding the most complex and powerful system of all, the human being. When we stop treating people like resources to be managed and start seeing them as individuals with intricate biological needs, we unlock their full potential. Leading by chemistry means creating an environment where trust isn't just encouraged, but biologically inevitable, ensuring that your team doesn't just work, but truly thrives. In the grand scheme of things, the organizations that will truly succeed in the coming decades will be those that embrace this fundamental truth. They will be the ones that shift their focus from superficial metrics to the deep, underlying chemistry that fuels human connection and commitment. When the circle of safety is strong, when oxytocin and serotonin are abundant, your team won't just be a collection of individuals. It will transform into an unstoppable force of nature, ready to conquer any challenge that comes its way. A final humorous word from Pearn Studio. Well, you made it. You've navigated the treacherous waters of corporate jargon, survived the hustle culture rapids, and emerged, hopefully, with a newfound appreciation for the squishy, chemical reality beneath it all. We at Pearn Studio are immensely proud and perhaps a little surprised that you've absorbed our wisdom without suffering a single cortisol-induced breakdown. Consider this your official graduation from the School of Biological Brilliance, where the only metric that truly matters isn't in your quarterly report, but rather bubbling merrily in your teammates' brains. Now we know what you're thinking. Pearn Studio, are you suggesting I just start hugging my colleagues? While a well-timed consensual hug can indeed unleash a torrent of oxytocin, we're not quite advocating for a full-scale workplace cuddle puddle. Unless, of course, your team is into that, and then, by all means, go forth and embrace. Our point, rather, is that the principles are simple, almost laughably so, once you strip away the layers of management fads and the relentless pursuit of the next synergy opportunity. It's not rocket science. It's just good old-fashioned chemistry, with a dash of common sense. You've been armed with the knowledge to transform your cortisol factory into an oxytocin oasis. Imagine a world where the biggest threat isn't a passive-aggressive email, but a genuinely challenging project that everyone is excited to tackle together. Picture a team where people aren't constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering who's about to steal their stapler or, worse, their credit for that brilliant idea. That's the dream, isn't it? A dream powered not by fear, but by the warm, fuzzy glow of mutual trust and respect. Remember, the EDSO Framework isn't just a catchy acronym. It's your personal cheat code to understanding why Bob in accounting is always chasing that next big win and why Susan in arcading thrives on collaborative projects. It's about recognizing that we're all just sophisticated biological machines driven by ancient impulses, trying to make sense of modern spreadsheets. Don't fight your biology, leverage it. Understand the delicate dance between selfish dopamine and selfless oxytocin, and you'll unlock a level of team cohesion that makes those team-building exercises involving trust falls look utterly quaint. So as you step back into the wild, untamed jungle of the modern workplace, carry this book not just as a guide, but as a shield against the forces of cynicism and the tyranny of numbers. When someone tries to tell you that soft skills are secondary, remind them that trust is the hardest, most fundamental biological necessity of all. Without it, your carefully constructed organizational chart is just a fancy piece of paper, and your KPIs are merely measuring the efficiency of an engine running on fumes and fear. And please, for the love of all things serotonin, resist the urge to revert to your old ways. We've seen it happen. The initial burst of oxytocin-fueled enthusiasm, followed by the slow, creeping return of the us versus them mentality. Suddenly, that circle of safety starts looking more like a circle of suspicion, and before you know it, you're back to micromanaging and wondering why everyone looks like they've just seen a ghost. Or worse, a new corporate mandate from HR. Stay vigilant, dear reader, for the cortisol monster lurks in the shadows, waiting for your guard to drop. Leading by chemistry isn't about being nice in a wishy-washy way. It's about being strategically, biologically smart. It's about creating an environment where people feel so safe, so valued, and so connected that they literally cannot help but commit their full energy and creativity to the shared mission. Think of yourself as a master alchemist, turning the base metals of individual ambition and fear into the gold of collective achievement and boundless loyalty. It's a noble pursuit, and frankly, far more interesting than optimizing another pivot table. The sacrifice play, as we so eloquently put it, might sound like something out of a medieval epic, but its essence is pure, unadulterated oxytocin. When leaders genuinely put the tribe first, when they demonstrate that their team's well-being is paramount, something incredible happens. People stop hoarding resources, they stop competing internally, and they start truly collaborating. It's like magic, only it's not magic. It's just your brain doing what it's biologically programmed to do when it feels safe and supported. We understand that some of these concepts might sound a tad unconventional in a world obsessed with quantifiable metrics and the relentless pursuit of growth at all costs. But remember, the greatest growth often comes from the most unexpected places. Sometimes, the most revolutionary change begins not with a bold new strategy document, but with a simple act of genuine connection, a moment of shared vulnerability, or a leader who simply listens without judgment. So, go forth and be the change agents your workplaces desperately need. Be the oxytocin generators, the serotonin champions, the dopamine balancers. Be the ones who dare to suggest that perhaps, just perhaps, treating people like actual human beings with complex biological needs might be a more effective strategy than treating them like cogs in a machine. It's a radical idea, we know, but one that we at Pearn Studio believe holds the key to unlocking true, sustainable success. And if anyone asks where you got these brilliant, life-altering insights, feel free to tell them you discovered them through years of painstaking, highly scientific research, or perhaps a vision quest in the Himalayas. Or, just mention The Chemistry of Success by Pearn Studio. We won't judge. We're too busy basking in the warm glow of knowing we've helped another soul escape the clutches of the Corti Soul Factory and enter the blissful, productive embrace of the circle of safety. In closing, remember this. The future of work isn't about more technology, it's about better biology. It's not about working harder, it's about working smarter, together, in a state of profound trust. So release the oxytocin, embrace the serotonin, and for goodness sake, try to keep that dopamine in check. Your team, your organization, and frankly, your own sanity will thank you for it. Now, go forth and lead by chemistry, not just by those pesky, often misleading numbers. Pearn Studio, signing off with a knowing wink and a silent prayer that your workplace never again resembles a frantic hamster wheel, but rather a thriving ecosystem of motivated, connected, and genuinely happy human beings. May your circles of safety be strong and your cortisol levels remain blissfully low. And if you ever find yourself slipping, just reread this book. We'll be here, silently judging, but mostly cheering you on from the sidelines.